institutions, civil society organizations, and academia, colleagues from forest departments of various coastal states and union territories, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to Andhra Pradesh and to this national workshop on the mangrove initiative for shoreline habitats and tangible incomes, that is MISTI. We are privileged to host this important national dialogue in Vijayawada, and I extend a warm welcome to all the delegates who have traveled from different parts of the country to participate in these deliberations. MISTI is a flagship national initiative spearheaded by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change with the involvement of National Campa and NEEP, aimed at strengthening and expanding mangrove ecosystem across India's coastline. This workshop will bring together over a wide and diverse group of participants, including senior officers and nodal officers from coastal state forest departments, institutions such as National Center for Coastal Research, National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, MS Swaminathan's Research Foundation, and leading universities, civil society organizations working closely with the coastal communities, representatives from implementation and funding agencies. So the presence of such a diverse and experienced group makes this workshop a valuable platform for cross-learning and collective problem solving. So for Andhra Pradesh, mangroves are not just ecological assets. They are natural shields protecting our long and cyclone-prone coastline, as well as most of these mangroves means according to this Krishna Godavari deltas. Actually, they are almost guarding our fertile lands. So, recently we have released one document, that is Shoreline Management Action Plan, that is done by NCCR. They found that most of these coastline, according to this Krishna Godavari delta, is highly prone for shoreline erosion, and because of that one, lot of mangrove degradation is observed, and mangrove degeneration is every year it is going on. Because of our afforestation efforts, there is a net improvement in the this mangrove cover. Actually, degradation is also going at the very fast rate. It is an alarming signal for all our food security and other aspects, because this Krishna Godavari belt is vital for not only for Andhra Pradesh, it is for the national level, national importance. So protecting this Krishna Godavari belt, as well, especially this shoreline, is paramount importance for our this one. I am expecting some kind of solutions for this shoreline erosion from this workshop. So these mangroves, the ecosystem in Krishna Godavari deltas have repeatedly demonstrated their role in reducing the impact of cyclones and storm surges, stabilizing shorelines and preventing erosion, supporting fisheries and sustainable coastal livelihood. So MISTI aligns closely with the state vision of strengthening coastal resilience, particularly through initiatives such as the Great Green Wall of Andhra Pradesh, where mangroves form a critical ecological foundation, because they are very close to shorelines, and shoreline protection is our primary importance. Our Honorable Deputy CM Garu has taken a lot of steps to protect the shoreline erosion, means protect the shoreline from the erosion. So we are expecting some kind of support from MOFCC and other technical organizations. I am confident that the deliberations and technical sessions and field visit, tomorrow's field visit during this workshop, will lead to actionable insights and help MISTI evolve as a robust, scalable and impactful national program. Once again, I extend my warm welcome to all the delegates and wish the workshop productive discussions and meaningful outcomes. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for clearly articulating the vision and objective of this important workshop. May I now invite Sri Anand Mohan IFS, Chief Executive Officer, National Campa, to deliver his address. Sir, please.
Namaskar and Happy New Year to all. This is an event which we were waiting for a long time. I mean, we planned it some time back in the end of September, and when Mr. Rahul Pandeyji was there in my office, then we have a discussion with some of our colleagues in the Ministry of Environment and Forest. We planned that time, we were supposed to have this event in the early part of the October. because of some reasons, pressing reasons, this got shifted. But nevertheless, it is happening in this just the onset of a new year with a new resolve. Um, with the permission of Chalapati Rao sir, dignitaries from the Government of Andhra Forest Department, from my own ministry, NAEB, my own national authority. You all know that mangroves happen to be one of the important ecosystems prevailing across the world. And in fact, we have around 11,000 running kilometers of coastlines. We all know the significance of this particular as a species and as an ecosystem. MISTI as a program, when it was initiated with two basic purposes. The first purpose was to create a scheme or a program to rehab the degraded mangrove patches across the coastlines. But this also had one very important aspect, was how to improve the livelihood opportunities for those communities who live around these areas, who are dependent on the growth of mangrove. A healthy mangrove ecosystem can actually supplement their livelihood activities, both tangibly and intangible. So that was the purpose of this scheme, and this scheme was launched on 5th of June 2023, so it is almost 2.5 years. MISTI, as the name goes, it resembles some sweet dish. We are fond of sweet dishes across the country, but this sweet dish has not been so palatable, and it has not been seen in that way by the states, 9 states, and how many? In 9 states, and some 4 UTs. So those entities have not taken this MISTI as something to grab and go ahead with this scheme in a big way. But nevertheless, we have some 2.5 years left in this whole scheme. We are not averse to increasing the period of this scheme. We can very well do that. Fortunately, Campa money which comes into this whole business, although this scheme, when it was initiated with the purpose that it would be a scheme where convergence of various other ongoing schemes can also be ensured. But the reality remains that this scheme is purely, at this point of time, in many ways it is being purely funded by the Campa money, the national fund money, not the state APO's money. So basically the states are not using their own 90% money for this. We are devolving the 10% national fund to this scheme. A great cause, a grand purpose. This money, as I was speaking to somebody in the morning, that if this money would have gone, the states would have borrowed from some external aided agencies, they would have paid some interest on that. This money is coming absolutely free. But the point is that this has to be utilized in the most proper way. So far, the states who have actually benefited out of that, the number is less. We have around 5 states and just 1 UT. States like Maharashtra, state like Karnataka, to a large extent Tamil Nadu and Kerala also, they have not onboarded this scheme in the way we wanted. When we planned this scheme, the ministry planned this scheme. Ministry happens to be one of the signatories for this cause on the global level. So when this was planned, there was an estimate of around 54,000 hectares of degraded mangrove forest. The states like Gujarat and Andhra Pradesh, they have a significant part of that degraded mangrove forest. But other states like West Bengal and Tamil Nadu and Kerala, Karnataka and Maharashtra, they also have quite a size of degraded forest, mangrove forest. So my request would be that whatever allocation and the allocation size which is left at this point of time is enormous. Almost out of 825, we have spent around 100. I mean, that 100 allocation is also not fully utilized, but the rest 700 plus crores of rupees is still in this pocket, and we must take this opportunity to utilize that. During our deliberations from the ministry and the national authority, we will be highlighting the areas which are required to be focused when we take up the projects. And many states, if at all, say for example Maharashtra, they have their own dedicated fund to rehab the mangroves in their own area where the disturbance is there. But they can still identify some areas where the money can be utilized from the national authority and that can be used for a purpose which would be, in a way, supporting the whole overall conservation program of the mangrove forest. Mangrove happens to be, as you know, is a natural infrastructure, a barrier against calamities, barrier against devastations. Earlier to this assignment, I was working in Jal Shakti as Joint Secretary, and I recall the rivers confluence points where they meet the sea. Normally, those points are very, very sensitive in terms of ecology and in terms of their, the profile of the channel. When it meets the sea, the points are very much diverse in nature. They have a lot of vegetation, a lot of aquatic fauna there. But the point is that when we create a sort of degradation, or this is not something which we do instantaneously, it happens through the ages. But once we do that, the problems like when the degraded mangrove forest, forest vanishes, then there is a problem of salinity ingress. The local farming areas, they get disturbed. The saline water, which is a heavier in the high density water that comes into the sweet water zone, and it disturbs everything. So the community, when we say that we want to engage the community in this program, we don't only say that it is just going to create a immediate livelihood through labor generation, employment generation and all that. But in a way, it actually creates a scenario where you can automatically preserve your farming lands in the inner part of the landmass. So this is very important. This conservation, the conservation of forest in the terrestrial part is important, so is the conservation of mangrove in the shoreline is important. I again thank government of Andhra Pradesh. They have organized this thing, at least for us who belong to Delhi. We have a respite from the cold weather and the bad air in that part of the country. So thank you so much, sir, and particularly Rahul Pandey and the fantastic couple we have, Ms. Santi Pandey. They have taken a lot of effort in doing this. Series of meetings they took before this could be done, and the arrangement which we are seeing here, fantastic. In a way, it is not something which we were anticipating, but this is fantastic. I can acknowledge that. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable guidance and national perspective on mangrove restoration and misty. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the presence of Dr. Kankara Garu, Director, National Center for Coastal Resources. I request Himasaila Garu, DFO, to welcome her with a plant sampling. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Kankara Garu, Director, National Center for Coastal Resources, to please come forward and give his message.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, invited guests, participants, a very good morning to all of you. I am extremely thankful that Andhra Pradesh Forest Department, they have invited me to this inaugural session. I was having a talk on that how shoreline management with mangrove ecosystem can be put together, and the mangrove can be used as a front line defense, not only to minimizing erosion, but increasing the coastal resilience. As you know, India is having very vast, almost 11,000 kilometer long coastline, and we are facing a lot of coastal hazards. It is affecting the livelihood of the people, property of the people, and particularly the Andhra Pradesh coast. It is almost 26 or 27% coast is eroding. It is eroding based on the sea, whatever the activities which are happening in the sea, particularly waves and all those things. But other thing, whatever it is happening in the land, our sediment supply is getting reduced. Though we are having lot of low-lying areas, lot of mangrove ecosystems are there, but we have observed lot of mangroves are degrading, and these coastal hazards are reducing it drastically. Lot of coastal protection works are being done. In India, normally we do lot of grey solutions. And India, so far the coastal defense was reactive coastal defense. When erosion is happening, we have to protect our land property. But now this MISTI is timely, this mangrove forestation has started. It is an app program which not only go for the coastal protection reactive manner, but is a proactive manner. It provides first shelter, and this has given a lot of idea to the coastal engineers. They work for coastal protection for various sites along the Indian coast. So they have started thinking in how the shoreline can be restored, how this bioshield can be used for coastal protection. And I am happy that a lot of research is going on, and the state governments also, they have come forward to have these type integrated solutions. NCCR is with the Forest Department and other department of Andhra Pradesh government. We are working out developing shoreline management plan for Andhra Pradesh coast, where all these bioshields which are available, how it can be further strengthened, and how it can be utilized as a first defense for the coastal protection and shoreline management in Andhra Pradesh coast. I think this workshop is very aptly where the diversified views from the various stakeholders, researchers, and policy makers, as well as the community, it will come. And this bioshield, it is going to be a really, if we have to be a developed nation, and we have to be provide a very, very green, our living shorelines, the mangrove forestation is the key for that thing. And I am very thankful that Ministry of Environment, Forest, and the authority, Kempa, Anand Mohan Saab is heading, that has taken lead to give a more impetus to this program. I am sure this type of activity will definitely going to help increase the coastal resilience of the Indian coast. Once again, I give actually thanks from my side that, and wish you all the best for this successful deliberations during next, today full day and tomorrow next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your insights. अब हम मिस्टी के दृष्टिकोण पर विशेष सत्र की ओर बढ़ते हैं. We now move to a special session on the vision of MISTI, coordinated by the Minister of Environment, Forest and Climatic Change, NAEB and National Campa. May I now request the officials from Minister of Environment to please take over this session. This is a special session on the vision of MISTI. I request the officials of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climatic Change, NAEB and National Campa to kindly take over this session. I request some assisting staff. దయచేసి ఎవరైతే చైర్స్ కొంచెం మీతో పాటు ఇంకెవరైనా పిలిపించండి ఫాస్ట్గా. Misty. The Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitats and Tangible Income represents a vital step in strengthening India's coastal renaissance. For Andhra Pradesh, mangroves are not just plantations, but living shields that protects coastlines, livelihoods and lives. Aligned with the vision of 50% green cover by 2047 and the Great Green Wall, this initiative reflects a shift towards science-based community led in the outcome-driven conservation. With this shared purpose, we now begin a special session on the Vision to Misty, coordinated by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climatic Change, NEB and National Campa. Thank you. Now I invite Ms. VL Ravi Kulai IFS. You'll be coming now? With a lot of reverence, we again invite Sri Anand Mohan IFS, Chief Executive Officer, National Campa, to proceed with this session.
This is the one which, yeah, right. Okay, thank you. So as I just had in my own speech that we are signatory of COP27 of UNFCCC, where Mangrove Alliance for Climate and Intergovernmental Alliance for the Mangrove Conservation, India is an active member, and this is the reason why this Mission Misty was conceptualized, and we finally came out with a scheme of things. This was a part of the budget, the Government of India's budget, where it was desired to have a Misty as a scheme launched across the country to support this endeavor. And this was formally launched on 5th of June 2023, the Environment Day, by Honorable Prime Minister. Misty envisages 540 square kilometer, which happens to be around 54,000 hectares of land. We will also explain state-wise distribution of this degraded status of mangrove forest. We have 9 states and 4 UTs, and this program is meant for 5 years. The primary aim of Misty is the restoration of mangrove forest along, reforestation and afforestation along the Indian coastline, adopting natural and nationally and globally recognized best practices. What we envisaged in the scheme document was to create around 23 million man days of employment, and also to create a carbon sink of 4.5 million tons. There was also an emphasis on creating opportunities for nature-based tourism and enhanced livelihoods. Obviously, the livelihood opportunities will be tangible in terms of livelihood to the communities, as well as to the farming communities and the fishermen community. The whole vision of this scheme was to enhance resilience of Indian coast and ensure the protection of coastal life, livelihood and infrastructure against the climate change. But something which is also linked with this, just a minute, this, थोड़ा आवाज कम करें. So, as Kangara Sahab said that, the health of mangrove forest is directly related with the coastline erosion problems and the salinity ingress in the water tables in the mainland areas. How we proceeded in the in this particular scheme was that we have to map the areas. That means we have to identify and create a gap analysis. How much is the degraded areas for rehabilitation, and which are the areas which are abandoned aquaculture ponds, salt pans, and sites affected by invasive and alien species. All that was identified it was supposed to be identified. And replacement of invasive or alien species with scientific evidence-based approaches by the indigenous and native species, and conversion of resources for the ongoing and the proposed scheme. Although this is something which we envisage, but effectively it has been just the national fund which has been plowed into this whole scheme. And the convergence of all 9 coastal states and 4 UTs. But however, the number of states who have been a part of this scheme is less. The original plan said about 1890 crores of outlay for this mission, and in fact, this is a very important revelation to me also when I saw this scheme document. So, a majority of the money is coming from the Rural Development Department, the Manrega part, and Campa component, which is 825. But right now we are sticking to the 825 crore figure. This I have already explained. Now, coming to this, the project duration is very important here, because we are supposed to take off in the year financial year 23-24, and actually it was inaugurated on 5th of June 2023. So that way we have spent around 2.5 years, and so far the utilization is not satisfactory. The outlay which was initially projected and given to the states to grab was just 100 crores, and out of that also the fund released till date is 64, which is a very serious and alarming situation. There has been some releases which is in the pipeline to state of Gujarat, but apart from that we are left with around 700 plus crores of rupees, which is supposed to be utilized for this scheme, and we have around 2.5 years. So this is the status which I wanted to emphasize upon, that how we could plan and strategize to utilize this much of money. Now, coming to the states which onboarded at the time of the launch of this scheme were just Gujarat, West Bengal, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, and Puducherry was the UT. And the amount which we gave was 64.4, around 64.5 crores. The area which we targeted was just 38 square kilometer. So it is quite less in compared to 540 square kilometer. The task is huge before us. Money is also lying that way. The activities which this might be known, but maybe for the sake of repetition, I am just saying that there are 2 sets of activities. One is the core activity and the other is the support activities. So within the core activities, we have mapping and demarcation of target intervention areas, basically preparing inventory-based topography. By the way, in this particular scheme, there is a lot of focus about the hydrological understanding of that area, which actually makes a lot of difference when we plan the entire rehab scope of works. So, and the second important part of the core of activity is the nursery development, and obviously followed by mangrove plantation. Some of the techniques which the states have adopted, I have seen the techniques adopted by Andhra Pradesh. Those are the things which we will see tomorrow also. So these are the areas, we need to understand. Peer learning has to happen, and once the plantation is completed, then there has to be stabilization and exit. So altogether, out of this 725 which we are left with, the money, we are dedicating around 80% towards the core activities. The non-core activities, 20% allocation is around 145, and that takes care of livelihood diversification, contingency and capacity building. Very important research, media and outreach. I would rather encourage the states, wherever good quality of work has happened and research activities are happening in the field, there must be a scope where they could showcase these things by either building some interpretation centers, that too in a most environmental friendly manner. They can create such structures and have the provision for these things. This would be a great learning for the community as well as for the younger generation. Monitoring and evaluation happens to be a very important part of this scheme. We have left the states to devise their own ways and processes to ensure the monitoring and evaluation, but you all know that for that matter, any plantation scheme, this part is very, very important, and CAMPA in all other APO based programs, the works which we carry out, the states carry out under the APOs, sanctioned APOs, the monitoring and evaluation is very critical. So is the case with this thing, and we believe that whenever you take up an area, you must have prior photographs, prior situational appearances, and then when you intervene, you must have progressive documentation to show that how the area is transforming. So this is there, and plus, although we are not saying that we just need to focus on survival and the quantity aspect, but we are saying that at least there has to be some sense of accountability when you spend the money, and when you spend the money with that accountability and the goal is clear to you, you can always conduct this monitoring and evaluation in the best way. But the states are independent to carry out their own processes for that. We also have a provision to engage the SSGs, self-help groups, not only just for the ecotourism, but any other livelihood activity which they want to create. So altogether, this is the situation, this is the outlay we have. And coming to the original planning, which said about around 54, I must attract the attention towards the right corner, 54,000 hectares of land, the area which we have identified. Gujarat happens to be almost having around 40% of that. Maharashtra is also having significant part, Tamil Nadu, and then Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, and West Bengal. So I would request that these states must take up, although Andhra is already on board, but Odisha, West Bengal, they must come proactively and utilize the funds. Even states like Gujarat and Andhra, they need to further take up areas. If at all they think that they can carry out this activity in other parts which were not taken up under, while estimating this particular area. So this is there. Basically, today's program, where we have the government of Andhra Forest Department has invited many of the research organizations across the country, and they are going to play a very important role, because this is a very opportune point of time where we are in a stage where we need to see how far we have gone, but also we need to see how good we are doing the job. If there is any area of improvement, both at the level of field as well as in the planning part, we need to correct that. And obviously this scheme is in such a stage where as far as funding agency is concerned, as a national authority, we are much worried that the money lying with this scheme is almost 90% money is left with us. So we would invite all the states to come on board and to utilize this money. And believe me, this whole effort will not be limited only to 2.5 more years. It may continue, and it has to continue rather. So this is the scenario we have before you all. Plus, tomorrow's field visit is also a deliberately planned activity for this workshop for a very simple purpose. On one hand, government of AP, the forest department wants to showcase what good work they have done, and they have done really good work. We need to see that. But then I always say that this is always a very good practice if there would be some peer learning, there would be some other practices going elsewhere in the country. If that be, if it is equally good, that should also be emulated elsewhere. So that field visit is also an important exercise, and we must pay attention to whatever exposure we are being given and try to inculcate and bring in your own area of intervention. So with these words, I end up this presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I invite Ms. V.L. Roikola, IFS Inspector General Forest, NAEB, to please come forward and give her message.
So, at the outset, I thank the Andhra Pradesh State Forest Department, especially PCCF Chalapati sir, for giving this opportunity to the ministry to come and gather all the relevant people in the government and in the outside, in the institutions to deliberate on mangrove issues. This is a golden opportunity for the ministry to really press upon the efforts being made in this sector. And I also thank the CEO National Campa, Shri Anand Mohanji, for being such a taking such a proactive role in arranging all this. Now, what I would like to say, in addition to whatever Anand Mohan sir has said, is in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, which is entrusted with the work of implementing the MISHTI, which is a budget announcement made in 2023, and it is very much under the radar of the government. This is an outcome of the Mangrove Alliance for Climate Change, which was started in 2022 in Egypt during the COP27, and we should take due care. I mean, we should, it is apart from the benefits which will be giving it to us at the national level, along our coastlines, that it will help us in averting natural disasters, it will help in defense issues, or it will even, help in bolstering and adding to our livelihood support activities for the rural economy. This is a very large concept since it has started with the Mangrove Alliance for Climate Conservation. India has also joined that alliance, and we have made some commitments, and the success of this MISHTI and mangrove restoration, afforestation as a whole in our country is going to contribute substantially to the overall efforts of the entire earth and the whole global community in our efforts for mitigating and ameliorating the effects of climate change. So we have a very, very noble work at hand in the government of India as well as all the coastal states. And I would just like to support whatever the National Campa sir has said. Apart from that, I would also like to point out that in the Ministry of Environment, National Campa Authority is the main funding agency for this. It is the repository of every funding for especially this MISHTI. However, it is also supported by the Green India Mission Directorate. As we all know, Green India Mission is one of the 8 climate change programs which was started by the Prime Minister Council for Climate Change in 2015. So Green India Mission Directorate is directly involved in implementing this, and as per the existing guidelines, Green India Mission Directorate is receiving the APOs, whatever the states are sending. We scrutinize it, we have communications with the states if there is a change required, and then after due scrutiny and due processing, we pass it on to the National Campa, whereby we coordinate with each other, and ultimately National Campa makes its releases and sanctions. So it is a very intricately related project, which, where at least two major divisions of the ministry are involved, and the value is very high, and the states so far have been very, the quality of APOs which have come are of high quality, and in future also, as we all know, the funds are supposed to come from National Campa, Manrega, which is also called Jiramji now, but mainly the fund is coming only from National Campa now, which, as we know, is not, at least 90% is still lying unused. So we encourage all the states to keep on sending us your proposals. So with this small value addition to whatever has been expounded upon, I will request my DIG, Mr. Prashant Rajgopal, to give a small presentation in which we will give you some highlights of the MISTI, some basic fundamentals, and it will be more or less, a support to whatever has been presented earlier. So I would just hand over the mic to Mr. Prashant Rajgopal. Yeah, fine, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, ma'am, for and thank you, sir, also for the rather elaborate introduction to the scheme in totality. Most of the slides that I have on repeats, I'll basically go to what we're looking as way forward and what we would like to sort of see come out from this two-day session that we have. As sir has mentioned and so has ma'am, there's always been a conflict of where the states keep saying that we are not receiving the funds on time, and we are saying that the states are not sort of coming up with proposals on time. So this conference is much needed, where we would probably be able to address a lot of issues that the ministry and the states are facing, and so that the scheme then takes off in its right sense. So this is most of the background where we had the Mangrove Alliance, which India is also a founding partner. So I'll skip most of these slides because sir has already referred to these issues. Genesis, I'll skip all of this, I'll just go straight to the way forward. Yeah, this is one slide I just wanted to refer to because there was a mention saying that not much is being done in convergence. So if you actually see point number 6, a lot of states which are not taking funds under the ministry are also doing well. So it's not that things are not happening. So there is work happening under convergence from various schemes. But it's like significantly, if you look at it, Maharashtra doesn't take any funds, but they have a very dedicated mangrove cell. A lot of work happens under that. This is all progress. This is already mentioned. Yeah. So what we'd largely like to focus on the scheme, what happens in most of the government, like even Green India Mission now has got sort of reduced to another afforestation scheme. What we need to do is take this out from the realms of a normal afforestation program and look at what the added advantages that we can put out. So one of those initiatives that we had focused on were creating livelihoods, strengthening coastal resilience, and this is the third part which is completely lost, where we are not showcasing India's leadership in nature-based solutions. This is something that we can project at international fora. There's significant work done with the amount of pressure, the population pressures, and also the development pressures that we're doing. We're still way better than many other countries, and yet we are not able to sort of put this out on a global perspective. So this is something that we as foresters and environmentalists need to also project, that yes, we can do both of these things hand in hand. Now, these are some of the points that which we felt could be put up for discussion. One is from the transition from a site-specific mangrove plantation to having an approach, a landscape approach to the entire scheme, where we not only looking, again I say repeatedly saying that not looking at it as a plantation scheme, but more as landscape restoration. The other could be about prioritizing climate vulnerable coastal stretches, which are already identified. We have a lot of agencies who do climate vulnerability assessments, so there's sufficient data, then our planning needs to be better on that count. Ecological connectivity, which is something again that we are now, we are largely looking, the moment we start speaking landscapes, then connectivity becomes a major factor in all of this. The other couple of other points that we put is hydrology based, which ma'am had also mentioned, and site-specific matching and zonation. This is very technical work that we need to do. And also some pilot studies that we're doing. Right now we're just looking at it as, well, some state brings, say maybe 100 hectares and we plant 100 hectares. Can we do some pilot sort of studies? Let's do some research on that. Some aspects of the MISTI guidelines would also need to be adapted for these kind of works. There's also remote sensing which is being now done. So, like then we mentioned again the convergence. So convergence is happening, but the issue here we are facing is about not being able to sort of quantify it. We don't get sufficient data on how it is being converged. Some states provide us, but in fact every state would be tapping into one of these sources other than what we have. Like externally aided projects are also now coming up for mangroves. So that should also be something that states should be looking at. Government of India has projects where foreign funded, international agencies are keen to work on these projects. So this is something that we can sort of start projecting. And then, like we said, eventually the whole idea is to eventually that National Campa will be a strategic gap funding mechanism and not like a full-fledged funding mechanism. The whole idea of the scheme was to be a gap-funded project, to gap fund what was not happening. There was initially a national sustainable coastal mission which also had mangroves as a component. That scheme sort of has tapered out, and that is when this came in. So we are a very small segment of, we cannot do the entire funding from Campa for the entire the entire coastline. So we need to prioritize our area of where we are going to fund and what we're going to do in that. The other ideas are like now how we can bring CSR partnerships. A lot of industries that work on the coast, can we tap into some of those CSR initiative, funds for mangrove restoration? Again, like we said, this is what we've been saying, shift from a culture-based shift towards a cluster-based livelihood model, and some NTFPs which all of us are, we've spoken several times over this, but sort of livelihoods would also, improve the pickup of the scheme. And what we have been saying now, this is also a shift that gradually in many Government of India schemes and policies, and also that we are projecting worldwide. Also, we now focusing on women-led community, management enterprises, and also eco-restoration based, more women-centric, because over a period of time, women tend to, it becomes more sustainable when it's more women-centric, is what world over we've seen, because the stakes are higher for women in that sense. These are just some pointers to what, again, low-impact community managed mangrove ecotourism, which I think some states are already doing, and coastal tourism circuits. We also need to project success stories when we have, which is something that, again, gives us more visibility even at global fora. And then also promote MISTI sites as learning hubs. This is something that will, I think some states are already aware that training agencies like Labasta are already sending out probationers to go and have a look at sites of MISTI in other ones, and also, so that's something that has already been taken up by the government. And then at the end, what we say is eventually have pilot carbon positive mangrove tourism sites is something that we can sort of look in the future. So this is largely what I had to say. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are already running late by 20 minutes. It's almost 11 a.m. now. We have a tea break for 10 minutes. We request all the participants to kindly return back by 11:10 if possible. Actually, you have to come back by 10:50 a.m. We are already running 20 minutes late. It's 11:01. I request all the participants to have a cup of tea and get relaxed and be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Check. Okay, I'll just. I request everyone to kindly come back to this arena for the next post tea break session. I request concerned officers to kindly allocate the people to come inside. Lemon tree staff ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారండి వాలంటీర్స్ ఎవరైనా హోటల్ వాలంటీర్స్ ఇది ఈ మొక్క తీసేసేయండి ప్లాంట్ సాప్లింగ్స్ తీసేయండి My request all the dignitaries to please come back for the post tea break session. I request all the dignitaries to please come back for the post-tea break session. దయచేసి ఎవరైతే कृपया वापस आ जाइए. We'll start this post-tea break session. सारे डेलीगेट्स कृपया ध्यान दीजिए. पोस्ट टी ब्रेक सेशन शुरू करेंगे. कृपया सारे लोग वापस आ जाइए. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the state level presentations on the progress achieved under MISTI and future proposals. Each presentation will be 10 minutes and I request the speakers to kindly adhere to the time. So, in the very beginning, I invite the state nodal officer from Andhra Pradesh Forest Department to present the PPT. Dr. Shanti Priya Pandya, IFS, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests, Wildlife and HRD, and SFDA and State Nodal Officer MISTI, to please come forward and give her presentation.
I can't understand. పూర్తిగా రావాలా నేను? Then I won't be able to see this. That's the problem. That's okay. I'll try to manage. A very warm welcome to all the participants, and I thank the ministry for helping us to organize this national workshop on MISTI, and we welcome all the participants for their enthusiasm and getting motivated to attend this workshop. In a very short time frame, we could communicate to all of them And in fact, I was pushing those messages through WhatsApp to everyone, and they were responding on WhatsApp. And that has been our excellent communication medium to reach to the participants. And looking at the turnout today, we understand that the participation has been good. So basically, with reference to the state level progress, because we have started with the state presentations, and Andhra Pradesh starting with the alphabetical order. So we start with the word A. So we are showing the state presentations now. I've been the state nodal officer for MISTI. I'll be handling with reference to the MISTI progress report. I think it has already been handled by the CEO National Camper with reference to that. So I'll just quickly run through the slides. Okay, this is the coverage of the mangrove cover in the state. It is about 421 square kilometers. Though what we have mapped is something like 505 square kilometers, but we are sticking to the area figures given by the India State Forest Report as on 2023. This is the district distribution of the mangrove cover. So 421 square kilometers, most of it is in the protected areas, especially with reference to the Pulicat, then with Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary and Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary. And a portion of it is in the revenue lands, which is not in the protective cover, which we intend to bring it under the protection fold. So these are the 6 landscapes: Papatla, Krishna, then Eluru, Kakinada, Konaseema, and Tirupati. These are the 6 districts which we have covered under MISTI. Actually, MISTI in the case of Andhra Pradesh, we get 50% funding from the national camper and 50% from the state camper. We have onboarded to the national MISTI campaign in the year 24-25. And in fact, till now we have handled about 1,400 hectares. 24-25, we have completed a target of about 700 hectares. And 25-26, it is another 700 hectares. In fact, we will be maintaining these plantations in the next 2-3 years. That is what we have raised in 24-25. We intend to maintain them for the next 2 to 3 years. And similarly, what we will be planting in 25-26, in fact, the planting activities are going on in this financial year. By probably mid-February, we'll be able to complete the target. And this will also be maintained for the next 2 to 3 years. Regarding the objectives and the strategies, it is similar because that has already been spelled out by the National Camper Authority. I would not dwell much on this strategies. This is the target, something like 700 plus 700. We have both core as well as support activities. The core activities is basically with reference to creation, raising, and 3 years maintenance. And in the case of support activities, it is basically livelihoods, capacity building, training, and with reference to monitoring and evaluation. So basically with reference to livelihoods, we are dealing with ecotourism activities and some kind of community support activities with reference to village development programs and with reference to nurseries and raising of plantations. It is the communities which benefit because when you look at the technique which we have adopted, the fishbone technique, where channels are dug, and probably you'll see it tomorrow, how effectively these channels are dug. It looks as if it is so geometric in a shape that it looks as if it has been dug by a machine, but in fact it is all manual labor, and in fact we handle targets as high as 200 to 250 hectares at one go in one particular landscape. So I'll just quickly skip these slides with reference to this elevated areas. Now these are the areas which we are tackling for restoration. What happens in the Godavari as Krishna wetland, in fact we see more of degraded areas in Krishna when compared to Godavari. I get back right? These are the water level, that is the creek, and you find these elevated platforms because of the deposition of silt. And this prevents the water level or the water from the creeks reaching in the interior areas. As a result, the siltation takes place, and also the salt content increases. Generally, for raising mangroves, you require about 20 parts per thousand. That is good enough for raising mangroves. That should be the salt content. So in the case of these kind of elevated areas, which we call levees, the siltation, the salt content increases. this soil content prevents the plantations to not to develop, or we have degraded areas. So this is where we take up the fishbone technique. The fishbone technique is nothing but channels that are dug. The main channel which is dug about perpendicular to the creek or the river, and the feeder channels or the field channels, these are the feeder channels, and the field channels are dug about 45 degrees. In fact, this fishbone technique which we have adopted in the state of Andhra Pradesh was long back in 1987 with MSSRF, our partner in this mangrove restoration program. In fact, we have experimented on this technique, standardized the technique, and by 1999, this technique of fishbone technique has been standardized in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and in fact everybody has perfected it so well that it has been a technique for years to come, and that is our success story with reference to raising or mangroves or restoration by the this form of technique. Now these are the landscapes, probably the names will not ring a bell with reference to the exact landscapes, but one of the landscapes we will be showing you tomorrow, where about 230 hectares in one particular landscape was done with reference to Mishti, and we have also done some campus CA plantations in the same landscapes. We will be also showing that, and the previous plantations which have established well in the same sanctuary. We will be showing you a comparative picture how mangroves establish over a period of time. Now these are some of the species. We have different species, but basically it is Abyssinia marina, Abyssinia officinalis, and Exocarda agaloka. These are the three main species which we have been in fact using for our planting in our mangrove areas. Apart from this, we also use a little bit of Rhizophora. Rhizophora has also become a mainstay, and once the pseudo develops, then we understand that the mangroves have established well in these areas. These are the associate mangrove species. Now these are just some photographs of how we develop these nurseries. This is in the Kakinada landscape, that is a part of the Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary. I'll just quickly run through these photographs. This is again Koringa. This is Konaseema, another district which is close to Kakinada, where plantations have been taken up in large scale. This is the level of the fishbone technique which we take up. Huge areas. In fact, the main canal is almost like a creek which runs parallel to the main creek or the river. This is how they establish over 2 to 3 years. First, they establish along the canals, and then it envelops the entire area. And this is a picture probably of 8 to 10 years old mangrove plantations. This is how we develop these fishbone technique canals, and this is how it develops over a period of time. Some close-up pictures. This is a little bit pictographic diagram of the Krishna wetland, where you see a lot more depressions. That is, water is collecting in these areas where salt content is more. It sometimes goes up to 140 ppd, that is parts per thousand. And in fact, Krishna wetland is a much difficult landscape to tackle when compared to the Godavari wetland. And in this case of hydrological regime, we take up channels which are much deeper, and we go for more number of, saplings when we plant in these channels. In fact, the channels on the about 20 centimeters or 30 centimeters from the top end of the channel, we plant them at about 0.5 meters apart. So we plant generally about 1206 number of saplings per hectare in the case of the Krishna wetland, and roughly about 800 to 850 plants in the case of the Godavari wetland. See, these are the dimensions of the main canal as well as the field channels. This is how it looks, and if you plan or happen to travel from Vijayawada to Chennai or by an aircraft, you get to see these kind of channels from the top. You have a very good aerial view, and in fact I was surprised. I just peeped out in the initial stages. I just thought, what is this? Even my experience with mangroves just started about 5 to 6 years back when I was CC of Rajahmundry, and that is how it is a very difficult planting technique. Let me tell you, it's really difficult, and in the initial stages, the success is very poor, and you need to keep maintaining it, and in fact, all these survivals, they appear later. In the initial stages, you lose about 40 to 50% of what you're planting. It is all naturally established. As long as the tidal water comes into the system, it has to come into the system, and the tidal tidal water should flow twice a day. And this is why the channel is important. Once the water comes in, and because of the tidal amplitude, and because the parts per thousand which are reduced to about 20 to 25, then the mangrove establishes. It is not because of we are planting, it is because of the natural regeneration, the seed that is flowing to this side, that is what is establishing. So you are creating a medium so that the natural seed gets to establish in the landscape. So this is the fishbone technique. Only thing is, more number of seedlings are planted in the Krishna wetland because of the hydrological regime in that area. These are some of the flora in this region. Now, Krishna wetland, these are the districts which fall under the Krishna riverine system. Bapatla. This is more of a salt marsh area where establishment has taken a considerable period of time, and it is more degraded when compared to the other districts. This is how the fishbone technique is practiced here. This is all manual. In the initial stages, people don't understand. People think that we are using machine for this. It's all manual. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It depends upon, actually, the thing is, it helps you, the design was conceived in such a way, sir. The main canal will be there, and perpendicular to this, we dig the main channel, and these are at 45 degrees to that. Then only the water flows well. No, actually, sir, it depends upon the initial stages. Like, I mean, it depends upon the other creek which is close by. It depends upon the area. If there is another creek which is flowing by, they must be using another method to allow the maximum water to flow in. Yes, in the morning and evening, sir. Both at high tide and low tide. Whenever there is 2 times in a day, you have to allow water to flow over. Salinity. This is Machilipatnam. This is another district. This is in Krishna. This is the sanctuary area, actually, the wildlife management Eluru. In fact, most of the plantations are being taken up in this particular area. The success story with reference to the Krishna wetland is the mangrove cover has been increasing. In fact, from the last 2 years when we have looked at the All India State Forest Report, the increase in mangrove cover in Andhra Pradesh is about 13 square kilometers. In Pulicat, we follow a different method. Pulicat, basically what happens is because the mouth of the river has silted up, so we do not have the channeling system. In fact, we directly dibble the sea and dibble the natural propagule. So this landscape follows a different method of just planting the wild propagules or the seedlings. Now, with reference to the future proposal that is Mishti 2, whatever Government of India is envisaging, we are looking at some potential areas, and we look for support also from National Camper with reference to this. We have something like, we have some ground truth about 2,000 hectares with the help of MSSRF. In fact, they have helped us map these potential areas, and we're also looking at ground truthing. And in the next 2 to 3 years, we would like to tackle this area of about 2,000 hectares, as we will be discussing towards the evening, the later part of the day, when we talk about Great Green Wall, the vegetative shield, or the brainchild of the Deputy Chief Minister for developing a vegetative barrier along the entire coast. So we are looking at different schemes to support that initiative, and one of it is definitely mangroves. And we are looking at this 2,000 hectares which we will intend to plant in the next 2 to 3 years. And these are the districts where the potential areas are there. And we will be submitting our proposals to continue to support. The last 2 years, National Camper has been supporting us. And in fact, with reference to the livelihood activities, one good initiative that is coming up is mangrove ecotourism. And mangrove ecotourism, if you look, tomorrow we'll be going to that area, Hamsal Devi. We have established a small center. It is in fact the confluence of Krishna with the Bay of Bengal. And this particular area, we are initiated this ecotourism project. And such initiatives will also be taken up in the near future. So Mishti, I can say by and large, has been successful in Andhra Pradesh. And in fact, we could take the Prime Minister's message forward, where we have onboarded with the National Camp with reference to taking up Mishti. So this has been the initiative from Andhra Pradesh side. And in the evening, later part of the day, I'll talk about the Great Green Wall when the Deputy Chief Minister joins us. We would like to also research that proposal with reference to the shoreline restoration and also how to protect the shoreline. So thank you from my side, unless you have some questions. Yes.
Yeah. Small thing. In fact, in case of Andhra Pradesh, you have mentioned that you are utilizing 50% of the money from the state fund. Obviously, the money which would be taking would be under the NPV part. My request would be that happens to be more precious money as far as that is the money which is totally your claim money. So you don't use that money. You actually rely on the national fund, which is a 10% money, which is in a way it's like a grant.
Yes.
So it would be better for the finances of the state.
Thank you, sir. Then that we will put. Thank you very much. That will be of great help to the state. In fact, we are
And accordingly, whatever has been tied up, forget about that. But the new ones, at least we must align this way.
Yes. Thank you, sir. So this APO, I think we will put it on the national camper part. Thanks a lot. Anybody else? Anyway, I'll be there for the next 2 days. Whatever doubts you have, I'll always be glad to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. I now invite Sri R. Ravishankar IFS, Chief Conservator of Forest Development, Karnataka, to please come forward and share his insights. Welcome, sir.
Respected of Andhra Pradesh, CEO National Campa, senior colleagues from different parts of the country, scientific fraternity, and all the officials from Andhra Pradesh Forest Department. First of all, I would like to thank National Campa and State of Andhra Pradesh for providing us this opportunity to exhibit what we are doing in Karnataka, especially in mangrove conservation. And Karnataka, we are not implementing MISTI, but through different funding sources, we do our conservation efforts. So, very first, today we have joined here, both scientific fraternity and also field foresters, to discuss about how to take up further mangrove conservation and so on and so forth. So coming to the state which I represent, we have 343 kilometers of coastal line, comprises of 3 districts, and it's very peculiar that the coastal Karnataka is north of Malabar coast and south Konkan coast, and roughly 27 rivers originates from the Western Ghats, drains into Arabian Sea, and we have 11 estuaries. So, mangrove wetlands in Karnataka is smaller in size, very less in diversity. We have each district wise, I will give the figure, the diversity, and it's very less complicated, unlike Sundarbans or Koringa or any other mangrove area. And the main thing is we have a meager sedimentation in our estuaries because
the parent material in Western Ghats, mostly it's granite and other things, so there is a less sedimentation when there is flow during the monsoon. So there is no delta formation, and it's only linear patches. We have only 2,000 hectares, roughly 1,500 odd hectares are mangroves, and the rest is some sort of associated mud flats and salt flats. And we can very well see these polyhaline and mesohaline zonation in our state. This is the State of Forest Report assessment about mangrove cover in our state. So we have very less dense mangrove, and open mangroves are higher. So totally we can be able to see the changes also in each mangrove classification. So this is one example. If you can see one of the districts, Uttar Kannada district. This is 2002 land use cover map with respect to mangrove cover. And this is 12, and this is 22. These 2 decade things we could able to get some 2 square kilometer area increment in one district. So coming to the status of marine and estuarine biodiversity in coastal Karnataka, as per CMFRA report, we have 15.3% marine biodiversity of the Indian coast is in our state, and 380 marine estuarine and marine estuarine fishery species are there. Mangrove species, yes, Uttar Kannada is having more, followed by Udupi, and Dakshin Kannada is less, where the Dakshin Kannada area is also less. This is our species present in Udupi district, Dakshin Kannada district. Mangrove associates. This is the list. I'm sorry. And this is the major challenge to the conservation thing. One is the mangrove swamps, reclamation of mangrove swamps, which has happened 2-3 decades back for the industrial purpose, and also for the urban development. So almost 2,000 to 3,000 hectares we have lost in Mangalore city, which is known for its mangrove once upon a time. And the land status, the entire 2,000 hectares of mangroves which is available, it's not with forest department. Though we have declared it as a deemed forest, it's still with revenue, and sometimes with private. For the shell and sand mining, aquaculture and salt production, all these things, anthropogenic effects, we have lost our mangroves. So for the rejuvenation, except Misty, we have state government thing, eco budgets, mangrove conservation CSS scheme through environment minister. And Kampa, sometimes back we used to get these things, and we do have our own financial things. So unlike East Coast, or the states like Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh, we never follow this mangrove afforestation in a fish-bone method. So wherever the creeks and mudflats are available, we started doing. Of late, we have started doing afforestation in the mudflats to maintain the ecological stability of the mudflats. We cannot disturb the mudflats, but we have to maintain the mudflats. So this is how we do our afforestation. So post-restoration, each and every plantation, sometimes we used to take even 1 hectare, 2 hectare, depends on the area, annually we used to grow the mangroves. Maintenance for the first 3 years, sometimes we do get pest infestation also. For that, it's very, very difficult to manage, because once the pest infestation happens, we should not use the chemical pesticides or something like that. We have to go over the natural solutions only. So that is very important thing. And second thing is to see the success. Every 2 years, 3 years, we depend on satellite imageries and other things for the assessment, how the success has happened. Those things we are following it. So this was something the Nushikoti in Honavar division, in Agnashini backwaters or the Agnashini lagoons area. You can see this kind of a thing. 2004 we were having very less thing, and 2024 now totally this scenario has changed. So Agnashini estuary has been declared as Ramsar site last before year, and followed by the adjacent area Apsarakonda has been declared as marine wildlife sanctuary. These two things we could able to achieve only to conserve mangroves and entire landscape we are managing with this kind of a legal backup, or else it would be very difficult to manage these areas. So this is Agnashini estuary in a bird's eye view. This Apsarakonda area, roughly around 6,000 hectares, which is inclusive of Arabian Sea. And we do have a coastal marine cell in two locations, one in Mangalore, another one is in Karwar. And in between we have a mobile coastal marine cell in this thing. Our main job is to educate. Now we are strengthening this institution, Coastal Marine Cell, through the World Bank aided project Keshore. We are going to develop this as an institution, means all the scientific related things will be taken by this Coastal Marine Cell now. So this is part of awareness creation. We started something in the name of Misty in the year 2023, but we didn't send the project further. We just started with Honorable Minister for State Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Mr. Shobha Karandalaje. She was the MP in Udupi. Then we started the project, Misty. So livelihood opportunities and alternate livelihood thing, entry point activities also we are taking up through the state sector schemes. This is awareness creation. Ecotourism, this is one thing. So wherever the mangroves are there, sometimes department is taking, sometimes the Gram Panchayats are also taking up. So Gram Panchayats, every year they lease that particular, means only the villages can take part in this thing. They conduct the ecotourism by lending their boats and other things. Gram Panchayats are in Udupi district, is Gram Panchayat, in Uttar Kannada district is Forest Department. This is one such ecotourism activity. As I was saying, this is the only linear patch you can see these pictures. Apart from this, we do involve in improvement of livelihood for the localites. Especially in Karnataka coast, 4 months we do have rainfall, monsoon. So during that time, the fishermen folks and other villages, they are fully dependent on mangroves for their livelihood. So this is one thing, green mussel culture and mud crab culture. And training, this is one of the training, beekeeping training and skill upgradation training, along with the NRLM things, we are doing the skill upgradation also. What we have learned though, so mangrove conservation thing, survival and establishment, it's fully dependent on a particular period. Sometimes we do receive more rainfall in the floods, it goes. Sometimes the fishermen folks, when they go for fishing, they pull out the newly planted propagules. And most important thing is, we are only concentrating on plantation mode, which will not serve the purpose. We have to go for the landscape approach holistically. We have to conserve everything, means mudflats, salt pans, mangroves, then marine species sometimes. Estuary is the place for most of the marine fish for the breeding. It's like a breeding ground. So to maintain that ground as such, as I would say it's no-go zone, we have to manage these things in a proper way. Else, it's very difficult. Means most of the time, what happens in this thing, these coastal districts in the summer months, we are not getting the drinking water. So in the upstreams, they construct the vented dams as a desalination activity. So they pump the fresh water. The inlet of the fresh water is closed. So sedimentation followed by the water inlet is closed. So most of the marine fauna or the estuarine fauna is not available. So it's all interdependent. The mangrove regeneration is also interdependent with this inflow of fresh water and these things. These things are very much important because the policy being made by different departments, they want to construct the drinking water vented dam somewhere else in the upstream, 10 kilometers from the coast. So that affects the regeneration thing. So we are working as forest department, only we are doing conservation. We have to see the upstream also, how the inlet is open or not. Sometimes what happens, the land adjacent to the mangroves and the salinity increases, the crop goes. So they close the channels where the water enters, knowingly or unknowingly. These things are also we have to take care. So with these things, I would like to submit my presentation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Any queries? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. A kind request to all the next upcoming speakers. We are already running late by 50 minutes, 50. 50 minutes late. We are running late by 50 minutes. I request the upcoming speakers to kindly ahead the time for 10 minutes, a maximum of 10 minutes. At your 8th minute, please don't mind, I'll be standing next to you. Please don't mind. Being the MC, I have to manage such things. At the 8th minute of your speech, I'll be putting the timer on my phone and I'll ask Siri to make it. At the 8th minute, I'll be standing next to you. Kindly note this. Thank you. Now I invite Sri Praful Kumar Malik Garu, DFO, Balasore Wildlife Division, Odisha, to please come forward and give his presentation.
Namaskar. Good morning, one and all, respected senior forest officers, esteemed scientists, environmentalists, delegates, and all forest staff. My name is Praful Kumar Malik, Divisional Forest Officer of Balasore Wildlife Division from Odisha. Here to present the state progress report, starting with Balasore Wildlife Division. The major activity are as followed. Mangrove plantation over 40 hectares at the 2,500 seedlings per hectare. First, we discussed with the Mamala IDC, Eco Development Committee of Purodia village of Balasore. We told them about the benefit for raising mangrove seedlings, how it will push their livelihood. Raising 1 lakh mangrove seedling, it was a temporary nursery. Bed size 25 foot, 4 foot and 1.5 foot. Species Avinesia marina, as there are only some natural species of Avinesia marina available near the plantation site, so Avinesia marina is selected for raising the nursery. there are 30 species. There are 32 mangrove species and 28 associated species, making the 80 species. Some important mangrove of Baleswar are Abyssinia marina, Candela candle, Rhizophora micronata, we have received 31,23,400 in Balester Wildlife Division. We have spent 14,41,600. The total seedling raised 1 lakh 1 year old. This photograph shows raising of a mangrove seedling at temporary nursery Uparadia, fencing work, bed preparation, clay and silt collection, filling of a polythene bag, setting of a polypod, seed collection, grading and drilling, watering, inspection by forest range officer, the nursery was inspected inspection by divisional forest officer. This is Baleswar Wildlife Division. Now coming to Rajnagar Mangrove Forest Division conservation activities, which holds Bhitarkanika National Park. Basically, we started has a mangrove cover in 5 coastal districts, namely Puri, Jagatsinghpur, Kendrapada, Bhadrak and Baleswar. Mangrove are distributed in Bhitarkanika, Mahanadi, Devi estuary and Baleswar coast. Comparison of mangrove cover as per ISFR report 2023, assessment 2021 and assessment 2023. Puri and Bhadrak are reduced, but Jagatsinghpur, Kendrapada and Baleswar are increased. Then again, some important mangroves of Bhitarkanika National Park are Rhizophora micronata, Cerbera ostralam, Seneresia aptella, Phonex palutosa, Hereditera fomes. Those are Bhitarkanika Mangrove Forest National Park, Rajnagar Wildlife Division. Then major components of conservation of mangrove and wildlife habitat management are as follows in this. Fishbone channel is the silent blank of land to augment natural regeneration of mangroves. Mangrove plantation to restore and restore woody of unwanted species of foster natural regeneration of mangroves. Demonstrative permanent nursery, protective barrier of making protect area involved in minimizing depredation, creation of water body, creation of mounds, fishbone channel, fast fishbone channel in a saline bank, upland to augment natural regeneration of mangroves. Mangrove planted to restored and restock, wooding of unwanted species for foster naturalization of mangroves, demonstrative permanent mangrove meta nursery, technical invited standards and imported academic students and trainees, forest guard, foresters, forest range officer, SF officer and IFS officer regularly exposed to nuance of nursery practice of mangrove species. Mangrove Mitra, a collaborative model incentivizing local through livelihood support in exchange for conservation. 42 mangroves Mitra from villages including Subarnapur, Bagua, Krishnanagar and Talita Patia. Community members donated 32.28 acres of private land for mangrove plantation. A photo of local community member of mangrove trees, mangrove Mitra participating in a plantation area. Then mangrove forest division wildlife Rajnagar has a 5-hectare hybrid origin plantation at Salandra under mangrove forest division wildlife Rajnagar after demolition of unauthorized shrimp culture pond. This is very important. Implementing the central government mangrove initiative for saline habitat and tangible incomes. Priority shifted after major cyclone Amphan, Yas, Afani. Thousands of hectares identified for plantation for protect coastal villages from storm surges. Active demolition of unauthorized shrimp culture ponds to reclaim land for mangroves. Logos of the MISTI scheme and a before and after photo of demolished shrimp ponds restored with mangroves. Then Puri Wildlife Division, out of 5 hectare, 4 hectare at the rate of 2,500 per cent per hectare and 1 hectare 4,445 hypertile origin. Before pre-plantation, after pre-plantation. Implementation of MIST, Bhadak Wildlife Division 2024-25, major activity. Are mangrove plantation over 40 hectare at 2,500 shilling per hectare. Activity financial achievement. They have received 31,23,400 and expend 2024-5 29,40,000. There are 3 nursery. One is Balimla temporary nursery, Chudamani temporary nursery, and Bodamar temporary nursery. Thank you so much.
So we request all the participants to stick to the timeline. There are a lot of technical sessions that are lined up, and basically it can go to the policy framing also, those sessions. So I request just like what exactly we are doing and what is our way forward. If these 2 points have been included, so I hope that the remaining states can do in 5 to 7 minutes. Already we are late by half an hour. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Sri Srikanth IFS, Deputy Director, Tamil Nadu Forest Department, to please come forward and share his insights.
Good morning all. I take this opportunity to thank the Andhra Pradesh Forest Department and the Campa, National Campa authorities for this opportunity and wonderful arrangements made for this workshop. And I will go through a quick, because he is standing nearby, so I will go very quickly. Even though I have more slides, I will run very quickly. So this is about the mangrove conservation we have done for the past 3 years. It was major works done. Now I am working in a tiger reserve, but previously I was working in one place called Thiruvarur, where we have the largest mangrove in Tamil Nadu, Muthupet. So next. So I'll skip all these things about the status of. So we have 1076 coastal line, and as per the FSI, we have 41.91 square kilometers. That was in 2021 actually. And we have different types of unique mangrove ecosystems in Tamil Nadu, like lagoon mangrove, estuarine mangrove, everything we have. All types of mangroves are there in Tamil Nadu. And fishermen play a very vital role in mangroves, so we take their support regularly. So these are the mud flats where we should avoid going for mangroves. And in Tamil Nadu, in the past 3 years, under different schemes like TBGP, CCR, NABARD, GGM, Campa, World Bank support, we have done almost more than 3,000 hectares of plantations, which has now we expect it will be doubled from 4,500 to 9,000. And the major species in Tamil Nadu is Avicennia, but in some parts like Pichavaram, Rhizopora is the dominant species. This is a plantation, older plantation in Muthupet. This plantation has been done in the last 2 years in Chennai, near Chennai, which is called Buckingham Canal. It has come up very successfully. And this is the abstract of what's done from 2022 to 2025. Almost 3,300, we have planted almost 24 lakh seedlings. And our main aim is with the community. So we have now what we have done under TN Show. There is one program called TN Coastal Mission. Under that we have a project called TN Show. So we are forming village mangrove councils, which are called VMCs. So almost we have formed 34 VMCs across the state in 11 districts. So we are using them in these activities. Just coming how it was done, this is one area in Muthupet where huge trees were found, Avicennia trees, and which was totally devastated due to Gaja cyclone in 2018. This was the state. And with the community approach, we have started revamping those areas. This is the village mangrove councils. Totally in 10 coastal districts we have formed. And see, they are collecting these people, they tie this nets along the trees and they collect the propagules. And most of the areas with Avicennia, we go for propagule plantation, we don't raise nurseries with Avicennia. This is the photos of community participation. So the community participation is at the level where they support for planning the designing the fishbone structures. Where should the supply channel come? Where, from which direction this feeder canals and the distribution canals will be aligned? Their local knowledge is very good. For all works they are supporting. I have some videos too, but I am skipping everything. This is our additional Chief Secretary, Madam we visited the mangrove plantation. These are some plantations. In this plantation, we cleared totally 50 hectares, fully invaded with the post office. We entirely removed that area and made this plantation. This was under GTM, so we made a name like canal formation like GTM. And this is also under Green Tamil Nadu Mission. We made a lung formation in that with fishbone design. These are some livelihood opportunity works made for the communities. We purchased boats and one ecotourism is going on in Muttabet. So this is the involvement of students. We directly take them and teach how mangrove plants are grown. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I call for the next presentation by Sri Kamalakant IFS, APCCF West Bengal. I request Sri Kamalakant IFS sir to please come forward and give his presentation.
Distinguished guests, it's an honor for me to be here for this deliberation. There's a short 3-minute video I'd like to go through with the video on mute. I'll run through the video orally from my side. Can you play the video, please? It's not embedded in the presentation, it was shared separately. The film. Okay. Yep. Please have the presentation, please. Yeah, so we onboarded the project in 2024-25. We received our first installment of 3.74 crores in May 2024. Our total envisaged project target area for creation was 478 hectares, which was mentioned by Anand Mohan sir in the first presentation in the morning. When we started off going ahead with the advanced works, there were certain complications of the site. So from the non-forest area, we excluded 103 hectares of the North 24 Parganas. So the actual work program that we have started creation and will be completing by this month end is 265 hectares in South Chowki district. 40 hectares in Purva Medinipur district has already been completed. We are also proposing to go ahead with an additional 40 hectares in 30 plus 20, that is creation and restoration in Purva Medinipur division. Overall, if you see from our reduced work program, or if you can term it as a revised work program, it comes out to 335 hectares in the creation part and 225 hectares in the restoration part. Accordingly, the budgeting also changes. You may find that it's a very drastically significant drop in the total DPR, original approved DPR to the revised work program from a 40 crore to a 16 crore. That's because we have taken out a 10 crore hard infrastructure component of an NAC in Sundarban Tiger Reserve. So Sundarban STR was not going for any core component activities, but had proposed the NAC formation, so that was taken out. So 10 crores automatically goes out from there. So overall, in the first installment, we received for the core component directly from the National Campa Fund, and we have utilized that fund this year. We received the evaluation in July 2025. We thank the Ministry for processing that. The balance was left because of the drop of the 103 hectare component, and that has already been utilized now. Close to 96% of the funds have been utilized. We will also be placing a requisition for the second installment for the restoration activities and the livelihood support activities, the non-core component. So in our second exposition, we'll be going for about 4.74 crore. That would include the 40 hectare creation. So we'd like to close creation this year itself, so that within the closure of this period, we are in a position to have at least the second year maintenance and monitoring as well. When it comes to monitoring and evaluation, right now we are doing entire documentation in-house, that is through the structured inspection format through the CCFs and the DCFs there. But we are proposing an option which, if the program division would like to consider, they can give us a direction. Option A, since it is from the National Campa Fund, the State Campa has already recruited a third party called TopGrid for doing the State Campa funded works monitoring. If you give a direct go ahead with us, we can co-opt that same agency to do the monitoring for this. Option B, we received a proposal from PCCI for doing a complete 100% enumeration through AI-based drone technique. We had asked them to do a sample testing, so they cooperated expert agency doesn't just take an aerial pic, it also goes into differentiation of the species. So that's a second level of exercise through this AI intervention. And we're quite positive that it would come out well, but I'm not sure whether the CCA can take it on an initial basis, so I'll await the direction from the program division on this. The third option is our standard option which we normally follow in our state through the R&D wing. We have, it is equivalent to third-party monitoring, where though in spite of the division's monitoring aspect, our research monitoring and development wing, which has been in operation for the last 40 years, does the monitoring and evaluation for the state development funded works. So either of these options are open, and as we receive the direction from the program division, we take it up accordingly. A small request from the implementing divisions is that can we utilize the administrative expenses for the contingency and the tenderless amount for administrative expenses, which might include, maintaining even the fuel. We have a departmental launch which was used. If I had been able to show the video, I could have shown you that. We need to repay that cost about 11 lakh rupees, and procurement of some small office stationery, that's about 4 lakhs. I think these administrative expenses, if you allow us to incur through the tenderless amount, then we will accordingly submit the proposal. Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries. And I'll tell you why. It's very interesting how this Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries comes into picture is, they had participated in the NSDC, National Skill Development Council's Government of India supported program on training people in raising mangrove nurseries. So they said we have received that expertise in the last 5 years. There are several agencies which have been very active in the Sundarbans area. One of my close friend and activist actively participating in the Sundarban areas, Mrs. Ajanta Dey is here also from News. She'll be able to tell much about this place. There are many agencies, and some of the agencies are also reaping the rewards of blue carbon credits as well against the 4,000 hectare plantation. I have no idea where they have done that plantation, but they are gaining the carbon credits. Their project was approved, and they are receiving, this is an internationally funded, MNC-based funded tickets projects from multinationals. So there is another option where when we stretch out into the non-forest areas, Anand Mohan sir has said that there is large scope for plantation, that's majorly in the non-forest area. Sundarban Tiger Reserve we don't touch. The other than Sundarban Tiger Reserve and the Biosphere Reserve area, there is a large non-forest area where after the Amphan we had done close to 4,000 hectares of plantation under NGA and NRGA. We ran into trouble, though we went ahead and planted about 12 crore seedlings, because only the labor component could go from there, and then the other component, there was no cost, so this led into a deep crisis for the State Forest Department to fend off. So working on a cooperative basis has its challenges, so we are very open if the funds are given directly to NGOs, so they can directly do the plantation in non-forest areas. So this is another option which the government can explore, so that more area can be covered, right? So can I have that video, please? I'll just run through quickly. It's just a short 3-minute one we can track. We have 3 minutes or 2 minutes? And if it takes time, it's already there in the group, so the officers who are part of the group may please see that. The only emphasis I would like to make is, as SP Pandey ma'am has said, yes, it is a very challenging exercise that video would have shown. In the Chobis Pargana South district, particularly in the Alantari range, etc., when we go ahead, we have to take the seedlings again in the launch and then go for the direct billing part. We focus on the Heritiria foam species in the central nurseries. We are raising a central nursery in Bonicam. Development of central nursery was also a component in the envisaged Misty objective. 256 women have participated in this exercise, particularly in this particular range. We have given emphasis to the women participation in this entire work program. You have seen most of the women working in this area. I welcome you all. One of the significant things which we have done is creating a natural barrier after the post-Amphan, thanks to the direction of Honorable Chief Minister of our state. It took 5 years to establish. It was a coupling of both a natural and hardcore intervention. So it took 5 years to establish. So if the officers or team are visiting the misty areas of West Bengal, then I would like to have that they too can see this, that it's not just raising plantations over 2,500 hectares or something like that, but even for a coupling project can also help in disaster mitigation measures. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I now invite Sri S.V. Raman IFS, APCC of Maharashtra, to please come forward and give his insight presentation.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. నా 27 ఏళ్ల ఐఎఫ్ఎస్ ప్రయాణంలో మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా నా హోమ్ స్టేట్లో పనిచేసే అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అటవీ శాఖకి నా మనస్ఫూర్వక కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలుపుకుంటున్నాను. ఈవెన్ ఐ డిడ్ మై బీటెక్ ఫ్రమ్ ది సిటీ ఆఫ్ విజయవాడ. నౌ మీ అందరూ అనుమతితో నా బిజినెస్ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను. నౌ రెస్పెక్టెడ్ సీనియర్ ఆఫీసర్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ద స్టేట్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అండ్ మినిస్ట్రీ ఆఫ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్, ఫారెస్ట్ అండ్ క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ and experts from various parts of the country, colleagues and friends. I am S.V. Ramarao, 1998 batch IFS officer, heading Mangrove Cell of Maharashtra. See, Maharashtra is a long coastline of 720 kilometers across 7 coastal districts, including there is Mumbai. Mumbai comprises of Mumbai suburban, Mumbai city and 3 districts. And we have 18 species that are out of the 46 species that are found in India. And the Sonarishi alba is declared as the state mangrove tree of Maharashtra. Now, as per the FSI report, in 2015 that 222 square kilometer, in 21 it is 302, now in 2023 it is 315. As Ms. Santipriya said, this is not because of the artificial regeneration efforts. It is by natural means, because of the efforts that were taken up in Maharashtra. These are the effects that we are seeing. See, the mangrove conservation initiative started in Maharashtra way back in 2005 itself, to the order of High Court of Bombay in 2005, and again in final order in 2018. The most important thing is, please see the fourth one, transfer of all government lands having mangroves to forest department. And the fifth one, all mangroves and government lands to be declared as protected forest, and all mangroves and private lands to be declared as forest, and for any diversion for public purpose, case by case approved from the Honorable High Court. Invariably, apart from the FCI clearance, CRJ clearance, the proposal has to go to High Court. There the original petition was made a party to that petition, and then a thorough scrutiny will be there in the court, and finally, upon the satisfaction of the High Court only, the public process gets sanctioned in the state of Maharashtra. Now, some of the initiatives that the government of Maharashtra has taken, in 2012 we have created a mangrove cell headed by an APCCF. This is part of within the forest department only. In 2013 we have elevated the status of mangroves as a reserve forest, and in 2014 we have created a special division for Mumbai, And 2015, this is the best thing, we have created a mangrove foundation, which gives us the freedom or liberty or even independency to generate our own sources and carry out the activities of our mangrove conservation. And through this mangrove foundation, we could outsource some experts from fisheries and marine sciences and mangroves, roughly some 50 experts who will support us in the mangrove conservation activities. Apart from that, even we have recruited some Maharashtra State Security Service personnel, 300 plus, to support the protection activities, and some 100 plus supporting staff. And in 2017, a special scheme was launched by government of Maharashtra for carrying out the livelihood operations. And in 2024, the final reorganization has taken place. Now we have 2 divisions under the mangrove cell covering all 7 districts. We have a range round bead system like any other territorial circle. Now we have 3 different committees at different levels. At district level and at the divisional level, we have divisional setup at revenue divisional level and one at the state level. In the state level, the ACS revenue is the chairman and ACS environment and ACS forest are the members. These are the 3. In the middle level committee, all collectors, SPs and the line department heads are the members. And these are the 3 committees that look for, they take care of the mangrove conservation activities. The down one sits as and when required, the middle one sits once in 2 months, and the highest level one sits once in 6 months. See the funding sources. Sir, Anand Mohan sir, we have a mangrove foundation, state budget, CAMPA, that is state CAMPA, that is part of our compensated efforts, not from the NPP. Part of CAMPA, the compensated efforts funding, and UNDP program, and the conditional works. Here, the mangrove diversion requires CRZ proposal, CRZ clearance also. There is a condition in the CRZ 2019 notification. For every hectare of diversion, you have to do plantation 3 times the area destroyed by the project. So likewise, almost every project requires 3 times the mangrove to be planted. So that is so the user agency provide the funds, and at that time I put in the mangrove foundation and accordingly do the plantations. The last one is CSR also. So these are the protection measures. We have some state security personnel, and the next one is we have the digitized satellite maps drawn by the MRSEC by using high-resolution satellite maps, and we do take care of this boundary walls along the sensitive mangrove areas, and we are going to install CCTV cameras also at sensitive locations, and we have a mangrove Suraksha app to take the complaints online, and the cognizance will be taken, a unique ID number will be generated. Immediately that complaint goes to the concerned RFO, ACF, Tahsildar and sub-divisional officer. Why Tahsildar and sub-divisional officer? Because the private mangroves and buffer areas are dealt by environmental protection, not by Indian Forest Act. There the revenue department office is authorized to take cognizance. That is the reason we have put the revenue office also in the loop. So this is the target we have proposed in 2023-24 159, but we could achieve 138. In 2024-25 3 hectare, we could achieve 184 hectare. In 2025-26 410, we have already done the remaining also will be done. For next year, we have proposed 500 hectares. Already the funds are available with us that are as per CRZ condition. The user agency has deposited money with us. We are going to take up plantation. The remaining techniques are on par with other state governments, so that I am not going to elaborate those things. We are part of your MISTI, we have participated in the live streaming from 15 locations on 5th June 2023. So this is taking up more time actually. Okay. So we do take up the cleaning operations in and around mangroves, and we have done an MOU with 10 different NGOs. Okay. Now, we do collaborate with the municipal corporations and do these cleaning operations. And we have MCMs, that is mangrove co-management committees, on par with your JFM committees, and we have formed in 281 villages, and these are the activities we take up. Next please. Some of the ecotourism activities, this is the progress. And these are some success stories. Go ahead. Yes, next please. Yes, we have started a new concept, mangrove parks. There is some mangrove boardwalk and an NSC, which will, the main concept is attract, engage, and educate them. So we have already constructed Goraya Mangrove Parks ready for inauguration. Another park under construction. Next, please. We have similar 8 parks in pipeline. Next, please. Next, please. Piche. Madam Tondra Gautama. Okay. So we do take up research projects also. We have already taken some 54 projects. 42 have been completed. On what subject that was written there? Next. We do take up this turtle conservation. We have satellite tagged some 7 olive turtles, and we have a rescue center for exclusively for olive turtles. We rescue them, treat them, and release them back. In the last 3 years, we have released 46 turtles back into the sea, and we have identified some 40 plus beaches along the western coast where we employ the local people to collect the eggs and put them in the artificial hatcheries. Once they give the birth to young babies, we release them back into the sea. So if you see the last year figures, 2,75,000 eggs were collected and 1,71,000 released. Next, please. And we give the competitive fishermen also for saving the animals which are entangled in their nets. We ask them to cut their nets and release the animals back into the sea so that we give them compensation. Next. Some of the publications. Next. Thank you. Sir, 2 suggestions for the ministry, sir. You projected some 5,000 plus hectares for degraded mangrove areas for Maharashtra. If you could provide us those polygons, probably we will take up more and more plantations. And please extend the MISTI concept to non-plantation activities also. You are planning only for plantation activities. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I now invite Sri Naveen Kumar IFS, Conservator of Forests, Goa, to please give his next presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected CEO Campa, respected PCCF and half Telangana Forest Department. I wholeheartedly thank the Andhra Forest Department to take up this wonderful initiative to collect the brains across the country to discuss upon the mangrove. So I am representing the smallest state in the country. We have a very small geographical area. Likewise, we have a very small contribution towards the mangrove as well. So still now we are not onboarded into MISTI programs, sir. But we do have mangrove plantation activity, just would like to highlight, sir. So currently, the state of Goa, we have only 31 square kilometer area under the mangrove cover, of which only 1.78 square kilometer area is under the notified category, and it has been notified as the bird sanctuary. So you can see the distribution of mangrove. The coastal floodplains of the state is studded with mangrove all across, and mostly under the possession of the private ownership. And we have a concept called Kazanland Management Committees. So this is the plantation activity that has been taken up by the Forest Department in the past 5 years, sir. So few photographs you can really appreciate that the plantations are being taken up in the linear strips along the coastal area. So it's an intertidal zone. And we do have certain issues with maintaining this plantation because of the fishing practices that is prevalent in Goa. So even the indented area is being used for establishing nets during the tidal amplitude time. So that is posing a not a threat, I would say, but it is a challenge for the department even to maintain the plantations that is being taken up on year-on-year basis. So looking into the trend of the extent of the mangrove cover in the state, sir, right from 22 now we had achieved a target of 31. Definitely the department have a larger stake, but due credit would be given also to the practices of typical practice of farming that has been taken up by the Goan community called Kazanland farming. So here you can see, sir, on the left hand right hand corner. So this practice, this coastal floodplains are being taken up for the agricultural practices by the people of Goa. It's a very age-old practice where a bund will be created and multiple activities are being taken up right from paddy cultivation, salt pan fisheries, by having a bund as well as a sluice gate for regulation of water. So these lands were very actively being attended to by the population for the past several years. For the past 1.5 decades or so, these areas are being left unattended. So because of non-practicing of active farming, so this area have been taken over by the mangroves, and that is one of the reason that the mangrove cover has been in the increasing trend in the state. So the active protection strategy that has been adopted by the government is implementation of the Tree Preservation Act. Very stringently it has been practiced in state of Goa. Tree officers from the department, we will give the permission for felling even branches. So in addition to that, in 2018, similar line with Maharashtra, when the Bombay High Court had given the orders. So the banning of felling of trees has been imposed. Previously, the felling ban was imposed on 1990, but stringent and active implementation came from 2018 onwards. So that is the reason you could see the trend of mangrove cover growth you could see in the state. So in addition to that, we have a typical work allocation between the Forest Department and the Environment Department. So Environment will mainly look into the implementation of CRZ. So the CRZ, already the mangrove areas are coming under CRZ 1 category. So no activities are, proposed activities are being approved by the committee where the Forest Department is also a member in it. So the passive protection strategy, you can, like in other states, like plantation and massive awareness creation programs, and promotion of mangrove-based low-impact tourism activity in minimum areas also being done. So in addition to that, I would like to highlight two activities of the department where the Goa Marine Animal Stranding Network is one of the pioneer activity that has been done by the Goa Forest Department by involving various stakeholders, the lifeguards. We, as you all could appreciate, the Goa is one of the premier tourist destination, primarily known for its beaches. So lifeguards are present all over the beaches, so we take the assistance of them. And the fishermen folks all across the state. So we get reliable information on minute-to-minute basis. We have associated even the volunteers, veterinary volunteers like Reef Watch, so that we are attending to the marine animal stranding, and a lot of success stories are there with Goa Marine Stranding Network, which is probably emulatable by many states. And even the olive ridley sea turtle conservation, though we have a very small population, but definitely I would like to appreciate that considering the kind of foodfall we have in the Goa and the kind of the pressure we have from the tourism side, still we are in a position to look into and take care of the sea turtles in a really greater way. Lot many support have been given from the judiciary side as well as the NGO side. I'd like to mention the Tree Foundation here. This also have been onboarded very recently, and they are doing a good job in assisting the department along with various organizations like Reef Watch and many other agencies. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I invite Srimati R. KPIFS, Chief Conservator, SF Kerala, Social Forest Kerala, Srimati R. KPIFS, to please give her presentation.
Good morning, respected seniors and colleagues from Andhra Pradesh Forest Department. I am representing Kerala Forest Department here. In Kerala Forest Department, the Mishti scheme was taken up in Kannur district of Kerala, because Kerala, as we all know, has 590 square kilometers of coastline with mangroves mostly in Trivandrum, Kollam, Alappuzha, Kochi, Thrissur and all the Malabar area, Malappuram, Kozhikode, Kannur and Kasaragod. So Kannur district was chosen because 55% of the mangroves seen in Kerala is major in Kannur district. And we have reserve forest, like mangrove is declared as reserve forest also in Kannur district. So we have chosen main in Kerala. That core activities included planting, then raising semi-permanent nursery, then raising the associate species of mangrove and its maintenance. So basically we chose two main areas where the mangroves have been degraded. The area was delineated, the survey was done, and those areas were particularly chosen and the proper documentation was done. After that, we raised semi-permanent nurseries and the associate species nurseries, and all these areas were planted. The planting is completed, and along with that, we had formed participatory Harida Samitis, whereby the local people were formed into mangrove Harida Samitis, and the entire planting was done by the local communities. Apart from that, the nursery raising was also done by the local communities through participatory Harida Samitis under social forestry. And as a part of this, we had done mangrove planting in Chal Beach area, which is one of the most famous area in Kannur, with the help of MGNREGS also. And the Chal Beach got blue tag accreditation because of the activities done under this scheme. Recently, it received a blue tag accreditation. And coming to the support activities, we gave widespread training to staff in the entire forest department and also local communities, Panchayat. We roped in Panchayat people, the Panchayat representatives, politicians also, and we had done widespread training for them also. And we had done observing mangrove day, pooling in people, pooling in the local communities through participatory Harida Samitis. And widespread printing materials and brochures and awareness things were distributed to people with the help of political community. Politicians also stood by us. And then entry point activities, we did a lot of medical camps as a part of Mishti scheme. Then pisciculture. We also supported pisciculture activities in Kannur district, and establishment of a little bit ecotourism area in Pinarai Grama Panchayat, in Chal Beach area. Pro-green ecotourism activities were also started in Chal Beach area, and Olive Ridley conservation activities was also done as a part of this Mishti scheme. We were able to give a livelihood to the local communities through appointing them as watchers for Olive Ridley turtle conservation, and also mostly participatory Harida Samiti formation helped us in providing livelihood source for the local communities, as the entire Mishti scheme was implemented in Kannur through local communities under participatory Harida Samiti. So we had an allotment of 66 lakh in the initial first phase, and the entire money was completed. And we have already given our DPR for 5 years with a 370 lakhs requirement. First year, the plant peak was there, it was completed. And now we have the maintenance activity for second, third, and fourth and fifth year. Everything is already submitted and approved. These are some of the activities done under the nurseries which are raised. Semi-permanent nursery and permanent nurseries were also raised with the participation of local communities and especially ladies, and it was a source of livelihood for them. These are the planting area. Everything was done using local communities' help under participatory Harida Samiti. So some of the entry point activities and support activities done under Mishti scheme. So phase 2, now we got an allotment of 101 lakhs in the second phase, whereby we are going to do the maintenance of whatever plantations we have taken. Along with that, we will be doing raising plantations for public, raising seedlings for public distribution, and also we are going to construct a big mangrove interpretation center in Kannur, which will be a source of awareness creation for the public. Since we know that there is a lot of density of population, we really need to protect this mangrove ecosystem with lot of limitations and constraints. So this is a source of this Mishti scheme is a source for us to do that. And support activities also, similar support activities through construction of interpretation center. So already planting is completed, and over the next years we will be doing the maintenance of whatever planting has been done in both degraded patches and also in other areas, and along with that the interpretation center construction. So these are all our entry point activities for phase 2. And so with the 101 lakhs we will be doing all these activities in the phase 2. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. I now invite Sri Arul Rajan IFS, Conservator of Forest, come Chief Wildlife Warden, Puducherry, to give his next presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. This Misty project, we have taken. Sir, let's go on one side. So, Union Territory Puducherry is a unique place where we have a western part and eastern part of coastal line we manage. The western part is Mahe, which is 9 square kilometer, and eastern part we have got 3 different areas like Pondicherry, Karaikal, and Yam, two different states. As we know, Puducherry has got very limited, that is 2 square kilometer open mangrove forest. The target is to green the area. Conservation and management of coastal habitat. So, the habitat management is most important. So, other than taking plantation, the entire coastal ecosystem has been taken into task. So, we are managing with the help of multiple stakeholders, police, forest, coastal, coast guard, self-help groups. So many people are just involved in managing the habitat towards resilience. So this is the trend where we are just losing because Puducherry has got very less forested area with the plantations or natural forest, and it is diminishing due to a lot of anthropogenic pressure. So you can see the data, and to bring it back, this project has been awarded to us, and we are thankful to the MOFCC. So we are following strictly the guidelines, and mapping and delineation have been done, and inventarization also completed, and established nursery, and we completed our plantation around 80% of plantation work and restoration work have been done. The other works like supporting activities we have to do, and we are taking it all the things with the help of line department. The state of fund and supporting activities we are just concentrating, and we are requesting the central government to kindly just provide this fund at the earliest so that we will be able to complete our task, because if it is given at the fag end, it is very difficult to take part or get the mangrove establishment of mangrove without people participation. It's very difficult. So we need to support them. We have identified all the problems, and we have identified the solutions also. For that, we need to provide fund or supporting activities to livelihood diversification, awareness and capacity building we are doing, and R&D, that is also taken care. Publicity and ecotourism activities are on pipeline. We are into everything except the fund. We got everything. So we request the government ministry kindly provide us so that we will be just taking the issues further. So these are all the proposed areas, 3 places, 3 divisions only. In the eastern coast we got it. The western coast we are proposing, and if possible the next phase 2, if it is possible, kindly provide us Mahe area so that we can take that also. So we don't want to have any imbalance in the state management. So these are the works we have given equally to different institutes. They have done the mapping inventarization and all the other activities, because this is the first time we are just doing in UTF Puducherry. Previously it was not done. These are all the works already done. The mapping we have done for all the places. Next. So as of now we have completed allotted area is 55 hectares only. We have more than 800 hectares, of which our target given was 55, and we have completed around 84% planting done. Even though we are not given money, anticipating that this will be given this year, current second year this year. So these three pieces only we have, and these are all some of our works with the help of our forest and other department people. We have just done this work. We have taken satellite nursery in institute, but due to Bengal cyclone, we lost some 1.5 lakh to 3 lakh saplings. It was 2003 when we started, and 2004 we lost them again. We just got it back and we started, because luckily last year we had beautiful seed here. So these are all some of the work. And basically we maintain that school students are not involved in any of the plantation activity except awareness, because our administration we have taken the harsh work should not be allowed. The students are not involved in harsh work, especially mangrove and all. We are not recommending them. Just they come and then watch and they go. Otherwise they are not. If at all they wanted, we have established some 75 school nurseries, which we will be submitting it to National Campa. So school nurseries, we are just getting 2 minutes. School nurseries we have just established, and we are giving them free training also there, and seedlings, saplings, everything we are just giving the ideas also. And every last year itself 55 lakh, around 55 lakh people participated in 3 months continuous online programs and different things. So it was a big thing which is having. Our state has got only 15 lakh population, but we have got 55 lakh people participation in our programs. So it is going very good in that state. So these are all some of our works and awareness programs. And the next planned or proposed activities, we have identification of need of the mangrove dependent community we have done using DRDA, fisheries and forest education and sports department, where we just make them to grow seaweeds instead of going for other activities, because these people are using mangrove area to go for fishing and other activities. So in order to diversify them, we wanted to bring seaweed. So we are working on that. With the help of self-help groups, we are just promoting. For training purpose, DDU GK we are just using. And now the work is going on with the help of rural development. The other capacity building, DDU GK, we are just training them. Research University of Birmingham, we are just taking different depth what was the radioactive materials available. So such kind of studies we have just taken already, we are just working on. So R&D, because this will help the importance of mangrove ecosystem and allied things. So that much level we are just working, and already proposal, draft proposal have been sent, and some of the scientists who are working in there, they appreciated it, and they are ready to fund us also from there. At veterinary universities and Puducherry universities, they are quantification of flora and fauna. We are just they are working, and different horizon we are just doing the work. And awareness, as I said previously, it is we are just making it. And this particular AV visuals, like immersive video, virtual reality based NIC, I have just proposed that it was accepted by my chief secretaries, and that will be helpful in not only dissemination of this information and any other things, any project and any proposal that will be VR based immersive videos will help us to disseminate the information. So this will act as a virtual ecotourism. So this is a simple design of that one. Inside this, we will be just displaying like in that corner. So that corner, it will be displayed some 15 to 20 minutes of video. How you will be just traveling inside. You will be just feeling like you are part of the ecosystem. So like this it will be. So people can come in 20, 30 people, and it will be just instead of presentation one way, it will be multiple dimensions. So other than that, if permitted phase 2 if possible, we have other side of western side, we have Mahek 9 square kilometer where everything is metallized, all the barriers. So we wanted to make such kind of innovative, novel planting techniques which is little bit expensive. So it gives, then we can protect our people from any kind of adverse or tsunami kind of disasters. So this is going to be like this. So we request. So some ecotourism proposals also under DPR proposal we are just making it. This one already it is proposed and it was accepted, but due to fund we are just waiting. Yes sir, glass boardwalk. So some issues and all there. The major issues fund. Other than that, we don't have any issues. We can manage it. There is no problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. By here we have come to the end of statewide proposals on Misty. Now we are moving forward to the technical sessions. The technical session will feature 3 expert presentations. And now, on the mangrove restoration and initiatives, it's my privilege to warmly welcome Dr. R. Ramasubramanian, Senior Fellow, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, who will make a presentation on mangroves of Andhra Pradesh and the restoration of degraded mangroves. I now invite, with utmost reverence, Dr. R. Ramasubramanian, sir. Ma'am, shall we proceed for the next person? Yes. I invite Dr. Purvaja Ramachandran, Scientist, G and Division Chair, National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, to kindly take the dais. It's my privilege to warmly welcome Dr. R. Ramasubramanian, sir, to give his presentation on mangrove restoration and initiatives.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers, PCCF of APCCF, Sandipriya Madam and all other dignitaries. I would like to present the mangrove wetlands of Andhra Pradesh and also the mangrove restoration. Overview of my presentation, I will be speaking on these aspects, basically introduction, and then distribution of mangrove cover in different districts of Andhra Pradesh, mangrove species diversity, some of the rare mangrove species, then we have established a mangrove genetic resource center, then vegetative propagation, that is the one rare species, Scyphifora hydroplasia, then restoration of degraded mangroves, and the changes, 3 decades changes between 1990 to 2023. These are the major heads. Next slide. So we have a coastline of about 1053 kilometers, of which mangroves are distributed in 11 coastal districts. Except Vijayanagaram, we have mangrove patches in almost all the districts. But most of the mangroves are present in the Krishna and Godavari wetlands. Almost 90% of the mangroves are distributed in these estuaries. As per, we have recently brought out a publication along with the Forest Department, and we have estimated the mangrove cover in Andhra Pradesh is about 505 square kilometers. But as per the Forest Survey of India 2023 report, they have given an extent of about 421 square kilometers. So this is the mangrove distribution in different coastal districts of Andhra Pradesh. These are our estimates. If you see our estimates and the Forest Survey of India estimates, there is a difference of about 20%. So coming to the mangrove species diversity in India, we have mangrove species of about 46 true mangrove species, including 4 hybrids, natural hybrids. And in Andhra Pradesh, we have around 22 true mangrove species, of which Avicennia marina is the dominant, followed by Exogaria agolocha, and then Avicennia officinalis. So these are the species list. Whatever I have highlighted, they are all rare mangrove species in Andhra Pradesh, of which Cereus decandra is recognized as the near threatened species as per IUCN records. But if you see in Andhra Pradesh, we have large populations of Cereus decandra. But of other species like Aegiatis rotandifolia, Brownelia tessa, these are all very much localized. They will be present in small pockets. So we need to conserve. For that only, we have actually the 18 Scyphiphora hydroplasia, that is in Telugu it is called Narathanduga. It is present in a small area in Godavari wetland. So we actually, that most of the seeds, even though it sets fruits and flowers, but 99% of the seeds are not viable. So we actually did air layering, and we have transplanted those saplings into the Mangrove Genetic Resource Center, which has been established in Godavari wetland. So these are some of the rare species. We have around 9 species. These are the rare species we have found. This Candelia candle is found in Nellore. So coming to the Mangrove Genetic Resource Center, we have established this center along with the Forest Department. We have collected 25 mangrove saplings, seeds from different states. So these 25 species actually act as a gene bank. And now we have established in 2019, and if you see, almost all the species now grown very well and started flowering and fruiting. These are some of the species collected. We have collected 5 species from Orissa and 4 from Sundarbans. Actually, I have to thank Ajanta Devi for that. She actually helped in collecting the saplings from Sundarbans. And from Maharashtra, we brought Cereus Stagel through an NGO called Vanasakti. Then from Rhizophora mucronata, we collected from Tamil Nadu. All other remaining species we have collected in Andhra Pradesh. So this has been established. This is the plant I have just told. This is Scyphiphora hydroplasia. So even though it flowers and fruits, the seeds are almost not viable. So we have done through air layering, and it has been now transplanted in the Mangrove Genetic Center, and they are performing very well. So we actually used root promoting hormone Haradex, that is a commercial hormone available in the market. We used that, and we got around 25% of the, we actually air layered 100 plants, in which 25% of the 25 plants we could able to get roots, and we have transplanted in the nursery. So coming to the degraded, Dr. Santipriya madam already told about the causes for degradation. One of the causes is the lack of proper tidal water flow during high tide. So because of that, salinization of the area is very high, up to 140 parts per thousand. So these mangrove canals we dug artificially provides regular tidal inundation. Because of that, the salinity levels are coming down, which will facilitate the growth of the mangroves. So we involve the local community as well as other stakeholders, particularly the forest department, in identification of the area and joint planning and implementing the project. So this is the typical degraded area found in the Krishna wetland. As Santipriya madam told, this is a slightly turf-shaped area where water stagnation will be there. We can see more than 200-300 hectares of area like this. But now the entire area almost, now you can't see much of the areas. Most of the areas have been completely restored in both the wetlands, Krishna as well as Godavari. Because of lack of tidal water flow and hypersalinity, these areas are all degraded. So identification of a degraded area for potential restoration is the area should be getting at least tidal water flow once in a while, and then tidal water creek should be there, and the area should be bit clayey. If sandy soil is there, whatever the canals we dug, it will be silted. So it is very important to identify a suitable area to have a successful plantation. So this is how we dug the canals. The intertidal mangrove nursery, generally we raise mangrove nursery in the intertidal area where the brackish water is used for propagation. Because of brackish water, these saplings we have raised in the nursery will be having the natural adaptation to the increase in salinity. Because mangroves started growing in the monsoon season where the salinity levels will be very less. But if you, in due course of time, especially during May and June, the salinity of the water will be more than 30 parts per thousand. So to withstand those salinities, we have to raise the nurseries in the intertidal area so that it will be able to cope with the increase in salinities. So this is the planting method we followed. Avicennia marina is the highly suitable species because it can withstand wide range from 5 to 90 ppt. So if lower salinities are there, definitely the growth will be much faster and healthier. If higher salinities are there, around 50 to 60 parts per thousand, even though it will survive, but the healthy as well as the growth will be stunted. So this is a 10-year-old plantation in the Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary. This is the satellite images we have recently assessed between 1990 and 2023. You can see a lot of degraded areas here in 1990, which has been completely restored through fishbone method. You can just see from this is a 1990 image. These areas are slowly disappeared in 2023 due to fishbone canal method of restoration. This is Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary. If you see in 1990, the mangrove extent was around 7,000 hectares. Now if you see it has reached almost 20,000 hectares in 2023. So both natural regeneration as well as mangrove plantations have the main reasons for this increase. This is the land use land cover image of 1990 and 2023. You can see the vast difference. 1990 the area was around 600 hectares. Now it has reached almost 20,000. So these are the areas we used Google Earth to identify the fishbone canals, and these are the areas where the mangroves has come up well. So this is the FSA data. And these three states, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat and Maharashtra, if you see the mangrove cover, for the last 20 years, the cover has increased remarkably. Almost it has reached 100 square kilometers. Gujarat, it has exceeded more than that. Thank you very much. If you have any clarification, we can do so. Thank you. It depends on the area, sir. If area is very wide, then we have to put 2-3 main canals. So we, yeah, that we generally goes 150 to 200 meters length. So if you see both sides 200 means 400 meters you can go. Only thing is, yeah. But the thing is, you have to desilt. Initial years, silting will be the major issue. So if you periodically desilt to maintain the tidal water flow, because during the initial years, there will be any vegetation. Actually, halophytes will be the major initial colonizers, like Sweda and other things. If Sweda comes, then the siltation will be minimal. So initially, first year and second year, the establishment of halophyte will be less. So after that, it will act as a barrier. It will reduce the siltation. Yes. Yes, sir. Actually, because we work mostly on project mode, after that also, if you have money, definitely periodically, after 5 years, 6 years, if completely silted up, you can desilt. No, that will be taken care of because, yeah. Once the cover is, canopy cover is increasing, whatever the halophytes and other things, it won't come. Yes. Yes, sir. No. Because their extent is very less. So hardly 1,000 hectares in Pichavaram, so they have zoomed. We have large areas, 25,000, 30,000 hectares. No, because it depends. If it is 10-year-old plantation, the canopy cover will be more. Some of the areas you can't differentiate. It has come almost, it is like a natural forest. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Purvacha Ramachandran, Scientist and Division Chair, National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, to kindly take the dais. Dr. Purvacha Ramachandran will be presenting on integrated coastal zone management in India, highlighting policy frameworks, scientific approaches, and integrated management of India's coastal ecosystems. Ma'am, we welcome you and invite you to begin your presentation.
Respected sirs, good morning. Respected ma'am, good morning. And thank you very much on behalf of NCSCM that we are able to present today. This topic is going to be slightly different from all the mangrove work that we've heard so far, primarily because we need to understand the coast first, how the coast functions and how it is facilitating all the schemes like MISHTI and coastal management. So the entire scheme was, the Integrated Coastal Zone Management was started in India early in the 1990s. But somehow we did not take it any further, basically because the implementation was lacking. But in 2010, since 2008 and 2010, the implementation of integrated coastal zone management took place, and that is the time that the center called the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management was established by the ministry. So we are very grateful that all of you are here today, and thank you so much for the opportunity again. Deepak? So basically today we will be talking about the connection between integrated coastal zone management and the strategic blueprint that the ministry has now embarked upon on blue economy. I'm joined in this presentation by my colleague, Dr. Deepak Samuel. So it's a general presentation from both of us. Yeah, so I don't have to introduce this to any of you because this is just a general slide to say that the coastline is now revised to 11,000 plus kilometers, and we have 9 coastal states and 4 union territories, and 171 million people are actually dependent in 84 coastal districts of India, and the economics actually it serves as an economic engine because the marine area is actually the major economic pathway, and also we have huge rich biodiversity, and for the first time we have enumerated the number of islands way back in 2021, I think. The number of islands India has is about 1,382 islands. So this is something very important because our mangroves are very luxuriant in the islands of Lakshadweep, in the islands of Andaman and Nicobar. So this becomes a very important kind of statistics for us to understand. Having said that, the coast is actually under huge pressure. I think Dr. Kankara sir will be talking about the erosion part of it. But I would just like to highlight that this was actually done until 2021. And we know that for Andhra Pradesh, like sir said this morning, about 23% of the coast is eroding, which is actually in tandem with the results that Kankara sir had actually mentioned. And in addition to that, we are also seeing a lot of sea level rise. So when there is an impact of sea level rise, especially on the Bay of Bengal, which has huge deltas, the implication is that the mangrove areas will move landward. So that is a very serious consequence that we're looking at, especially the high rate of sea level rise in the Diamond Harbour area of West Bengal. We have 3.3 millimeter per year. So that's going to really impact our mangroves in the Bengal area, especially the Sundarbans. We are also seeing a lot of change in terms of the species diversity. The heritable reforms, which is actually called the Sundarban and the Sundari, is actually depleting very highly in the Sundarban area. I'm sure Kamalakan sir can actually, talk to you about that. So we are actually correlating how sea level rise can actually impact the mangrove growth and also how resilient the mangrove species need to become in order to overcome such pressures. There is a global imperative, of course, for ICZM. There are 5 imperatives that I'm going to talk to you about. The first one being high value concentration, which means we have a huge population along the coastline and also the competing pressures and uses. Then we have, as a consequence of the first 2, we have ecosystem degradation. So we are losing our critical natural buffers, and also rising climate risk is also a major factor impacting ecosystem degradation. And finally, the sectorally segmented approach, because everything is acting in silos. So the governance need to be more coherent, it needs to be more holistic. So that's why we're saying that ICZM is a global response to, for integration, ecosystem-based management, and long-term planning, and also stakeholder participation. Nowadays, I think the word stakeholder participation has become very relevant and very important, because it's not because we want to empower them, it's just because we want to understand the traditional knowledge and practices. Having said that, this is India's governance. We have evolved from the 1991 to 2011. We had the regulation of the CRZ 1991 notification, which established a 500-meter regulatory line from the high tide line. And then the approach was more top-down and a very clearance-centric model. So if any coastal project went for clearance, it followed the regulatory protocols. But from 2011 to present, we have a wider change in protocols. For example, it moved from the regulatory pathway to more science-based management, and integrated coastal zone management was being implemented in India for the first time by the ministry. So there were 3 pilots. I will come to that a bit later. So that was implemented very successfully in 3 coastal states, Gujarat, West Bengal, and Odisha. And we were very fortunate, as an NCSM was very fortunate to actually work on the integrated coastal management and marine spatial planning for the coast of West Bengal. So actually, India has mirrored the shift from a static regulation to a more dynamic science-based planning. So whatever we're doing right now is a science-based planning. So this actually provides balance between conservation, climate resilience, and sustainable development. So actually, we are just wondering, can you just go back in this? Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. So what we're wondering now is what next? Because we are in the science-based management already. So what else could make our coast more resilient? That's what we're trying to look at. So if you see that for the first time, what we need to understand is what is the exact coastal resources that is present in India, especially on the coast and also the Andaman Islands and Lakshadweep Islands. So in 2011-12 timeframe, we started mapping the ecologically sensitive areas. I mean, we had everything in silos. I mean, we know, for instance, that mangroves is so much, coral reef is so much, but then it was not coherently mapped. So for the first time, the ministry mandated NCSM, and we were very fortunate to have the high-resolution aerial photographs, which means we had a resolution of 9 centimeter on ground. So that is the kind of resolution which we use to actually map this in the year 2013-14 onwards. The maps were actually taken, the aerial photographs were taken in 2011 and 12, but then the actual data was processed in 13 and 14 timeframe. So this is the statistic. So basically, we have 4 ecosystems. As per the CRZ 2019-2011 notification, ecologically sensitive areas come under CRZ 1A. So in this case, there are 11 ecologically sensitive areas, and of that, in fact, in the 2019 notification, we have also included the eco-sensitive zones. So that makes it 12 right now, as per the 2019 notification is concerned. And there are 4 ecosystems that we mapped very diligently: coral, seagrass, salt marsh, and mangroves, which have unique functions in their own independent ways. There are 2 geomorphological features, basically the mudflats and sand dunes. So the reason why I'm saying mudflats is away from the mangroves is that because each of them have their own function. So one ecosystem cannot be converted to another ecosystem in many ways, and that's what we've been always recommending, that if there is a mudflat which did not have any mangroves in the previous times, please do not convert them into mangrove ecosystems. Then we have also the habitats, which is the turtle nesting habitats, then the horseshoe crab habitats. Very lucky to, there are some horseshoe crabs even in Andhra, north of Andhra coast, and more predominantly in the West Bengal and Orissa coast. No other place in the entire coast of India where they have the horseshoe crab habitats. And also finally, we have the archaeologically important sites. Having said that, so totally about 34,000 square kilometer of India's coastline for just natural mangrove ecosystems and other ecosystems have been mapped. Having said this, the ICCDM project of MOFCC was implemented in 3 coastal states: Gujarat, Odisha, and West Bengal. There were 5 pilot states: the Gulf of Kutch in the state of Gujarat, Gopalpur and Chalika, and Paradip to Dhamra, and then Digha to Shankarpur and entire Sagar Island in West Bengal. This is going to take some time, I'm sorry. Okay, this is the ICCDMP framework, which was developed in the 2014 timeframe, and it followed a very kind of a very loop pathway, because if you had any break in any of these, the loop would follow, and then you have to follow the scale again. Because of the, it's not very discernible right now, I'm not going into the details. So there are like 7 components of the ICCDM plan: land use and land cover, and also water resources. Land cover is a separate topic because we followed the traditional land cover pattern. Then shoreline management, livelihood management, conservation, pollution, tourism, disaster, and there was the first marine spatial plan that was done for the state of West Bengal. In fact, if you see in planning parlance, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, which means it is well designed and integrated planning. There was also synergy that was built up and holistically more effective than individually effective. Having said that, the assessment and MSP for the coast West Bengal was done for the Purva Medinipur district and the Sagar Island. And this is the first time that, we had the Sagar Island completely electrified. So that was a major implementation of this thing. About 2,693 square kilometer was the area that was actually assessed. I will just go into the, this very, yes, sir, it is the same Sagar Island. So we collected a lot of primary data. So just to mention a few, bathymetry, shipping, navigation, coastal defense, shoreline change, ESAs, tourism areas and fishing zones, and also flood risk zones and cyclone path, because we had also the advantage of having the vertical accuracy, the DEM, as part of the project. It was a 0.5 meter accuracy data. So we were able to completely discern the type of low elevation coastal zones, the major rivers and water bodies. So totally about 141 layers of thematic layers were done. And we also proposed whatever is the existing, besides what is the proposed. So if you superimpose one on top of the other, there will be no conflicts at all, and that was the reason why this was suggested. Similarly, for tourism, we selected, we provided what is called as a tourism circuit. So it transburns beyond the actual coastal districts into the larger areas, because if you go to the Digha beach in the evening, people will literally be sitting one on top of the other. That is the kind of crowd that goes to Digha beach. And then so we thought there should be decongestion of the areas, and then we proposed it. There are few circuits that we have presented. One is the nature tourism circuit, the archaeological tourism circuit, village tourism, religious tourism, and especially in the coast of Sagar Island there's religious tourism and also the beach tourism. So this is again for the environment. What else can be done? So this was also, we have focused here on something like sand dune restoration, because that is something that is usually isolated, but the role of sand dune is often undermined, and a lot of conversions are taking place. And also, most importantly, the Hilsa conservation was also mentioned here. This is a very interesting thing that we did as part of shoreline protection. I'm sure Kankara sir is going to talk more about it. But then there is a huge erosion in the area where we call 4. So because of the huge shoreline erosion, we came up with a structure like this, actually a convex-shaped riverine embankment along the Shibpur coast, along in the Sagar Island. It's called as a, it's a revetment. It's actually a revetment because this is a very highly dynamic coastline, and it gets influence from the Hooghly River and also from the huge tidal ingress that is also happening. So we propose the living shorelines as a measure to prevent further erosion of the coast and to safeguard the coastal community, because there's a huge coastal community also living there, and the Goramara Island was almost gone. So we actually proposed we actually proposed the 3-layered structure, which is the river embankment, the structure that you see in white, and then the first layer is a mangrove layer, then it is a Hongamia layer, and also a neem layer. So which ensures that the coast is stable, livelihood survives, and also the conservation is achieved through the extra additional mangrove forest that we're creating. So the zoning of land-based activities was then taken up. I won't go into the details, but we also understood what are the high influence areas to the coastline, which means that we have to identify the entire coastal belt where the coast and the sea meets is highly variable and very highly dynamic. And ICCSM manages the zone of influence where the coast and land interactions are very, very strong. Then we prepared, this is a very simple structure, but it's more complex than we think. Because of last this thing, I'm putting in the smaller one. We did a very detailed conflict compatibility matrix, and this actually recognizes the intersectoral issues to be managed and prioritized along the coastline. So that is actually depicted in on the right panel. It says where are the conflicting areas, where are the compatible areas. Then for the first initiative in MSP and blue economy was established in Sindhudurg in 2016. We called it at that time landscape seascape planning, but then in 2018, completely we did for the coast of Bengal up to Sundarbans, and it is actually a resultant product from 9 sectors represented by 141 thematic maps, and the huge lines that you see is from the Hooghly all the way to the Bay of Bengal. So this is the ICZM and MSP map of the coast of Bengal. Once the ICZM is actually established on land and nearshore, the same integration, it actually should extend up to the territorial waters or the 12 nautical miles. So this is where MSP steps in. So for that purpose, the ICZM, CMSP and Blue Economy Continuum was established, where the ICZM extends from land LTL to the 500-meter landward with many activities that's shown here, and then the coastal marine spatial planning, we call it, from LTL to 12 nautical miles on the seaward side, and the marine spatial planning extension from the 12 nautical miles to the EEZ and beyond. All these three are contributing to the blue economy. So we created a CMSP framework, and NCCR was also and NIOT was also involved in this process. So again, this is a separate framework that we created for the coastal marine spatial planning. Again, I don't want to go into the details because it'll take some time. And this is the book that we came up with, and it's submitted to the ministry, and they have also accepted it, which contains 8 chapters. It was a collective work of NCCR, NCSCM. Actually, we led the entire thing. So NCSCM, NCCR, the other groups were also involved. Yeah. So what are we doing with this ICZM? How do we use it for MISHTI? There are 2 streams that we can think of. One is, of course, there is the scientific foundation, and the second one is the operational plan. So when you see the scientific foundation, it provides for a spatial optimization, which means there are no regret sites can be selected. So when we are wanting to do a restoration, avoiding conflicts with tourism or navigation, it can be very well done through the marine spatial planning and also through ICZM. Ensuring hydrological integrity by, scientific data on salinity and tidal flows. We know how important this is for restoration of mangroves especially, and enables holistic integration. So basically, they're forming as a soft solution against erosion, livelihood enhancement, disaster, tourism, everything included. On the other side, if you see, it mobilizes financial resources, that the 70-30 that has been discussed, and also guarantees the last mile delivery, from moving away from contractor-driven to actually the community-driven enterprises, and then to it also delivers the tangible benefits. So we see that once the science-based planning and the targeted funding is available, we have a community stewardship, we go into sustainable blue economy. Now I'd like to go into, very briefly, into community-level speciation of mangroves. This we've done for the entire country. But then I'm showing you an example of how diverse these species are, mangrove species are. This has been done by my colleague, Dr. Jija Anu. And so this is done for the year 2018-2019. And the maps have been, for each state, we have several maps. And this has been done that way. And as far as the atlas of Indian mangroves of Andhra Pradesh are concerned, I would like to show you here. This is the Krishna Delta. It's just 1/2 of Krishna Delta on the west. And then this is for the mangrove speciation in the eastern part of Krishna Delta. Then we have also for the mangroves of the Godavari Delta, and also this is the Koringa. So you can see here the different types of colors represent either single species or a multiple species or a combination of species that is actually present in the entire coastline. So this we have submitted and it's released by our Honorable Minister. For the entire coast of India, he's released it, but right now we have to give it to the coastal states for their, for their consumption. This is one of the path-breaking works that has been done because it took a long time to do this. For every single state and UT, it has been done. So we also map the degraded mangrove areas of Andhra Pradesh. If the total area is about 400 plus square kilometers, about 10% of the areas are already found to be degraded. So this data can be shared with the state so that, probably they've already started working on it, but then the Krishna Delta shows a huge amount of erosion and degradation of mangroves. So finally, this is my final slide, from regulation to resilience. What is our way forward? We saw the first 2. But the way forward now is the National Coastal Mission, which is we are doing right now, 100
under the chairmanship of our secretary. And this is actually mainstreaming an expansion of the CRZ 2019, where the streamlined procedures are streamlined. There is a lot more relaxation than in the 2011. And then this caters to the development needs and hazard and vulnerability assessments. In fact, under the GCF project, we have done a lot of physical, environmental, and ecological and socio-economic vulnerability assessments. And this National Going Coastal Mission is going to be a pathbreaker. There's going to be a continuous interlinking of ICZM MSP and as a climate adaptation strategy, also mitigation strategy for the entire coastline. It is planned that about 1,000 kilometers of the coastline will be taken up for the ICZM and MSP. So this is the, thank you very much for your very patient listening, and I'm sorry I've delayed the entire process, but we actually want to create very resilient, very nature positive and investment-ready blue economy growth as envisioned by the Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you so much for your time.
So we have come to the last discussion before lunch session. It's now my pleasure to invite Dr. R.S. Kankara Garu, Director National Center for Coastal Research and CCR, to address the session. Dr. Kankara sir will speak on shoreline restoration, focusing on science-based approaches for restoring and stabilizing India's dynamic coastlines.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am standing between you and lunch, so I will be as crisp as that thing. Dr. Purvaja has made my life much simpler. National Center for Sustainable Management is doing, but my organization is the National Center for Coastal Research. So coastal zone management started somewhere in 1999. That time, some of people you may be knowing, ICMAM, Integrated Coastal Marine Area Management Project Directorate. Later, 2019, it was converted in NCCR, National Center for Coastal Research. Learning of 2 decades was there. If we have to do coastal zone management and all those things, our country is developing country, you require a lot of science-based understanding. So regulatory part, Ministry of Environment, Forest do. That time Department of Ocean Development, now Ministry of Earth Science, they work on the science part, and country require developed. Honorable Prime Minister is having Vision 2047, we should have a developed nation, so we should have the proper database. I will be just focusing on the erosion part. Most of part Dr. Purvaja has covered. NCCR works various aspects. So when we started in 2000 preparing the ICMAM plan, ICZM concept, we did for Gulf of Kutch, Chennai and Goa. We found that I was telling data is missing. So we work on the pollution aspects. Second is the resilient coast. Third is the ecoscape and ocean governance. So blue economy also comes. My colleague, he will talking about whatever the effort under MISTI is being done, that mangrove restoration and all those things, how this thing ecosystem, once it is restored, then next level becomes the ecosystem services and all those things. He will be talking that thing. My focus will be there, the second part, resilience, and I will be very specific to coastal erosion. So we look at erosion. I am happy here, all actually senior officers of Forest Department, they are there, but the erosion is being dealt by the various departments in various states. The engineering department, water resources, PWD, they deal with that thing. And erosion is the problem, it happens day-to-day basis. It is just like that our diabetes. We eat more sweet, more misty, our sugar increases. So same thing is erosion. If the cyclone comes, heavy monsoon is there, erosion happens, how best we can deal it. So this is a regular phenomena, already everything is covered. But what is happening, if we look last 3-4 decade data, our climate change impact is happening, monsoon is becoming very severe, certain days, so erosion is rising, flood levels are increasing, and end of the day sea level is rising. So all decisions require science-based solution. You require a very good long-term data. Based on that thing you can diagnose and you can give a solution. So we work in these aspects. You all know, you might have gone all coastal areas, you will find a lot of boulders, sand, very sandbags will be very less, stones will be there. So country was working from last 50 years for coastal protection. Now shift has gone from coastal protection to shoreline management or shoreline restoration. So reactive to proactive mode we are going, and this is the apt time that Ministry has been taking up the mangrove restoration program. This also talks about the proactive approach. So presently the engineers, which they are doing the proactive approach in shoreline management, which beaches we have lost from last couple of, suppose 2-3 decades, we are regaining because of the sand management and reducing the wave energy in the seaside. But land side, this mangrove efforts also become. So 1 + 1 becomes 11. And so this is the beyond protection toward the restoration. And Ministry is actually outcome strongly aligned with that thing. So this is the high time that both ways we have to look. If you look the coastal erosion data, just I have listed, I will not go there because of paucity of the time. Roughly 1/3 of India coast is eroding. And what we do, this is simple table, how the India map looks like this thing. Some numbers are there, but once in every 2 years or 3 years we map it. So what is happening? We know certain areas now it is accreting, but after 3 years it will be eroding. So you require long-term monitoring. After that, we understand the diagnosis of things, how the hydrodynamics is behaving, how sediment transport is behaving. Then based on that thing, well informed decision we can take it. Once this donation can happen, then appropriately we can put the funding for that to managing the coast. Going back to little bit Andhra Pradesh, so this type information comes. So the information will be like each district level, block level, every 3 years or 5 years how the coastline is behaving. So it gives a long-term vision, basically, whether we have to put our finger there to protect that coast, restore that coast, or not. After some time it is happening. What happens? Sometimes this seasonal phenomena happens. It comes there. So this lot of efforts goes this type. So we map the entire Indian coast, and we are finding lot of almost around 31% of the Andhra Pradesh coast. This is the latest data till 2022. It is actually facing severe erosion. Out of that, around 4 to 5% is having the severe erosion. Coming back to that, I thought I picked some slides where the mangroves are there. This is the mangrove forest, Krishna Belt Delta. If you see last 30 years, almost some places 150 to 200 meters shoreline has shifted towards the landward. That means mangroves were there, natural process is happening, erosion is happening, lot of wave energy is there, they are not sustaining that one, the erosion is happening. So that thought just I wanted to give this one thing, wherever mangroves are there also erosion is being felt. This is another example of Kakinada. Kakinada sand spit is there, last 50-60 years data we see lot of erosion is happening in this sand spit. And in this mangrove area, and particularly the right panel if you see, so it is 35 plus 20, last 60 years data. You can see almost some places a kilometer shoreline has come inside. So what has happened, where the habitation is there, lot of hue and cry happens. Otherwise, it is people are not aware, so lot of land we are losing. But mangrove provides resistance there. If mangrove would have been not there, this might be a little more aggravated. So this type of information comes from this data. So what shall we do that we all entire what is happening, we should know what are the diagnostic causes, hydrodynamics, how it is happening, understand that thing, then appropriate interventions. Sometimes grey solutions are required, that's what wave energy is more. Mangrove cannot sustain. You have to protect the coast. The priority has to be done. So all sort of the jugglery we do, based on that thing, there are different type solutions are there. Nature-based solution, hybrid, and once they both are not working, then last resort comes the structural solutions where it is needed. So particularly then, what happens if you make a little more regional way the shoreline management plan, it becomes the multidisciplinary, where geomorphologists required, eco-sensitive areas, where this actually Ministry outcome has become directly fit there. Then socio-economic aspects was important. Then how the shoreline is changing, how the structure is behaving, hydrodynamics, all things put together. And you see that actually pros and cons, and just develop a solution. So these type of solutions we develop. We work in the actually Pan-India state level. So far we have developed the shoreline management plan for Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, and Andhra Pradesh. So this is coastal erosion is a very important societal subjects. So top leadership always, they are having that intervention in their thing, because people's livelihood plus their property has to be protected. So we have developed the shoreline management plan for Kerala. It was started 2019, and Andhra Pradesh last year it is submitted to Andhra Pradesh government. In this thing, we analyze the entire 1,053 kilometer long coastline. What are the pros, cons, what type solution can we put? Putting together, then all those things just be put. This is the example from Kerala. High energy coast is there. This soft solution doesn't work there. So you require a seawall there, only stones are required. If you see 2019, it was totally flooding those areas. A lot of people stay there. Now the intervention was put in 2022, and the coast is safe. Another thing comes little mixed thing. We are not only the hard structure, you should have the soft solutions. Soft solution doesn't mean this bioshield only, but like sand nourishment and how the sand you can manage it. This is the example which has been done for Pondicherry. Pondicherry, if you would have gone there, where the Pondicherry, the Secretariat is there, just opposite to Secretariat. 2018-19, the beach used to look like that. There was no beach. But once this intervention has happened, now 100-150 meter beach is there. So this is the example of that, how the mixed solution can put. But these are all science-driven management solution. Next to come, yeah. Sorry. Go back to that Kakinada. Back. One more. Back. Yeah. This is the Kakinada coast. Southern side, lot of mangroves are there. Northern side, habitation is there. Right parallel, you can see that thing. We could see that coastline is eroding around 5 meters per year. Next 30 years, it will go 150 meters. And right parallel, you can see how much people are staying there, fishing community and all those things are there. So they require the hard solution. We go, we discuss the people, we assess the socio-economic aspects, we understand the hydrodynamics. Based on that thing, just we provide the solution. So what type of integrated solution just we have proposed in this shoreline management plan? It is a hybrid solution. Considering the wave energy and all those things, some places growing field is needed, some places seawall is needed, some places the bioshield is needed where the Hope Island is there. And some places offshore that actually sand artificial reef we can put and sandbed we can put it. So this is a mixed type of the approach. So this proposal just has been put it, all DPR has been put, and the state government is considering. This is the right time, like they can see the funding from Ministry of Environment, Forest and other thing. So this becomes very, very useful, well-informed decision. This is the example of the Visakhapatnam coast that you can see the right panel in 2015, how the cyclone comes or monsoon is there, people are there at risk. So similar approach has been put it there. There were 33 sites, 30 sites were there. These were identified which are having various degree of erosion. Then what type solution can we put? And we have find that 26 sites where the low risk is there, they are all along that thing where green points has been put and where dotted are there. This bioshield can be put it. So nature-based solution becomes always useful. So these type of solutions we give to state government and they can use all those things from the central funding or state funding to manage the coast. What the message ultimately is, I want to give this thing, nature-based solutions are there, but mangrove doesn't solve the full problem. Definitely, wave attenuation it does, sediment trapping it does, carbon sequestration it does. Our next presentation will be telling what positive aspects, biodiversity, all fine. But reality, it is at first level of the defense is there, but it is not universal defense is there. Its success depends on this morning we are discussing the local areas, how we are going to put, what is there, what type of environment is there. It can thrive there only. Otherwise, if you see the India map, Sundarban it is there, Sundarban is different, Gulf of Kutch also it is there, but it is Jamnagar and Saraya areas only, not everywhere. So it depends on the water, the soil characteristics is there, all those things. So what should we consider only when we talk about the coastal defense or erosion. So erosion should be the main decision indicator that comes from the shoreline changes and all those things. Then we can look this back the mangrove, how we can stabilize it, the erosion sites are there and all those things. These type data is available for the last 3 decades. Then when we are looking for this actually next phase, we can look all those things. That how the rapid erosion is there, how can we reduce that? And some type of research also can be done that we can understand those things. We do like BioShield. The atlas has been prepared from Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Like it talks about that map, where are the degraded mangroves are there, which can be planted. Remote sensing and GIS technique, people can use it, and these types of tools are quite actually plenty available, people are using. And this is the last slide. What is needed is exactly right time actually where regulatory authority and the development both should go all together. Then NCR is having a lot of shoreline data and all those things. We do a lot of research in these things. So SMP should have the mandate with the shoreline response, mangrove survival, and whatever this data is coming. All those things it can be linked together. So wherever the possibility is there, BioShield can be used, mangrove can be first priority can be given. So well-informed decision can be taken up. And grey to green when we are going for coastal protection, and this misty outcome in second phase when we are looking. Then more synergy can be developed with researchers, implementers, and various state departments also. Then only actually win-win institution will be there, and our coast can be resilient. Because coast is having actually multi-phase problems, multi-phase approach, multi-institutions are working, multi-institutions, central ministries also they are funding. So if I think this is the right time under this ministry program also something can be clubbed, it will be good. So just I will stop my thing, I don't want to prolong your lunch. I will be happy if any questions will be there. Thank you.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the technical session is also ended before lunch session, and we now break for lunch. I guess if we can have our lunch in 40 minutes, we can come back in by 2:30 if I'm not wrong. We'll be meeting back by 2:30 sharp. Thank you so much for your patience. Have some food. Thank you. Dr. Panda will present on ecosystem services and accounting for the Koringa mangrove ecosystem, highlighting the economic and ecological valuation of mangroves with a special focus on Koringa. So we warmly welcome you and request you to kindly begin your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. I think this is the post-lunch. I hope people will attentive and listen to me. So I will be presenting. So I will be presenting on the ecosystem services and accounting for Koringa mangrove ecosystems. So this is part of ocean governance that I can say that we are working for the entire Indian coast, but as it is concentrating to Andhra Pradesh, so I will concentrate on few work that we have done for Koringa mangrove ecosystems that I'll speak on. So I will try to cover on the ecosystem services, because services itself, there is a difference of natural services and man-made services. So how ecosystems are providing services, then what kind of modeling effort can obtaining more data, more information for these services. Then we have developed some coastal ecosystem service index such that a layman can understand that what is the service and how it is performing for any particular ecosystems. And I will also provide a template, a calculator such that anybody can, with minimum data, we can calculate the services for any ecosystem. Then I will also plead for a carbon crediting protocol that will be optimized for Indian systems. So this is, so if we see the international, worldwide, the status of ecosystems compared to any other terrestrial ecosystem, coastal and marine ecosystems are mostly vulnerable. If you see the color, red colors, whether it is very high impact is there or the trend is very higher, that we can see. So if you see the coastal and marine ecosystems are mostly vulnerable. We have outlined like Koringa, Pulicat, Gulf of Mannar. If you see, all are either in red color or orange color. The impacts are very high. And the trend is also, it is increasing trend or very increasing trend. So these are the areas which are more sensitive to both climate change as well as human interference, human pressure. That's what it need to be studied. And accordingly, so when we study, then what are the benefits that we are getting? That is nothing but the benefits that we are getting, the ecosystem services. So this ecosystem service, there is no comprehensive information is there, no reporting is there. Way back, that is Green National Accounts in India, way back in 2013. That has comprehensive, and it told that India has almost 1.9 trillion Indian rupees, that is almost 2.4% of the Indian NDP, net domestic product. So those kind of information, otherwise there is no comprehensive. So our intention is to make a comprehensive ecosystem service valuation for entire Indian coast. Next to that, these services, when we are talking, one of these services can be categorized on provisional services, that is product-based, regulatory services, which is regulating the system or regulated by the system, and cultural services, that is either recreational or aesthetic aspect of that. So if you see, these regulatory services plays a major role when we talk about the NDC. So in NDC also, we have committed certain level of carbon sink should be there, and we have to reduce it. And one of the area is coastal regions, which can contribute immensely to this NDC. That's what this all gives us an impedance that we should focus on this valuation of this ecosystem services, and we can do the necessary actions for its restoration. MIST is one of the project which really contributes towards this motto. So if you see valuations, this is again way back 2013 value, 2012 and 13 value. If you see the right hand side, that bar graph, there are a lot of services like carbon sequestration by mangroves, coastal protection, all values are better. But when we are talking of the carbon sequestration, it is showing very less value. Means it is not less, but it is not properly quantified. So these kind of information required. And if you see the valuation also, there is a huge potential where we are getting lot of economic value from these ecosystem services. Now coming to Koringa Mangrove, it is a coastal ecosystem. It is very complex network of waterways, mudflats, islands, mangroves, bay, industrial developments. And I think it's just an information, I'm not going detail. So we have done last 3 years, we have collected some information, data, so how to quantify these ecosystem services. We have taken some prioritized ecosystem services like provisional biodiversity, biomass fisheries, both aquaculture and also habitat provisioning, modification, regulatory services, carbon sequestration and cultural services, all this. It is really needs huge lot of data and it's huge both temporal and spatial, a big set of data is required. However, whatever the best possible data we collected and try to see what is the status of ecosystem services. So for this there is a proper methodology is there. We have to collect, we have to make a proper matrix of all the services, their status, then we have to score it. Which services is prioritized for which kind of ecosystem. For mangrove ecosystem, the services related to mangroves are more prioritized. Accordingly, the scoring and quotient value we have to make. Then we have to link all biophysical parameters where the scientific knowledge is required. We have to get the indicators, we have to get the drivers, we have to get the biophysical processes, all process interactions we have to make. Then we will assess what is the service status. So keeping this in mind and following all these procedures, we have taken these services. For Koringa, we have taken provisional fishery and aquaculture, regulatory services, water filtration, decomposition, chemical compositions, all this, and ecotourism. This we have taken, and this shows the right-hand side, the MESA, that is Marine Ecosystem Service Assessment Tool. It shows that what is the status. The red colors are more risk and green colors are better, and blue colors are normal. We have taken here almost 54 indicators to calculate these services for this Koringa mangrove ecosystem. So if we see one by one, I may not discuss all this, but certain important services, for example, to understand the regulatory services by the carbon services, then we have to calculate all the information related to carbon. The above ground biomass, below ground biomass, carbon stock in sediment, then what is the carbon biomass that we are getting from the litter fall, and what is the sedimentation rate, what is the exchange from the sediment atmosphere interface exchange is there. So a lot of experiment we have to do. These are allometric method that we can calculate the biomasses above ground or above ground. But when we go for the soil carbon, we have to go for some isotope analysis. Like we have done almost 2 meter core we have taken, and isotope analysis we have done. So this gives a detailed information of the carbon stocks and carbon sequestrations. So that finally when we compute with the social cost of carbon and whatever the analytical methods we can see the carbon service itself will contribute for Koringa itself, it is almost 1245 crore per year. So this kind of computations involves to get the service assessment for carbon. Then with respect to that, once we get this information, we can compare with the global, national or global status, what is the status of our ecosystems. We found that for Koringa, total carbon stocks is almost 175 megaton, whereas the carbon sequestration that is around 35 milligram per meter square or whatever point values. And that is carbon equivalent value. So if we see, this is what the left hand green color slide shows, graph, but right hand, if we compare with the world other ecosystems like a global average to Australian, then USA and Sundarban itself, we found that Koringa has better carbon stock. One of the reason is the density and the health of the mangroves that is better in Koringa. So this kind of a service assessment can be made, and it gives much information about the ecosystem. Then once we know this also, then we have to make a trend analysis. Now it is presently the carbon stock is this much with the present condition, present environmental condition, what is it going to be? Using like INVEST model, we can, this is a numerical tool, we can see how the projection is there. Without any management interventions or any engineering intervention, if we see, then, for example, now it is, that is 2022 value, 175 megatons per hectare is there, whereas it can be 1075 megatons per hectare by 2100. This is not going to be reality, because in between there will be lot of management, means reforestation will be there, erosion will be there, both plus and minus will be there. So that has to be accounted, but without anything it is coming to this. So in addition to that, with this tool also we can find where the areas are potential for reforestation or replantations. One of the area that in Hope Island we found, and 3 months back we visited also, there is reforestation work is going on. Similarly, these mangrove ecosystems also play a major role in terms of greenhouse gases. So we measure nitrous oxide, methane, carbon dioxide. These we have measured manually. We are proposing to install a eddy coherence tower such that there will be time series data available here. So we collected this, and we found that even though by area it is a smaller area, it contributes huge to the carbon budget of the country. Almost, for example, for methane itself, it contributes 0.2%, but overall carbon dioxide, it plays a major role of 9.9%. It's a small area, but only this is not for the entire Indian, it is with respect to coastal ecosystems of India, it contributes. Similarly, as morning it has a lot discussed, and my two preceding presentations were talking about the coastal protections. So we have visited here, Dr. Baraswamy was there, he range officer, he took to this place, that yellow color place where erosions are there. And we found that because of the sedimentations, those roots are not getting water, and you can see what kind of degradations are there. So this has over period of time, when we analyzed from 98 to 2025, we found that there is a loss of almost 7.4 square kilometer is there, which account almost 460 crores when we are competing with the social cost of carbon. So if we have 3 points, one is scientific informations, one is ground reality, and we can calculate what is the economic value. So if we complete this sphere, then we will come out with what better solution we can go for. Similarly, it is another provisional services. Because of the mangroves, rich nutrients are available, and in mangrove creeks you can see the primary producers or secondary producers, tertiary producers are much higher in the mangrove regions compared to bay and coastal regions. But when we talk about the abundance, it is more in the mangrove regions, whereas diversity is more into the coastal and offshore region. And if we same time calculate the economic valuation, almost from coastal to mangrove region, it is almost 3 times. Almost 260 crores, whereas in coastal it is 80 values. So these economic valuations will impede us that where more restoration activities should be carried out, what kind of nature-based solutions we should do, such that better productivity, better economic valuation we can come out. This is much detail of that, because once we get those kind of information, we have to go for ocean accounting. So there we have to find out what are the assets are there, what are the regulatory and provisional services are there, what is the benefits there. This can be framed into SIA framework, that is System of Environmental and Economic Accounting. We can fit it in this information such that we will get a proper accounting for Coringa. I will be happy to inform that we have developed the ocean accounting framework for the entire country, but only that is a framework. But when we are going for a detailed study of ocean accounting, Coringa is the first pilot site where we are preparing the ocean accounting for Coringa ecosystem. So this is another conditional account or provisional services, the molluscan. It is one of the important part in the food web chain. But if you see the changes in last 50 years, there is a 6-fold decrease. Almost it has decreased from 6,000 odd tons to 1,000 tons in this. So this could be due to human interference, pollutions, climate change, or over-exploitation, whatever. So, but unless otherwise these areas are properly addressed, the food web is going to disturb, and entire services will be disturbed for that. Like this, we do lot of experiments to get all the details. Here we have calculated with loss in the biomass from 6,000 to 1,000, how much we are losing the carbon sequestration by this particular species. So this is another services, that is water purification. That, as we know, that every day some discharge is coming to the sea, to bay, and because of its assimilative capacity or carrying capacity, either it is absorbed or it is dissolved. So lot of heavy metals, lot of pollutants are comes and it is dissolved. But there is a limit, there is a threshold value. Once it goes beyond that, it will completely destroy the ecosystem. So keeping that in mind, we have also calculated how much minimum or how much maximum pollutant the carrying capacity of the system. That is we have calculated, and we have calculated in terms of nitrogen, in terms of phosphate, how much carrying capacity can be accumulated or assimilated by the system. So these are the best services. Water purification is one of the best services that a system provides us. We should not ignore this thing, otherwise entire system will collapse after some time. So these are the basic informations. You can see from bay to coast how all the parameters changes. From here itself, even though this is a very general knowledge, but this shows the richness of the mangrove systems that provides us. So we have to protect at any cost, and we have to restore it as and when required. Now another services is about the cultural services, because if we see among all the services, cultural services is one of the major component. It contributes almost 45% of the total services. So whatever the data that we got from the visitors and tourism, we found that in last few years, the income itself is 6.2 crores. And when we calculate the service index also, we found that there is a huge potential that we can enhance this service. Another 2 minutes. So all these things we have accumulated in a summarized form, that these are the ecosystem services, provisional services, and this, I think I'm halfway. Anyway, I will complete. So then we have made a calculator for these services, because everybody may not do all services. So with a simple calculator, with having simple information like what is total ecosystem area, what is the coverage of mangroves, we can calculate the blue carbon details, we can calculate the coastal protection services, fisheries, water purification, cultural services. Finally, for any administrator directly, he can see what is the services, total economic value, how much we are getting. So these kind of informations can be made. So these are the services. This is we have calculated from the ground to data, and it is not sufficient. So how we have to do? We have gone for the modeling, because basically I'm a numerical modeler. So we have analyzed the hydrodynamics, advection dispersion, water quality, then biological component. The main thing that we have done for Coringa is we have included the process interaction of the mangroves with both atmosphere, water, and sediment. All these three spheres, what are the complex these things we have modeled. And you can see we have, first time we have included the mangrove, root, biomass, carbon, and all the factors related to mangroves that we have. You can see that here it is almost 5 to 10 meter resolutions, where we are capturing the creeks, and from there how water is inundated and how it is providing the water to the roots of the mangroves. So this kind of hydrodynamics, then validation is there. All validation I will skip. All information like mangrove biomass carbon, mangrove root carbon, particular organic carbon, all this information, both spatial scale and temporal scale, we are getting. So these are important information required for the computation of all this kind of mangrove ecosystem. Then comes this, we have to summarize. For everybody, we cannot collect this data. Then we are coming out with a formula of calculating index, where one value will give us the entire ecosystem services. For this, we calculated it comes around 0.57, that is the normalized value, where it tells that fish yield, it is a moderate, it supports fisheries and aquaculture, whereas in which value refer to what kind of recommendation we can draw from each things. Then one more point, maybe last 2 slides. This is where I plead here that there are a lot of carbon crediting protocols are there. So we have compared almost all the carbon crediting protocols now, where either it is VERA or gold standard, all standards. We have calculated in terms of cost, financial parameters, implementation parameters, technical requirements, validation and verifications, market performance, community social aspects. Then we have scored it, we have identified. Then we are suggesting a blue carbon crediting protocol for India, a optimized protocol. So I invite whoever interested, if they can join hand, we can come out for a better protocol. Then it is a proposal that we are going to install a Medflux tower here with the permission of Forest Department, such that more data, more information we can get and we can do better assessment of ecosystem services and accounting for Koringa. That's all. Thank you. Any questions?
In Koringa, and almost in all the mangrove forests where restoration has taken place. So can you tell us that this is the carbon sequestration and this is the blue carbon potential we have from the natural forest, and this is the amount we can get when we restore forests, because this is what we do in biofinance also, and also we have to look at the input-output ratio. So what is the amount we are investing in restoring 1 hectare of land? And after 5 years, what is the amount of output we get in terms of, rupees? So can we do that? So that will be very essential for MISTI also, because we are investing a lot of money now. And we are also going to invest, and this is going to be a recurring expense. So how do we calculate this? This is essential for convincing the budgetary positions for national and state level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is very important, and we have done it.
Good.
In Koringa, we have done it. When it means the experiment we did it in natural forest, also in the means plant forest that we have done it. So we calculated what is the differences. We found that in natural forest, the carbon sequestration is much more because they are random and it is much higher. Not much higher, relatively higher than the
because of the species diversity.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think it also depends on the maturity of the restored sites, because you cannot compare natural ecosystem to a restored ecosystem directly. So you need to understand the number of years that has gone through, at least and that's all. At least 7-8 years is required, I would say, and then we can make at least some comparisons. But other than that, it will be very difficult. You can't make a direct comparison. Yeah, okay.
That is year-to-year variation there. But whatever we have done for Koringa, we have a very good segregation of both the forests. Yes.
Excuse me. So I have a basic doubt. You went for this core extraction of that core, and you are quantifying the carbon sequestration level or carbon storage level?
Sequestration rate.
Rate of sequestration.
Yes.
Okay.
Because from there we are analyzing the isotopes of cesium and lead, which has a half-life of 30 years. So
that is different. Yeah. You're talking the technical things. I'm just having a basic type. Whether we are quantifying for accounting and auditing, are there any organizations validate to do validation, carbon neutrality? Ultimately, you are trying to do carbon neutral. So carbon neutral will lead to your balancing of your ecosystem. So how much you are sequestration, how much you are habitat stores that for how long, then how much it is released. So it depends on that only you will be doing either biological carbon sequestration or non-biological carbon sequestration. Whatever we are doing is biological carbon sequestration, which is time taking and large expenditure you need to do. Supposing we go for non-biological carbon sequestration like geological carbon sequestration, which is done by Japan or Canada, they are going very much advanced and need not bother about space and all, because they have as constraints of space, so they can't go for biological, so they are going for non-biological. So in such case, they are concentrating more on storage than the sequestration, because at source they sequester everything, so need not bother about other things. And whatever you are just saying that this particular ecosystem, that mangrove ecosystem, they are highly productive, but as I understood, they are very less in sequestration than the storage. Storage they do more, because the decomposition rate is less, but the disintegration is more than the decomposition rate. When the decomposition rate is more, then either it is evaporated or utilized.
Yes.
So that way it will be done. So I wanted to know whether you have taken, because we have done Andhra Pradesh Forest Department people some 2018-19. The field officers, they quantified their own carbon sequestration or carbon storage or carbon level in their own, in a simplified way. The government of India, they have just made a protocol for them and they have done it. Some of the officers sitting here, they also know, they may be part of that one. So if it is clarified, that will be better.
It is better carbon storage only.
I'm not getting.
This computation will, I can discuss. It is more on the carbon storage that we are doing.
A small notice. So we are running a bit late. A bit chala late lo unnam manam. It's 3:15 now. We have time only till 4:55. At 4:55 am, today's Chief Guest and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh and Concerned Minister for Environment and Forest, Konidala Pavan Kalyan Garu, will arrive at this premises. No sooner than Sir starts at that alighting point, we can't proceed with this panel discussions. So all the speakers are kindly requested to adhere with their timings. Right, thank you so much. If you have any queries or any doubts, you can have a brainstorming during the tea break. Right. May I now invite Sri Meera Sais, founder and managing trustee, Mangrove Foundation of India, Tamil Nadu, to kindly take the dais. Sri Meera Sir will be speaking on the community-led mangrove restoration and agroforestry for climate reliance and sustainable livelihoods in India, along with insights into carbon credit frameworks, sequestration and their benefits for coastal communities. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I would like to share something what we have been doing with communities in Pulicat, Tamil Nadu, some part in Andhra Pradesh. I am Meera Shah from founder and managing trustee of Mangrove Foundation of India, based in Pulicat. I would like to share some recognized by the Government of India and Tamil Nadu, and as well as a member of Coastal Zone Management Authority. And this is about Mangrove Foundation of India. We have been working with the community, different categories of communities in the Pulicat Lake and some part in Andhra Pradesh for agroforestry and Karnataka also. So almost I have been 24 plus experience in community-based restoration model, which we are implementing in South India. And this is some photos, what we are doing. Okay, sorry. Second one. Yes, enough. Next. This is craft fattening, which we are doing in the Pulicat Lake area. It's the integrated model with mangrove restoration. Next. And this is our advisory board members, different category experience of people who are working with MFI. Next. And this is our strategic goals, our mission and our vision also. So educate, restore, sustain. 1 crore, 1 state, a community-based mangrove and agroforestry initiative in Pan-India. Next. This is our other activities. Not only we have been doing in mangroves, including the child development and lake restoration, agroforestry and awareness, wetland conservation, and other activities. Next. This is, all of you know, the Pulicat Lake is the second largest brackish water lake in India. This is very unique lake compared to the other lake in the world. Next. This is our, coming to the mangrove restoration. So last 20 years, almost more than 5 lakhs plantation we have been done in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu with supported by my parent organization is called CRINIO, Center for Research and International Economic Order based in Chennai, and one more mother organization, India, South Central India, Network for Development Alternatives based in Yelagiri Hills. And different locations, almost 11 sites we have been working with different species and including the community development activities. Next. This is community-based activities. This is a very interesting story. I have an idea in 2007, I discussed with my management, so we are planning to do mangrove restorations, but that time my management told me, we don't have the fund, how can you do the mangrove restorations? So we have good rapport with 450 self-help group in our area. So I elected 10 families and collected the seed and nursery in their home, then planted by the family. This is the first photo without single pay money investment. We started through the community, we documented, we submitted our donor, then we get pilot project from 2008. So after that, last year, 25, we planted 1.53 lakhs of plantations. So because of effort from the community-based restoration initiative. Next. This is some, and also not only, so I supported more than 2,200 research studies in abroad and national-wise students and some other partners with many universities, particularly in the major universities, Satyabama, research and institutions and other, Abdul Hakim College, SRM, Anna University, different universities, and almost more than 50 NGOs in abroad and the nationalized, we have been collaborating with the different project activities. Next. This is a comparative. So it's a before and after. You can see the after the 11 years, you can see the different activities where we are doing the Pakka genuine work, we can get the good result. This is the example for our restoration part. And next. This is the benefit, ecological benefit of the local community. You can see the thousands of birds, mud crabs and other birds and tiger prawn and different type of fish which are getting the local community. As per my survey, more than 2,000 families, they have been directly earning the income through the hand picking, small net fishing. Okay, compared to the non-mangroves area, so they have been getting the throughout the year. This is one of the major impact of mangrove restoration part in Pulicat area. Next. And this is some involvement of the communities in the different canal making and restoration and production, everything. Next. And this is another model. This is called the Senganir Medu, almost 20 kilometers away from Pulicat. So that community people, so every year they are putting some fencing, the natural based fencing during the monsoon time. You are depending on the majorly northeast monsoon, October to December. So within the 3 months, they put the fencing and they are growing within the mangrove boundary area, fish, prawns, shrimp. So every year they have been getting the 2 lakhs rupees for the common for the village development activities. Next. And under integrated models, the craft fattening, craft rearing, and seabass culture, which is doing by our mother parent organization as well as in the Mangrove Foundation of India activities. Next. And this is a compared Google Earth. Before the prosophies, we removed and dig the canals. You can see after the 2 years difference from here to there. Next. And this is also comparatives last 3 years achievement where what we did it in this area. Next. This is some Google map and the live areas canals. We used not only fishbone models, we introduced CBEMR model, community-based ecological restoration model, which is based in Thailand. I learned and introduced in Phuket. It is very good. What is the benefit? Advanced, more benefit, and also the modified fishbone models also we introduced in the Phuket Lake area. Next. This is some activities. Next. Some involvement of the school students and other studies in the school, other volunteers also. Next. Next. Yeah, other size. Next. This is comparative. Before, when we started the women group, after the result of the growth. But after 23, we cannot take the photos because the full area covered by the mangroves. Next. This is another site. Next. And also the improving agroforestry, the carbon credit project, already 2 projects we registered in Chittoor for mango. So compared to the agroforestry, next to the mangroves, mango is the highest carbon sequestration plants. So per hectare, minimum 14 tons of carbon sequestration is happening through the mango plantation. So we cover 3,000 hectares of land in Karnataka and Chittoor. Now we are planning to 10,000 hectares in the future. And this is the biodiversity studies with was associated with the different universities and institutions. We find out this type of amazing animals during our mangrove restoration area. Next. This is some academic collaboration activities, and we involved motivating the students for the mangrove restoration. Next. This is the mangrove conservation with NCCR in Kovalam. Kovalam, we supplied saplings and sent the volunteers also. Next. This is some international collaboration through my parent organization with Ajanta Didi also. She's one of my well-wisher. Next. This is some studies. This is some studies work where we planted the mangroves. So what are the impact it is happening in the restoration area? Next. And the new rich biodiversity returns after the plantation we identify in our restoration area. Next. This is also new lives we finding in the mangrove restoration area. Next. This is different birds. Next. And animals, different animals. Next. And volunteers, we are inviting the more volunteers from different part of India and particularly in the Chennai-based schools, colleges, motivating to the young generation for the restoration part. Next. This is some flora, fauna, zooplankton, phytoplankton we find out in our restoration area. Next. This is one of the key tools we introduced, wetland tour, for inviting to the different type of people, journalists, researchers, school students. Our main purpose is motivating the young generation to protect our ecosystem and transfer the knowledge to the next generation to save our planet. Next. This is an exposure program, invite different colleges. Next. And also the continued awareness education. We are covering almost 50 schools in and around the Phuket area. So more than 2,000 students we covered in the last 7 years. Next. Schools activities and life skill education. Next. This is other activities. Regeneration through the biodiversity restoration. Next. This is relief. Next. This is a conclusion. So Mangrove Foundation of India believes that when communities lead nature through the mangrove restoration, agroforestry and education, we are strengthening ecosystem securing livelihoods, and inspiring the next generation to protect our planet by combining local knowledge, scientific products, and collective action. We are building climate resilient community and ensuring a sustainable future for the generation to come. Next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirasa Garu. Right now, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. T. Ramanathan, Director Center for Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamalai University. All right. Now I request Ms. Ajanta Day. Yeah, I guess. The Joint Secretary and Program Director, Nature, Environment and Wildlife Society, to take the floor. She will be speaking on the community-driven ecological mangrove restoration, challenges and success stories from the Sundarban region. Welcome, madam.
At the onset, I would express my sincerest gratitude to the Andhra Pradesh State Forest Department and the organizers, CAMPA, NAEB, Ministry, and also my sincere regards to the various representatives from the Forest Department, including my state, and my senior mentors, guides from the scientific and academia, civil society organizations, and all who have come to work passionately for mangrove conservation. So, as I'm working for more than, I think, 25 years in Sundarban, and we have the vision of valuing and care for nature so that we thrive across the generations. Now we know Sundarban, I'm not going to get into it, we have a lot of accolades: Tiger Reserve, National Park, UNESCO World Heritage Site, Ramsar Site, Biosphere Reserve, and I extend a warm welcome to all of you to come anytime to Sundarban, the largest in the world, that comprises 9630 square kilometer, but the protected area is 4280 square kilometer. And now we are very rich in biodiversities, 84 species of mangroves, the only mangrove tiger habitat in the world. Out of the 11 kingfishers that we have in India, we have in Sundarban 9 of them. So you can understand that it is teeming with fish and all that. So coming to the mangrove conservation, there are so many aspects to it, so that I will concentrate on very few areas. So what happened in Ayla in 2009 was a super cyclone, and it completely changed our perspectives of working in Sundarban, and we devoted our time in developing models that can work in the mangrove conservation, because ideally it is where the mangrove should go naturally. But why is it not growing? So we first have to identify the barriers. What is preventing the mangroves to grow there naturally, and what happened? I would not go into that. I will just show you some things. That 5,175 hectares of mangroves we restored. Between 2009 to 2014, we restored more than 4,500 hectares of mangroves. And till afterwards, in bits and pieces, because really the new area, getting new areas in mangroves, which are ideally feasibly, that can be taken up from mangrove restoration, is limited. And we need to understand that, and all these activities were managed by women. It was by default, because after 2009, all men migrated outside. It was a saline curse. There for 3 years, we lost our fruit, watermelon from there, because till now we are not able to grow the watermelon there. The saline curse is so heavy. So it was by default that the women came to us and said that yes, we want to grow the BioShield, and we have these women brigades that grew into green brigades. That's another story. We can take it outside. So it's 154 villages, 87 sites in 14 blocks, and this mangrove stewardship developed over the years. And you can see that the yellow line is the embankment, and in the front you have these areas which is ideal for the mangroves. They have planted this. Now last slide, you will see how it has grown and they're monitoring it. And when you see this slide, you can realize that it is really the bioshield that protects the entire village on the right, that what really Mishti is also talking about. So what we wanted to have is the ecosystem management. We felt that what we need to focus on. So it should be ecosystem management where science, including the traditional ecological knowledge, community governance, because who is going to protect it over the years, and policy interfaces, which are very, very important. And what is the strategy that we took beyond mangrove plantation into restoration and coastal resilience is first integration of scientific principles, renaturation, typically assisting the natural regeneration. It's not that we have to go for always a 3,000, 6,000 hectare saplings or seedlings per hectare. But we have to understand that what is that number, critical number, which can assist the natural regeneration, because every investment is important that we make into the nature. So natural regeneration, afforestation, reforestation, restoration, first, as I said, the risk mapping, what are the barriers, and ecosystem-based scientific approach that we all were talking about, not to go into much. Integration of traditional and ecological knowledge is also very important. We learned through a lesson. Community governance, as I said, involvement of the community, building ownerships, ensure sustainable use of the resources. And here I come into again when we talk about tourism. We should talk about the carrying capacity, sir, where we need to integrate the capacity building on the ecotourism projects or whatever we are doing into what is the carrying capacity. IUCN, because as a Homo sapiens species, we tend to always mingle and destroy things that we have built over the years. So this carrying capacity is also very important, and IUCN guidelines are there, and we can have that integrated into the models so that we again don't come up with new problems in the coming years. And incorporation of policies, because this is, as we all understood, it's becoming very, very multidisciplinary when we talk about integrated landscape approach. And what is happening is that, suppose we talk about Sundarban. We were talking about the Sundar hereditary forms. Madam was talking that we are not getting it because of the fresh water flow. The critical minimal inflow of the fresh water that is required for certain species to thrive, like Nipa, hereditary, we are not getting, because there is the Farakka barrage, where we are destined with 40,000 cubic of water, but we actually get 25 to 27,000. So we are destined with that critical minimal inflow of fresh water. Also, when 5 million people are living in this South Chব্বিশ Pargana, that delta region, you can just understand the pressure of the population. And when this urbanization happened, unplanned ways of development happened, we tend to close those rivers which connected these entire innumerable tidal creeks. So what happened was that Matla River, you know, Matla is because of Matal, that's a drunken river, is now a total tidal river. So all these things, Bidadri River has died, has lost. So in this context, it is necessary that we also develop the linkages with the freshwater systems. And we are very happy that the government of West Bengal, along with all the departments, irrigation and waterways department, forest department, has come up with upper delta development plan and also lower delta development plan, so that these linkings can happen. And last year, Nodi Bandhan is one prokolpo scheme was declared by the finance department, by the state, where these linkings were taken up. So if we have to look at it in a comprehensive way, we have to look at what is happening in the upper part of the reaches of the rivers that is contributing to the entire ecosystem, the deltaic ecosystem there. And here, evidence-based researches are very, very important, and we are very fortunate to be part of all that. Also, I'm part of the Coastal Regulation Zone state. And so what, should we make bridges on the deltaic rivers? All these we brainstormed, and the government is coming up with solutions, of course. And so this evidence-based policy researches are very, very important, where we can enable policies through collaborative efforts to co-create in a multi-stakeholder milieu.
it is very difficult. I can understand when we talk with we are very closely working with the forest department. I'm also part of the mangrove cell. So when we talk, we understand that forest department per se has certain mandates of work. And this sort of a multidisciplinary work is sometimes very difficult for the department to take up. So maybe some intermediary platforms can be built, can be proposed with the chief secretaries, involving the chief secretaries, where these sort of multidisciplinary actions can be taken, sir. Otherwise, MISTI would not be able to deliver the action points, it's a very nice approach, but will not be able to deliver what is required. Because if we totally get onto the department will be the nodal point, but along with it, there should be some other ways of creating platforms, creating modalities where other departments can work together, because in Sundarban I know 19 departments work. So you can understand that each has their own perspectives. Now how to work with the MISTI perspective together, which is a very holistic one and very welcome one. So just to get into, I won't get into this because each can be a huge talk about it, site characteristics, hydrology, the bathymetry, community perception, ecological restoration, feasibility at all it is there, even plantation strategy. Here I would like to say that, sir, when you were showing that the mangrove plantation, that core component was taking 80%, where you had given assessment nursery plantation. In the nursery, we can introduce, instead of polypods, jute bags also. Because jute bags, of course, with those plants which can have like 2 to 3 months maturity, by which they can grow into saplings. Otherwise, the jute bags tend to start rotting. But at least this can be woven by the women. And this is what we have done. This goes directly to the women. They can make it so some sort of financial inclusion happens with the local communities, especially the women. So all these little things can be, I always feel that conservation is not like a overnight change, but incremental changes that we intend to weave into the things so that we have a total financial inclusion and ecological inclusion, of course, into the entire game plan. So site-centric stakeholder assessment, this is one part. This is what I want to stress upon, the monitoring flow, because this is very, very important. You were telling about 3 years. We feel that it should be 5 years. It will come from our monitoring strategy, why we say it for 5 years. Mangrove plantation, then you go for training, plantation, protection, monitoring. Then we have something called mangrove watch report. So that is given by the communities monthly. It is very simple, 1 page, and it's also done online. And for each thing, we have this risk mitigation, replantation if needed, again monitoring. And you can see that MWR is continuing, of course, but monitoring then becomes half yearly from the second year. First year, we only concentrate on the survival and what is the assisted generation, like any new species have come or not. And then after 3 years, we go for half yearly, and after 5 years, you can go for yearly monitoring. So this is the framework we have. Now in the Mangrove Watch report, we have taken almost more than, I think, 21 parameters like site characteristics, area of plot, vegetation cover, this, that, which is done by the communities themselves. Once they grow in a group, our Badabun farmers interest groups, Badabun in Bengali is the Bengali word for mangroves. So we have those groups and they go just along with each other and give assessment of all this, and also the potential risk factors like soil erosion, oversiltation, pest attacks. I will come to that as a challenge. And then this is totally done by the communities. And the survival and the growth monitoring, as you see, first year we only do the survival monitoring. And also what new plants are coming. Because I was asking Ravi Shankar sir that we mostly have not more than 30 plants which we have, which we can rear in nurseries. But we have so many species. So what we have done in Sundarban, we have done 21 species. But what we do is we have to understand that mangroves come in mangals. They always come in communities. So when you prepare the drawing room well, if your feasibility study is good, your plot assessment is good, your species selection is good, then other species will also come. So that is a very good indicator that whether new species have come and settled there in the first year, then that you have made your drawing room very well for other guests to come. So that is what we do in the first year, and the first to third year we do the growth monitoring quarterly. I will come to that. All these SOPs are very, very much required. And it cannot be that one SOP fits in for all. It can be different, but we need to have SOPs so that we can have a central framework for all these. And after 5th year, we can do it yearly. So this is the MWR format. It is also in the Google Play Store. You can find it as Mangrove Watch. And you can see it is very simple. It is done in Bengali. We also have it in Tamil because we work in Mailaduthurai district. And you can get all the data. What do you do with the data? So you see the pest attacks. You see in 1 year it was so less. In various months, in which months it is going up, in which month it is going down. Every month from a remote area, you don't have to go. The communities will do their work and send you the reports. You will go quarterly. So observation on the pest war in 2024, 2022, 2023, you see there is a rise. I will come to that later. So also other risk factors like erosion, prawn seed collections. As you know, prawn larvae collection is a very lucrative thing, but it is much reduced. So in this way, 21 variables are noted for each sampling points. Like in our 154 villages, 10 physical parameters and 11 potential risk parameters. And risk for each thing, we do the risk mitigation immediately because we get to see what are the trends and immediate and adaptive planning is done. Also for the survival and growth monitoring, ICOR, World Agroforestry Center has its all the guidelines. So we go for a circular method, radius, not a quadrant method. That's we have learned over the years that quadrant method really doesn't work in such an area where the tidal amplitude is so high. 20 feet above is the tidal amplitude sometimes we face. So here it is what we go and the cluster designs 4-meter radius. That also is a huge way. We started with 2 meters, 3 meters, did a lot of modeling to understand what best captures the species diversity, also the growth, and it came to 4-meter radius as per Ellison et al. Also this corroborates. And also for 1 hectare patch, 1 central subplot, and out of the 4, 3 we take. So have the SOPs very clearly written how to measure the DBH, because in mangroves we have the rhizophora, we have the stilt roots, so we had to measure what for the growth and the carbon capture, and what to include, what not to include, and you can see very vibrant team. They are so happy to see their own plant growing so big in 10, 12 years. This is one example I wanted to show you. 2010, when I was simply standing there, 1995, you see there was nothing there. In fact, Madam Purvaja was showing that Shagora Island. This is just the tip of the Shagora Island. This is the Madhusudanpur village. And you see there was nothing there in 1995. And gradually there was a silting happening, and 200 some hectares was gradually going. And in 2009, we were just going after a massive mangrove restoration. And we started to work there and see how it grew over the time, 2013, 2016, 2019, 2024, gradual accretion, and how that land we showed you, it was totally like now secured. 2020, Amphan couldn't touch them, but Shagor was devastated. But this particular land was totally done because this mangrove has developed into bioshield, now 92 bird species. I don't know, cross our fingers. We are working to declare it as the first community reserve in West Bengal. We are seriously working on that. Let's see if we can make it happen. Now, short-tailed shearwater, bridle-turned, bar-headed goose, this time Amur falcon was also reported.
So tourism has developed. We need to leverage the outcome of it, but sir, again with carrying capacity. So once the bioshield is done, so you can see the agriculture, you can do now agriculture, so regenerative agriculture, we are supporting fishery, Serena, this bee culture, but again, native species, not mellifera. Serena indica is what we are trying to promote. It is very difficult. It is nice to know that beyond the Vindhyas, actually in the south, they do not have much Apis mellifera, but in the northern and eastern part, it's an Italian species. And we never know how biodiversity loss, we know the three planetary crises, the climate, the waste, and the biodiversity loss. Biodiversity loss will happen in a second before we realize. So we should be very cautious about the species. We are trying to promote the Apis Serena indica, and sustainable integrated mangrove aquaculture is another domain may require. I can talk outside also. We got the FAO Global Technical Recognition Award for this in Rome. This October 2025 in the World Food Forum, 80th anniversary, they declared us as the Global Technical Recognition Award. And this is, sir, I was listening to you, not only in abundant ponds. Why should we have it only in abundant ponds? When 1980s, the aquaculture expanded, it happened at the cost of the mangroves. In existing fish ponds, where they are doing, we have done there, initially 2018, it was one farmer, we struggled. Then next year, after that, COVID, it started growing. Now there are 200 farmers in line. We have formed a cooperative society. Ramasubramanian ji was there in 2018 when we first started it. They did it in MSSRF in a different mitochondria model. We did it in a different model. And this is going to, this 54,000 hectares, I think we need to relook at the figure. If we relook at the figure, maybe with the NSCSM data and all, this alone can give the 54,000 hectare. If we look at this, not just the abundant ponds, but the existing fishery ponds, where we can integrate the mangroves, and the farmers are anyway struggling because there are WSS disease in the shrimp, in the fish. They are not being much lucrative nowadays. So if we give them, that is what happened in West Bengal. When we gave them the alternative, initially no one came. But gradually, when they saw the benefits coming, as we say, dekha dekhi chash, laga lagi bash, as we see cultivation, you can see it proliferates. So they saw that something good is happening, and then they went to it. So this is this, and you can see the community-owned enterprise with all our mangrove stewards. We have formed this. They are the owners, board of directors, now 4 women out of 9, and 750 plus producers. The turmeric here is very good honey, bonoful honey from the forest department also you can find. If you go to the Bishop Bangla stall in any airport, you will please search the turmeric of the Badabon Farmers Producer Company Limited. It is of very good quality and it comes from the mangrove stewards. So this one thing I just want to take 1 minute, the teak defoliator moth. So this is Hadlia purea. We are facing it in Avicennia marina. Earlier it was sporadic, but now it is also happening in December month. So maybe, and just last month I got this from Kerala. This Olinum mendoza, this is also a tropical polyphagous defoliator. Now, the thing is, what if you go to my Primavera literatures in Philippines, you will be amazed to see what they are doing to the mangroves there. So we must be cautious. And best, I would say the mapping, what is happening in the various states and how we can work on it. Maybe the scientific research communities should be more taken into. We are working with ZSI, ISER, we have MOU, but as you know, ZSI has only the taxonomical part, so they will only identify, but how to really mitigate. IPM, integrated pest management, is also required, but in a biological way. So what can be done? I think we should be very cautious because now with the more
summer months, more heat, more these, how these are impacting. We are just mapping it, monitoring it. I would request whoever working in the mangroves to start monitoring it and have a central repository somewhere so that we can start mapping it. And yes, multi-stakeholder synergies are needed, and together only we can achieve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam, for the wonderful presentation. Next, I invite Dr. Rupesh K. Bhumia, former senior scientist, C4 ICRAF, to address the gathering. Dr. Bhumia will speak on the advancing mangrove science in India, monitoring mangroves for coastal sustainability and resilience, with a focus on science-based decision-making and long monitoring frameworks. We welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, let me thank you all the senior dignitaries who came here and are sitting until now listening to all the deliberations, and also Santi Pandey Madam for inviting me, and everyone else who has put together their efforts to make this workshop a success. So before I move into my presentation, I'd like to just give very small anecdote and personal story. I come from Rajasthan, and I was 26 years old when I first stepped foot in mangrove. That was in Bhitarkanika. Since then, in last 20 years, I have set foot in mangroves across 12 different countries in the world. And one thing that mangrove tells us is about their incredible resilience. They survive, they thrive in a very, very challenging environment. So if they are to be a metaphor for all of us gathering here, is to survive against all odds and then still do the best for the society, for the planet. So with that thought, I'd like to move forward in our presentation. And two important messages, if I'm cut short due to the time, that you should take from my presentation are about the scientific mindset. You don't have to be a researcher to have a scientific mindset addressing any problem. Information to knowledge to wisdom. This is the continuum that we need to follow, even if you are a manager managing a wildlife sanctuary or a forested area, or you are a researcher, or you are working for NGOs. So that is the way we need to approach for any problem, and it is not it's most applicable in the context of our coastal sustainability. And second thing that I want to mention is about 3 C's, which is about collaboration. We have to come together, the partnership. The whole success depends on the partnership. So collaboration, then connectedness. This is again, you can see in the mangrove how interconnected this ecosystem is. It functions as a way because of the connectivity, and that leads to continuity. Because what we are talking about, and just a speaker before me mentioned about the incremental progress. As a society, we are better off from the last time because of the continuity, the progress we are making, the learnings we are gathering, the wisdom we are generating, and then moving forward with that wisdom. So those are the two key very broad messages that I would like to give in the context of Misty workshop, and more gatherings and workshops that will come in the future. So next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah, so this is a broad outline. I'll just talk about contextualize the problem, the challenging the planetary crisis in coastal ecosystem, and then go through about what are the challenges, solutions, market mechanisms, and then what is the big picture? How does it fit together? Misty, all our deliberation were more contextualized today in the Indian context, the challenges we face, but I'll try to present towards the end of my presentation how this relates to the larger picture, the sustainable development goals, how as a society, as a planet Earth, we would need to sort of remain in the 1.5 degree scenarios and not breach the global tipping points. So how does it relate to some of those targets? Next slide, please. So our changing world has been changing very fast. The top graph here, which you see in the red, is the temperature which is higher in the last 10 years. The mean global temperature has been higher from the average since 1980s. On the left side bottom, what you see is the modeling result of temperature anomalies that will happen in the climate change scenario, and then the next one on the right is the precipitation. So when we talk about global climate change, many people think it's the increase in temperature, but it's not necessarily just an increase in temperature. What it will mean is there are areas which will get more colder than now. There are areas, the dry areas will get drier, the wet areas will get wetter. So what we are talking about is the extreme, the breaching of the limits. That's what put the maximum pressure to all our ecosystems, and that's where resilience comes into play. So when we talk about climate change, we have to think about all these boundaries of each ecosystem, whether we call it a forested ecosystem in a terrestrial case or a coastal ecosystem, mangrove, seagrasses. All these climate change stressors are breaching or increasing their threshold limits, and that will result into more risk, more vulnerability of these ecosystems. Next, please. And then combined with that, in particular case of coastal ecosystem, the sea level rise, which has been constantly increasing over time, and then the rate of that sea level rise has also been increasing. And as humanity, we have not done a good job in curbing our fossil fuel use, which results into more greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere, which pushes into this positive feedback loop, which results into higher sea level rise. So this puts in more pressure to our coastal ecosystems, mangroves included. Next, please. Yeah, so this steep curve has been going more steeper over time. Next, please. So how do we combat this climate change, one of the biggest challenges? So there are two terms which you may have already heard, mitigation and adaptation. One is how do we stop this excess emissions and how do we sort of sequester some of the carbon that is put out in the atmosphere. That is mitigation. Second is adaptation, which is how do you adapt to the changes that our ecosystem, our environment is going to go through. So all these actions that happen for addressing climate change fall in these two categories, mitigation and adaptation. And what you see in the center where these two circles overlap are few activities that does both of these. And MISTI or mangrove restoration, mangrove conservation, protection fall in this sweet spot. So it not only does the mitigation, but also allows us to adapt to that changes that is happening. So that's why protecting mangroves or protecting these coastal habitats is very important from the climate perspective. Next, please. So when we talk about these natural-based solutions, that's where wetlands comes into picture. Next, please. And why wetlands are more important than any other ecosystem. Can you press once? Is because wetlands are one of the people say they are superheroes because they can sequester much higher percentage of carbon per unit area because of their below ground carbon storage. There was question about storage and sequestration, and I'd like to address that over millennia, over time, these natural ecosystems, although their sequestration rate is small, in mangroves it is still higher than all other tropical plants, but since the carbon that they are sequestering, their biomass they are fixing, is not getting lost because of the anaerobic conditions, it builds up as a soil, and that storage over time gives them much higher per unit area carbon storage, and that's why they are very important. So it's not so much about that they are sequestering more, but if you convert them, that they are going to lose more. So you can think them of these ecosystems as higher amount of fixed deposit that is in your bank, you don't want to touch it. If it comes out, you will be spent and you won't be able to store that. That's why they are very important. Next, please. So when we talk about wetlands, this specific category of wetlands, which are coastal wetlands, and three of them combined together form blue carbon ecosystems, which are mangroves, seagrasses, and salt marshes. And all of these blue carbon ecosystems are important because of the four services, which all other speakers have also alluded to, which is regulating, provisioning, supporting, and cultural. So it's not just their carbon benefits, but all the entire gamut of different services that they provide, which as a society we hardly even think about. There has been some research work with NCCR where they're trying to evaluate or the ecosystem service valuation that will give the monetary value. But we hardly take this as granted. But all these ecosystem services are possible because of the interconnectedness, the dynamic nature of these ecosystems. Lot of these, how the energy is flowing, how the different nutrients and elements are flowing through this system, which make these ecosystem services possible. Next, please. Yes, this portion of my presentation, I'll talk a little bit about blue carbon. So this carbon which is captured by these ecosystems is known as blue carbon. It's important because not only the storage function which I just mentioned, but also because of long-term retention. If these ecosystems are maintained as such, then you can be sure that all these carbon, the high storages will remain as such. And also the co-benefit that they provide in terms of biodiversity, in terms of adaptation and all that. So this blue carbon as a currency you can think about as an indicator that if your actions, if your strategies are targeting blue carbon, it will automatically give you all these other advantages. Think an example of, say, protecting tiger as a charismatic species. Establishing of tiger reserves across India has provided such a boon to other biodiversity, other wildlife which get protected in these tiger reserves. Next, please. So why blue carbon matters to India? Blue carbon matters to India because India is a large country, it has a high area of, if we talk just about mangroves, almost 5,000 square kilometers. And this climate mitigation is aligned with net zero goals of 2070. And then, as I mentioned, these blue carbon ecosystems or mangroves are particularly important as in form of natural buffers against cyclones, erosion, sea level. All these topics we've already heard today. Erosion is a big issue. Cyclones, intensity and frequency is increasing, and sea level rise has been growing. So all of these are imminent threats to society. For a country which is highly populated, densely populated, and a high majority of population which are vulnerable, that is, which are often mostly poor, reside in this coastal zone. So they don't have many support services or many avenues where they can go in a chance of these disaster or calamities. And then it supports livelihood options, not only fisheries, but also food security, medicines, and whatnot. And it's also important, even though all these benefits they provide, but mangroves or these ecosystems are threatened because of coastal development, because of the drivers that are causing these losses. Somewhere fresh water is not reaching to these estuaries, somewhere pollution is a big issue, somewhere it's the invasive species, and then sea level rise is also happening. So all that combined makes it even more urgent for an action. Next, please. So when we talk about blue carbon in the context of carbon markets and carbon offsets, there are, and this may be very basic, but I just wanted to cover this topic so that everyone is on the same page. So there are two ways how these carbon credits can be traded. One is compliance markets through EU's emission trading platform or India's carbon credit trading scheme. And then there is voluntary carbon market, where you can basically, it doesn't fall in the compliance market, but here carbon credits which are generated can be traded over any platform, and entities, industries, businesses can buy these credits to offset their emissions. So this is where carbon credits generated from blue carbon or coastal ecosystems fall in the category, the VCM. Next, please. So this is just a graphic to show the overall life cycle of these carbon credits. So on top, on the yellow, is the supply side, how these carbon credits are generated. You have to have a project, a site identification, and you need to develop the project. That means what activity will create those carbon credits. It has to be verified by certain verifier, then it will be registered. All of this is to say that these carbon credits are authentic, and then it's the demand side, where the entities can buy it freely. It can be traded over a neutral platform where rates can be determined and these carbon credits can be sold. So this is essentially, you can run through next few slides. This is basically the blue carbon project life cycle, in which what I essentially mentioned, identification of a site, implementation of activities which will result into credits. Then an important element comes is measurement, reporting, and verification. This comes to the question of integrity, authenticity, and robustness of the mechanism that tells you that exactly carbon was sequestered, how much was sequestered, where it was sequestered, what is the certainty that the carbon will remain there. Because if these actions are not guaranteed, that means your carbon emission, whatever you are claiming to protect, is not going to be truly helping to solve climate crisis. So once these carbon credits are registered, carbon credits are issued, generally one credit equal to 1 ton of carbon equivalent. And next, once it's verified, then the trading can happen and companies can buy, and then those credits are retired so that they cannot be used. So this is the whole life cycle, how carbon credit works in a very, very simple, basic layman term. Corporates can purchase them and offset their things. So when companies claim that they are net zero, that means whatever they are emitting, they are sequestering in some form through these credits. Next, please. most important aspect, and this relates to perhaps MISTI and the work that's done under MISTI, is the integrity of those carbons. Increasingly, all these markets, all these different mechanisms are moving towards high quality and integrity. You might have seen news reports of scandals that had happened where a lot of international agencies where they were selling carbon credits, they were bogus. And in reality, nothing was happening on the ground. It was all on the paper. So there is a huge interest to have high integrity carbon credits. What you mean by high integrity has to have these attributes. One, additionality. Additionality means without a particular action, that carbon would not have sequestered. So if an area is already going to be forested through certain scheme, and you want to claim it into carbon credit scheme, it won't be eligible because there is no additionality. And second thing is permanence. Whenever a project is developed, you have to guarantee as a project developer or implementer that the carbon that is sequestered will remain in place for at least 20 years. Then avoiding leakage. So sometimes when you develop a project, you are restoring, then you are protecting that particular area, but the pressure for that ecosystem is shifted somewhere. So that is leakage. You are protecting here, but it's being destroyed or degraded somewhere else. So you have also to ensure that that is avoided. And then this MRV, accurate quantification, that you can be ensured that whatever methodology you are using is accurate enough, it's providing you the correct numbers. And then there is no double counting. These credits cannot be used twice. That means you can sell them in one market nationally, and then you try to sell it internationally in different markets. That has to be avoided. So this is where opportunities for MISTI lies. Because whenever we are talking about these restoration activities, and when these systems are in place in Indian context, where this carbon credit trading scheme is there, and there are methodologies in Indian context, we have to be ensured that it meets all these robustness or high integrity qualities. So wherever the projects are developed, if you have already checked these things, that means in future when you are actually going to trade them, use them, you don't have to have a failure, or you don't have to have some kind of a surprise that, oh, this doesn't apply because it did not meet those criteria. So it is important at the drawing scale when these projects are thought about, it needs to be done. So next slide, please. And that's where I think the important role of research and research mindset comes into play. If you think about these things so thoroughly, then you can think about, okay, what information I need, how that information will be collected, who will be using it, what is the robustness of that information, and that's where I think role of entities like maybe government institutions like NCSCM and CCR, or independent university researchers or independent organizations comes into play. I just wanted to share this mangrove monitoring in India project that we started in 2022, where we have established these monitoring networks across India to generate some of the data which can be used to see how these mangrove ecosystem health is responding. And we, in these ecosystem, in these monitoring site, we utilize uniform protocol. We do the same measurements, so there is replicability, there is little bit of comparative advantage, because what happens is many times researchers use one methodology in one location and another in different, and when you try to compare numbers, it doesn't really happen. Although ecosystems are different, you may say that Gujarat is different than Sundarbans, but if your methodology is robust and if it takes into account those differences, then you can compare numbers, and then it gives you a better idea and understanding in the context of a country like India. What needs to be done still have to be contextual for local scale, but at least you can understand and start to see picture how different ecosystems are responding to these larger regional challenges. Next, please. We'll just move through this. This presentation will be available. But these are some of the work conducted in different sites in Andamans, in Sundarbans, in Bhitarkanika, in Koringa, and we are trying to do it in Maharashtra next. So this is how we are measuring very high resolution temporal scale changes in salinity, in depth. These are just two graphs from two locations, where one is closer to the creek, one is inside the creek, and it is giving you 15-minute intervals, and you can see the whole tidal amplitude, how it's changing. And this is what, as a vegetation, a tree is experiencing, the roots are experiencing. So this allows you to understand how these interconnections work. Another thing is surface elevation assessment. This is, I'm very pleased to inform the House that this is the first time we are able to use RSET, which stands for Road Surface Elevation Table. We install it in these sites where, can you play this, click once more, This is more than 2-3 hours of this got twisted in the screen, but this is more than 2 to 3 hours exercise, which is compressed in 35 seconds. We drill down steel rods to the bedrock, and what it allows you to do is millimeter scale resolution in erosion and accretion within the mangroves. So with the sea level rise, the tidal amplitude has been shifting, but what this means to some trees, and whether you need to look for areas for restoration, and this allows you to study these, and this could be an important in situ parameters for models. Can you move next? Can you move to the next slide? Yes, so these are some of the study sites for Andaman. Next, please. So throughout the whole island, we have these sites. Not only install RSET, but we do collect a lot of other parameters using same protocols, so which gives us a very robust, very minute details of the data. These are the sites within the Sundarban Tiger Reserves. We were told that we were one of the first researchers which were allowed to go into the Tiger Reserve area and able to collect this data. Of course, with the support of respective forest department. As I was saying, without collaboration, this kind of research is not possible. Next, please. Yeah, so still work is ongoing. Those monitoring sites are periodically monitored. We have to go and collect the data. And once this data is compiled, this will be one of the most robust data sets anywhere in the world, I can proudly say. Because we have installed more than 80 RSETs. Even advanced countries don't have that number of RSETs. Next, please. And then I can move over these slides, but very important is also to think about next generation in terms of communications and outreach. These are peer-reviewed papers. So not only just the reports, but scientifically robust papers gives a lot of credibility to your work. People do recognize that sincere scientific work can happen in countries which are often resource poor, and these are very high-profile journals where this paper came out. This is just last 2024 and 2025. And coming to the big picture, all of this relates to our national commitments to NDCs. How different national biodiversity strategic action plans, Kunming protocol, how India comes into this place. So although these small efforts help us, because just as Madam was showing, some area of mangrove restored has such high biodiversity now, birds are coming. So when country prepares this report, when you report all these sightings of species of birds, that tells you you are meeting those goals, different signatories. You may not see right now thinking just about mangroves, how it relates to Ramsar sites, how it relates to our migratory species, how it relates to CITES, all the different at a national level, the treaties that country has signed. But eventually comes together when you talk about as a national, what we are doing as a society for environment and protection. Next. These are some basic reflection, but if I want to summarize this in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say here is that all of this work is possible when different entities, institutions, individuals come together for the larger goal. It is difficult, as Madam Santipriya was saying, working in mangroves is inherently hard. It is difficult to get there. Its resources are never enough. You have to be careful about the tides. You have to have a boat. You have to have people who are willing to go out in the mud and collect samples. You have to have all of this together, and above all, you have to have funds to do that. But all of this just shows the collective recognition of this problem and the opportunity we have in hand. So I will again, this kind of a call to action to everyone present in the room to come together and look at the opportunities through research, through understanding, and develop those interconnectedness networks as mangroves show us to work together for this mangroves and restoring these coastlines. Thank you. If there are any questions, I can answer now. If time is there, otherwise later I am around. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for your kind attention, please. We have only 20 minutes left. By 4:40, at any cost, we'll be stopping this session. By 4:40, I request everyone to move forward for the tea break session. And by 4:55 p.m., I request everyone to assemble for a group photograph, and at by that time, Honorable Deputy CM sir will arrive at this premises. So, we have two speakers left, and I can provide only 10 minutes to each speaker. Kindly cooperate with the things. Yeah, sir. It's now my privilege to invite Dr. Supraja Dharani, Chairperson, Tree Foundation, and Maritime Specialist to kindly take the dais. Welcome, madam.
Namaskaram. My grateful thanks to the PCCF and HOFSA and Madam and all the dignitaries present here. And I'm very grateful to Andhra Pradesh Forest Department. And though I would like to mention everybody by name, I would just like to say thank you to all the conservators of forests present here, the district forest officers here, and the forest range officers here in the coastal areas where we are working. Tree Foundation has been working with the forest departments of Tamil Nadu extensively in Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, and more recently in Goa, in a community-based marine conservation program. And in Andhra Pradesh, we have initiated. Since we have been working in sea turtle conservation with the community, we have been able to see firsthand that most areas where the mangroves are present, in non-forest areas, the community were not able to understand the importance of mangroves, and in many areas, from the time that we started in 2002, 2008, they have been sort of cutting the mangroves before the monsoons and using it for free fuel. And many areas, sadly, they have been cleared and given away as lease for aquaculture grounds. And so even in some areas, most recently in 2017, the local administration has given pattas in standing mangrove areas to the local community. So this is how it was, but though we were not able to start the mangrove conservation program alongside with our community-based sea turtle conservation program, with the support of some CSR funding, we were able to initiate the program in 2003. So I would like to just skip through this because everyone knows these points. So our project, we started first in Bapatla district, Andhra Pradesh, in these three villages, Etimoga, Putti Subayapalam, and Surya Lanka. In Etimoga and Surya Lanka, there are existing mangroves, though Etimoga is not is a non-forest area. And another project location is in the Bahuda Estuary, Sonapur, Odisha. So the methodology that we followed is the same that we had followed for our community-based sea turtle conservation, because we always understood that the importance of involving the community and making them take responsibility in protecting the ecosystem or the endangered species that are there adjacent to their areas. And mangroves, many of them were not able to understand that it's directly connected and it connects to their livelihood benefits. So we did various methods like screening of documentaries, interaction with the community, school programs to the children, and also pasting this poster on the mangrove species that are found in their area, in their villages, and in the schools. So these were the posters that we sort of used in the awareness programs. And the fauna that was found in all these areas. We have in these areas where we are working, I wanted to also include Nellore district. Nellore district also we have mangroves, standing mangroves and mangrove restoration programs. The 10 species that we found in these areas, I would like to stress on the point that we have Xylocorpus granatum only in Bapatla district. We didn't find it anywhere else. It's a rare species. So first what we did is we studied the areas where there are standing mangroves, where there are degraded areas, where there is a possibility for the restoration, and where conservation of the existing mangroves is possible, and identified those areas, got the community involved. We were happy to involve the women this time in the conservation program. So women also were involved in the programs in all the demarcation of nests and puddle soil, filling the puddle soils, segregation of seeds, collecting the seeds from the areas where the standing mangroves were there. So we followed these techniques that is already so many stalwarts and experts have explained before me. The intertidal plantation, we did the fishbone method and then the intertidal plantation method. So these two, and in certain areas we did parallel channels. And I must mention in this juncture that thanks to MSSR Foundation, Dr. Ramasubramaniam, for giving us the permission to go to Chinnagollapalam and learn how the conservation program is undertaken by them. Sorry for this slide. And so in the conservation part, what we do is periodically every month the community is taken inside the mangroves, they clean up all the plastic debris, and also we use the precipice which is there, which is overgrown, removed it and used that as fencing ground to avoid the cattle from coming and grazing. So this is monitoring and maintenance is very important, and we monitor the growth of the saplings that we have planted also periodically and record it. Fencing and then desilting is all monitored by the community. We just need to oversee it regularly. Additionally, as it was mentioned in the morning session, livelihood programs are also very important when we are involving the community in the conservation. So we did a lot of programs for the women, and for the men, we are hoping to set up mangrove ecosystem programs jointly with the respective forest department in those districts. So we trained them on we got them international certification in lifeguard training and flora fauna guide training for the youth, so that the youth don't have to leave their village and go out, but stay in their own community, take pride in taking care of the flora and fauna around their area, and take up this program of conservation. So the key achievements, I think I should not say achievements, what we have done, because in the presence of all the experts and all the scientists who spoke ahead of me, I think we are just an infant stage. But so we believe that community engagement and the establishment of nurseries and then the plantation and the various species that we have been able to identify, collect and get the community to be involved, and creating livelihood benefits was the achievement that we gained in through this program. Everywhere we get the permission from the community, then we jointly work with the forest department of the respective area and then do this program. We have been able to see that there is a lot of, along with the mangrove growth, we have been seeing that there is re-establishment of tidal flows because of the channels. So in all the other areas also, associated species and mangroves which were not in stunted growth also started growing, and we had a lot of mud skippers, other fauna, crustaceans and all growing, and there was a lot of bird activity also was observed. So this is one of our photographs before the restogram, and then you can see on the left side the after restoration. Because of the water, all of you know that associated species and the stunted mangroves also started flourishing. So this is also in the Bauda estuary before and after. So ecological outcomes, of course, it's the wetland biodiversity is increased, shoreline protection is strengthened, and future carbon sequestration also. And most important is the community took pride in the work that is being undertaken. And earlier when we started, they just said Madachetlu in Telugu, but now they all know each and every species they can identify separately. So, yes, so I would like to say thanks to the Forest Department of Andhra Pradesh and Odisha and our sponsors, ITC and Epsilon, the Sea Turtle Protection Force members who are involved in this program. And one slide is not there. Okay. I forgot to mention that slide is missing in this. I would like to mention that today sitting here in this meeting and learning so much, now I understand why we have been, over the years we have been recording a lot of nesting, dense nesting on the south and north of the estuaries. So I understand now that because of the nutrients that are flowing from these mangrove rich areas, So there is a lot of, this year we started doing, with the permission from the Chief Wildlife Warden Garu, we have started doing congregational surveys offshore in the estuary areas where dense nesting has been recorded over the years. So in all these areas, we have seen that there are mangroves present. So I think there is, as Dr. Rupesh had said, that there is a direct interconnectedness, and wherever mangroves are present near those estuaries, there is a connection because of the nutrient-rich areas, the offshore waters. We are having the congregation of sea turtles, and that's why on the north and south we have dense nesting. In Andhra Pradesh, I am very happy to say that we have released more than 34 lakh hatchlings into the sea with the support of the Forest Department and the joint conservation program. And so far, including Tamil Nadu and Odisha, it's about 44 lakh hatchlings. Thank you very much once again for this opportunity.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you so much. So finally, I invite Sri K. Murthy Mahanti, Eastern Ghats Wildlife Society, Fishing Cat Conservation Alliance, IUCN Specialist Group, to address the session.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Can I have the first slide? So today I'll talk about a wetland feline, which is a specialist, a wetland specialist associated with mangroves and other wetlands. As we know, mangroves are not just coastal buffers, they also harbor species, the lesser known cat species like the fishing cat. Next. So we are basically working in Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary on fishing cats, and you'll be visiting tomorrow anyway. So it's a very good mangrove patch. Next. This is just a boundary of the sanctuary. Next. The main objectives of the project is to estimate the population density of fishing cats, also study their habitat patterns, use of the habitat, activity patterns, and most importantly, understand any key threats outside the protected areas. We are also doing a lot of multiple stakeholder engagement, community education, outreach programs, and the core objective is actually to translate these scientific findings into conservation action while building community awareness. Next. And then for this purpose, we have divided the sanctuary into grids. We have this grid-based system of 2 square kilometers each, and we are placing camera traps at strategic locations based on the field surveys that we do before going for camera trap placement. Next, so some of the locations, we do a lot of spool surveys, sign surveys, looking for fishing cat tracks, because we need to find the trail in a camera trap. In each grid, we place camera traps at least 500 meters apart from each other, and we place 2 camera traps, like how we do for tigers for individual identification. Next. So that's 2 types of camera traps. We basically use the other one for population density estimation. And this is an IR camera, infrared cameras that also we use for behavioral monitoring and recording data, relevant data. Next. Key achievements so far, we have had more than 50 independent captures of fishing cats, and we also recorded several other wetland species like jackals, migratory birds, and other species along with fishing cats. And we also engaged local communities in learning how to fix camera traps. We employed 2 of the local community members as our field assistants. Next, please. Challenges, we have been hearing all about it. From the morning, tidal flooding is a big concern, especially during the monsoon season. We have lost 12 cameras this year. So that's a major threat, one of the main challenges that we have. Also, the dense vegetation, some of those grids are literally inaccessible. There's no way we can step off the boat and get into those mangroves. Next. Some of the independent captures of fishing cats, as you can see, all from the Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary, where you'll be visiting tomorrow. This emphasizes the need to have mangrove buffers as well, because we have noticed that a lot of fishing cats are actually roaming outside the sanctuary as well. Next. The main threats, aquaculture expansion resulting in fragmentation of mangrove habitats and coastal buffers. Next. The same, some of the extensive aquaculture forms, you can see it's just a thin strip in between the aquaculture forms. This was outside the protected area near Machilipatnam. Next. Then we also have a month-long awareness program coming up on fishing cats to raise awareness and sensitize people from all walks of life. It's called Fishing Cat February. Partner of the Fishing Cat Conservation Alliance, which is a global network covering over 8 range countries. So we celebrate this just to impart awareness. The whole month we have different events doing for fishing cats. Next. The whole idea is to project fishing cat as a flagship species, an ambassador for wetland and mangrove conservation. So we do this. We also have a dedicated website for that, and you can always check the various educational resources we have on the website. Next. So we do also training programs, education programs in collaboration with the Forest Department on World Wetland Day, World Mangrove Day, and of course the Fishing Cat February. Next, please. Next. Next. And a lot of capacity building workshops on wildlife crime and investigation, as well as camera trapping and field surveys that we do for the Forest Department staff. Next. Next. And also we come up with such kind of thought-provoking programs like Swimming for a Fishing Cat, where everybody can participate, even non-swimmers. But the whole idea is to attract attention from general public, not the conservationists or the scientific community. Next. And this was in Avanigeda. A couple of years ago, we released this fishing cat poster on the eve of World Wildlife Week, National Wildlife Week. Next. We also publish our findings in the IUCN Cat News. I'm a member of the IUCN Cat News Cat Specialist Group, so we have a newsletter regularly. And we have published new records of fishing cats, not just from Krishna or Godavari, but also northern Andhra Pradesh region, Srikakulam areas. Next. Our work also got featured in Wildlife Conservation Network's newsletter last year, so this was also the kind of work that we do in collaboration with Forest Department on conflict mitigation front. Next, please. Yeah, so we have this Fishing Cat Conservation Alliance, and we proposed fishing cat conservation units, which are buffer areas, non-protected areas connecting two large habitats or protected areas. For instance, the Godavari Krishna Fishing Cat Conservation Unit is a place where there is a continuous corridor offering protection and habitat improvement between these two big estuaries, Godavari and Krishna. Next. So it's always conservation beyond protected areas. Some strategies on restoring corridor connectivity is really important, especially fishing cats when they are breeding. The females have microhabitats where they hide their litter and they take care of them. And so it's important to identify those locations, especially outside protected areas as well, and protect the microhabitats for fishing cat breeding. Next. This is always there. I think it's also part of the management plan of Krishna and Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary. But we also need a regional state-level conservation action plan for fishing cats in Andhra Pradesh. It's also really important to mitigate the main threats, industrial development and aquaculture expansion in many of these areas. Next. Yeah, community-based conservation, we have been hearing about it. It all depends on the livelihood generation and creating alternative livelihood options and community engagement for conservation of fishing cats and mangroves. Next. It's actually a short film, but never mind. Next. 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 It's just a short film, but we don't have time. Next. I would like to thank PCCF Sir, Madam Rahul Pandey Sir, and all the forest officers who have been supporting our work right from the beginning.
And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
I thank each and everyone for understanding and maintaining the time. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll proceed for a tea break. I request
Yeah, good evening. Honorable Deputy CM is Z security protecting. There will be some security issues. So we'll be assembling exactly at 4:55 at the designated photo point. And we will have a photo session at around 5 o'clock. And immediately, Deputy CM will be moving for a 5-minute refreshing. And within 5 minutes, we will come and reassemble again. And followed by a documentary. So this will happen, that's why there will be some security issues based on the clearance given by security people. So we have to bear with us. Thank you very much.
I request everyone to please proceed for a tea break. Thank you.
అండ్ లెమన్ ట్రీ హోటల్ వాలంటీర్స్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో స్టాఫ్ కొంచెం చైర్స్ అరేంజ్ చేయండి. హెల్ప్ హిమ్. సరిపోతారా ఇద్దరు? ఇదేనా టోటల్ లైట్? ఇదేనా
I request everyone to kindly be seated in your respective positions. Within 2 minutes, today's Chief Guest and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh and also the Minister for Environment, Forest, Science and Technology, Sri Kondidala Pavan Kalyan Garu, will arrive at this premises. I request people who are standing in the gangway to kindly be seated in your respective positions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the presence of today's chief guest and honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Konitala Pawan Kalyan Garu here. Hearty welcome, sir. I request everyone to kindly be seated in your respective positions. I request everyone to be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of this national workshop on mangrove initiative for shoreline habitats and tangible incomes MISTI, we have a presentation on behalf of the Department of Forest, Government of Andhra Pradesh, entitled a documentary, Magical Mangroves. This documentary has been exclusively shot for this national workshop on MISTI. I request the Department of Forest to please present the documentary. ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్రంలో మడ అడవుల యొక్క అద్భుతమైన వైశల్యాన్ని అదేవిధంగా వాటి ఉపయోగాల్ని వివరిస్తూ ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్ర సర్వతోముఖ అభివృద్ధికి ప్రకృతి ఏ విధంగా ప్రభావితం చూపిస్తుందని ఒక డాక్యుమెంటరీ రూపొందించారు సార్. ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ హానరబుల్ డెప్యూటీ సీఎం సార్ టు కైండ్లీ విట్నెస్ ద డాక్యుమెంటరీ.
Mangroves are among the most resilient ecosystems on Earth. It's a living green wall standing against the fury of the ocean. They protect the shorelines, store vast amounts of carbon, support livelihoods of millions of coastal communities, and harbor thousands of species, including many rare, endangered, and threatened species. This is the story of the magical mangrove wetlands of Andhra Pradesh. Globally, mangrove forests spread across more than 14.76 million hectares in 120 countries. India alone holds 992 square kilometers of mangroves, forming a vital ecological shield along the coasts. Andhra Pradesh, with its coastline stretching for 1,053 kilometers, holds one of the longest and most dynamic coastal belts in India, with a mangrove spread of about 421 square kilometers. Here, the great Godavari and Krishna rivers flow eastward through plains and deltas before joining the Bay of Bengal. This coastline is both a landscape of abundance and risk. Each year, cyclones originate from the sea with growing intensity. Storm surges, shoreline erosion, and intrusion of saline water inland threaten lives and livelihoods across the coast. Mangroves play a critical role of protecting this landscape. With their unique adaptation, they strive in the estuarine environment where no other trees can grow. They act as natural barriers, reducing the height and speed of waves, reducing the wind velocity, and shielding coastal villages from destruction. The mangrove landscape of the Godavari and Krishna Delta stretches along the coast, beginning at Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary near Kakinada. It extends across the estuary into the B.R. Ambedkar Konasema district and continues southward up to Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary. This region supports more than 40 species of mangroves and their associated species, with some of the most common including Avicennia marina, Avicennia officinalis, Rhizophora apiculata, and Excocaria agaloka. Life here unfolds in extraordinary ways. Mud skippers hop across the wet soil, breathing both in water and on land. Fiddler crabs wave their oversized claws in rhythmic displays that rule their tiny territories. Smooth-coated otters glide silently through narrow creeks, slipping through the mangrove shadows. Along the banks, fishing cats move with quiet precision. On the higher ground, golden jackals explore the fringes of the wetlands, weaving through mangrove thickets in search of food. Spot-tailed green pit vipers coil silently among the branches, their vivid colors blending perfectly with the mangrove canopy. Above all this, egrets, storks, kingfishers and herons fill the sky with movement and color. Beneath, among the mangrove roots. This is biodiversity in its purest form. A place where everything is connected and every life depends on another. The mangroves of the Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary offer unique opportunities for nature-based ecotourism. Boardwalks, nature trails, bird watching, and guided boat journeys through tidal creeks allow visitors to experience the richness of these ecosystems while promoting awareness, education, and sustainable livelihoods for the local communities. But over the years, rapid urbanization, land use changes, overfishing, and unsustainable expansion placed this fragile landscape under immense pressure. The ecosystem slipped into high risk. At this critical moment, the Andhra Pradesh Forest Department stepped forward with unwavering commitment. Through constant and tireless effort, the department has restored more than 8,000 hectares of mangrove forest with the support of national and international agencies like World Bank, UNDP GEF, UNDP Green Climate Fund, and the Mishti scheme of the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Government of India. The Forest Department patrolled fragile areas, restored degraded patches by digging channels for tidal flow using the fishbone technique, and immensely contribute to safeguard and restore mangroves. They also ensure community involvement through awareness and education. Thousands of mangrove saplings are raised at the department nurseries every year. Seeds from different mangrove species are collected and used for propagation. Clayey soil from the nearby creeks is used to raise the saplings. The saplings are raised for 6 to 8 months in the nursery. These saplings are planted along the canals in the degraded mudflats during the monsoon season for better survival of the saplings. Casualties are replaced to ensure that every restored stretch grows to full. The canals are desilted in the initial years to get better survival of the saplings. Through these steady interventions, the wetlands regain their rhythm and the mangroves return to life. Mangroves of Andhra Pradesh stands today as a living green wall along its coast. It is a symbol of resilience. It is a testament to the dedication of the Forest Department and the communities who stand with them. And it reminds us that the path to a safe future begins with protecting what protects us. Industry continues to grow. Livelihoods continue to expand. Through it all, the mangrove wetlands of Andhra Pradesh remains the guardian of the coast, the cradle of biodiversity, and a commitment to a safer tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Now I invite Dr. Shantipriya Pandya, IFS, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests, Wildlife and HRD, SFDA and State Nodal Officer Ms. T to please come forward and give her presentation and short film on Great Green Wall of Andhra Pradesh.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Advisor to Government of Andhra Pradesh, Principal Secretary EFSNT, PCCF and HOF, CEO National Camper, then we have additional PCF NAEB, all the participants, research organizations, everybody who is a part of this particular workshop today. Well, that was a microcosm, a smaller habitat. Now we are dealing with a much larger picture, the vegetation along the entire coast of Andhra Pradesh. Now I'm going to present a small video on the Great Green Wall of Andhra Pradesh, the brainchild of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, where he wants to address the coastal resilience along the coast. Please play the video. That's the idea and that's the essence to address coastal resilience and also at the same time addressing coastal erosion, which we have been deliberating this morning. Can you put the presentation, please? That was actually, the pictures speak louder than the words, but I will just brief it in the sense that I just put some words to whatever we have played on the video. Next slide, please. So the background and the rationale for having the Great Green Wall of Andhra Pradesh is to have a coastal resilience and a strategic ecological barrier to address land use change, habitat fragmentation, shoreline erosion, and climate vulnerability. So taking the cue from the Shoreline Management Plan, which was prepared by NCSCM, we are addressing this particular objective to address climate resilience, disaster risk reduction, biodiversity conservation, and also inclusive green livelihoods. To manage erosion, accretion, restore degraded habitats, and to reinforce long-term coastal ecological security. Now, if you look at the shoreline of Andhra Pradesh, which was also deliberated in the morning, the coastal length, so it is about 1053 kilometers. We estimated the figure at 2024 is 10278 kilometers, and the eroded length is about 318.78, and the major problems are both in East Godavari and Nellore districts. And these are the areas of concern which has been brought to the notice of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister.
Namaskaram, Honorable Deputy CM, Government of Andhra Pradesh, PCCF HOF, Forest Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Principal Secretary, Environment and Forest, Government of Andhra Pradesh, senior officers from Ministry of Environment and Forest who have joined me along from Delhi, senior officers from Forest Department, Government of AP, researchers, scientists, all who have come here. Just to address in totality so far what we have discussed since morning. This has been a great day, a day where we discuss all aspects of mangrove conservation in the entire country. MISTI happens to be a scheme which was conceptualized in 2023, where the government of India came out with a budget announcement to make this scheme a reality, although conservation efforts in mangrove conservation was happening all along for some time in this country. So based on that, this scheme was conceptualized and it was launched in 2023. This is around 2.5 years of its launch. I should not say that the progress is unsatisfactory. We have learned in the process, the states have learned, but this event was required because, as you know, sir, we have around 11,000 running kilometers of coastlines. Obviously, states like Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, in the western front, they have actually worked very hard. They have given a real template for working in the future, how to conserve the mangroves in their own areas. And this happens to be a great exercise for other states to take forward, to emulate those things. So this workshop was needed, very much needed. And in fact, there was also an impetus given by the leadership, present leadership in government of AP through the Great Green Wall, which we just saw the film of that. You know, I mean, both Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea, they encounter a lot of cyclones and calamities of that amplitude. So it would be very nice if similar efforts are being conceptualized in their own indigenous and native way. The states may decide, the leadership in the respective states may decide. This is one great ideation which has happened, and obviously under the leadership of Dr. Santi ji and the Forest Department, overall led by the Honorable Deputy CM, this will become a reality in the future to come. So as such, MISTI happens to be a Government of India project where the national fund, which the CAMPA, the Compensatory Afforestation Authority we have in Ministry of Environment and Forest, we are funding this project in a great way. The next tranche of funding which we have declared in this workshop would be of the nature of 700 plus crores, which will not be the horizon. In fact, it would continue in the future. You will see this scheme going in some formulation and some avatars in the years to come. So my request would be the states to garner maximum benefit out of that. Obviously, the leading states happen to be these three, four states, but obviously other states are also supposed to be on board. We have seen a lot of research organizations in this gathering, which they have given excellent presentations and excellent outlook of the conservation efforts that has been carried out in this country so long. And their presence across the world, their knowledge, their expertise has also been acknowledged and applauded globally. So the point is that we have both the research knowledge, both the field practitioners' knowledge. This country is almost in a position to actually break the walls and move ahead in conservation of mangrove. This is the message I am giving from the Ministry of Environment and Forest, and I request all the participants to take back a message that this scheme has to see a real bright future in the days and years to come. With these words, I thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, as part of this national workshop on mangrove initiative for shoreline habitats and tangible incomes, we have the glorious presence of today's Chief Guest and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Kodidala Pawan Kalyan garu. Put your hands together and welcome today's Chief Guest, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Kodidala Pawan Kalyan garu onto the dais. I request Sri B.N.N. Murthy garu, IFS, CCF Rajahmundry, to welcome sir by presenting a plant sampling. Hearty welcome, sir. I also invite Sri P. Mallikarjun Rao garu, Advisor to Government Forest Department, to please come onto the dais. I request Srimati Yashoda Bai, IFS, CF Anantapur, to welcome sir with a flower, with his sapling. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Sri Kantilal Dandya IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, EFSNT, State of Andhra Pradesh, to please come on to the dais. I request Srimati Krishnapriya IFS to welcome sir with a plant sapling. I also invite Sri Anand Mohan IFS, CEO National Campa, MOEFCC New Delhi, to please come on to the dais. I request Sri Sai Baba IFS, DFO Tirupati, to welcome sir with a plant sampling. I also invite Ms. VL Rohi Kulai IFS, IG Forest and AEB, MOEFCC New Delhi, to please come on to the dais. I request Srimati Prasunna Garu, DFO Parvatipuram, to welcome Madam with a plant sapling. I request the Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Head of Forest Force Andhra Pradesh, Dr. P.V. Chalpatrao IFS, to please come on to the dais. I request Madam to please welcome sir, Himasailaja Madam to please welcome sir with a plant sapling. Thank you, sir. The Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitats and Tangible Incomes represents a vital step in strengthening India's coast resilience. For Andhra Pradesh, mangroves are not just plantations, but living shields that protect coastlines, livelihoods, and the lives of the people of Andhra Pradesh. To enhance the elegance of this function, I also invite Dr. Shantipriya Panda, IFS, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests, Wildlife and HRD, and the State Nodal Officer, Ms. Tinadu, to please come on to the dais. And also Sri S. Saravanan IFS, Special Secretary to Government of Andhra Pradesh for Forest, Member Secretary AP Pollution Control Board, to please come on to the dais. I also invite Sri V.S. Jaishankar, Indian Postal Service Postmaster General, Visakhapatnam Region, to please come on to the dais. To enhance the elegance of this workshop on Misty, the National Workshop on Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitats and Tangible Incomes that is being happened in this wonderful arena. To enhance the elegance of this function, I request today's Chief Guest and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Kodinala Pawan Kalyan Garu, and other dignitaries on the dais to enhance the elegance of this function by the lighting of lamp. జ్యోతి ప్రజ్వలనతో ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ శోభను నివృత్తం చేయవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థిస్తున్నాను. Sorry, right. Now I request Sri Kantilal Nanda, IAS Principal Secretary to Government, Environment, Forest Science and Technology Government of Andhra Pradesh to give his address.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Pawan Kalyan Garu, Advisor Mallikarjun Rao Garu, officials from the Ministry, Anand Mohanji, Madam Rui Kulai, yes, PCCF Chalpat Rao, Shanti Priya Pandey, and Special Secretary Saravanan Shiv Shankar, the delegates from across the country. We extend very warm welcome. Of course, we couldn't light the lamp, but welcome can be again made. Thank you very much for giving this great opportunity to Government of Andhra Pradesh for hosting this national workshop on Misty. We, the state of Andhra Pradesh, we had longest coastline. I don't say longest, it is long coastline. Longest is Gujarat. Almost, yes, second longest coastline state. As Anand pointed out from ministry, that we are repeatedly battered with number of cyclones every year. So Shanti Priya Pandey, while presenting her documentary on the concept of very great green wall and the mangroves, she had shown number of cyclones hit the state of Andhra Pradesh in the last 20-25 years. That probably one reason why we have special concern for this mangrove restoration, mangrove managements. As I said, you people must have discussed, deliberated many things on mangroves, and it might be a repetition for you, but I wish to again submit to you, rather bring to your kind notice, what is the importance of these mangroves in our ecosystems. We know they play a vital role in coastal ecosystems, especially by acting as a natural barrier against the erosion, storms, and they also support immense biodiversity. Why they are important for us? We have to conserve these mangroves to combat climate change, protect communities, and sustain fisheries in our states. Of late, with increased industrialization, urbanization, pressure on aquaculture, slowly these mangroves are getting depleted. And with various activities, human activities, the inlets of the sea, they are getting abruptly closed and these mangroves are put to danger. As Anand Jha sir was remarking in his opening remarks, we know that these mangroves, they almost fix carbon 4 times to that of tropical rainforest. And that's why the greenhouse effect probably can be mitigated effectively by sustaining and protecting these mangroves. In a way, if we have mangroves, probably we can protect so many ecosystems dependent on mangroves. I believe this is high time for all of us, all the coastal states, to rise to this occasion and initiate our own measures. The state of Andhra Pradesh is fortunate to have great leadership in our Deputy Chief Minister, Sri Pawan Kalyan Garu. As we have seen the initiative of the state on Great Green Wall, as I said, we have that 974 kilometers or 1050 kilometers of coastline. We wish to develop this Great Green Wall all along the coastline, only to protect our coastal communities and to sustain our coastal ecosystems. We wish to develop this and we wish to take this initiative in a big way. At the same time, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister time and again cautions us and pats us on our backs when we were down with some constraints, might be fund constraint, might be manpower constraint, anything. He says he's always there to protect us and bail us out. It is his initiative which created a corpus of 5 crores to meet any eventuality for our foresters who got something during their field operations. Sir, I sincerely salute you for this humanitarian act what you have initiated. It goes a long way, sir. At the same time, sir, this Great Green Wall or this MISTI, under your leadership, entire forest administration of Andhra Pradesh, we rally behind you and certainly make this program a grand success. I wish all the states whosoever attended this workshop here under Anand, Koila and all these people, they will witness the success of this workshop. As he said, take back home from this workshop is going to be very, very instrumental. Right from morning till evening, the sessions what you have planned, they are very, very informative, very critical. So I believe all the participants are immensely benefited whosoever attended in this workshop. So I once again thank the Government of India and the Ministry for giving us this great opportunity of hosting this workshop. I wish this workshop a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your address. Before Honorable Lyceum sir talks, I now request Honorable Lyceum sir and today's Chief Guest Sri Konithala Pawan Kalyan Garu to kindly rise and release the coffee table book. The release of coffee table book. This is the coffee table book of Mangrove Wellness of Andhra Pradesh. Next we have the release of awareness posters developed to promote public understanding and engagement in mangrove conservation. May I request Honorable Chief Guest and Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh to kindly release the posters. Sir, there is a poster launch. release of posters, followed by the release of special postal cover by Honorable DCM Sir and Sri V.S. Jaishankar, Indian Postal Service Postmaster General, Vishakhapatnam region. This is now the awareness posters that are developed to promote public understanding and engagement in mangrove conservation. The release of awareness posters developed to promote public understanding and engagement in mangrove conservation. I request everyone to kindly be seated. Right, I request everyone to kindly be seated in your respective positions. It's high time, we have come to the most precious time. There is a saying in Bhagavad Gita, Yadyada charati srestha tatat deveta rojanaha sayat pramanam kurute lokasya varvardate. It means, whatever standards the great people set, the remaining follow the same. Whatever liabilities the great people do, the remaining adopts the same. In the same way, no sooner than the moment Honorable DCM Sir has been appointed as the Minister for Environment and Forests, he is working tirelessly in enhancing the elegance of the forest region and environment region of Andhra Pradesh. The way he is working inspired many employees and inspired many officers in the department, and now Andhra Pradesh is growing rapidly in enhancing the elegance of environment, forests and whatever everything. Ladies and gentlemen, it's high time. Put your hands together and welcome today's chief guest, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh and Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest Science and Technology, Sri Konitala Pavan Kalyan Garu, to address the gathering.
My heartfelt namaskars to and also welcome Principal Secretary Environment and Forest Science and Technology, Sri Kantilal Deji, and heartfelt namaskars to PCC and Head of Forest Force, Sri P.B. Chalpatra Garu. My heartfelt namaskars to Advisors of Forest Department, Sri S.P. Mallikarjuna Garu. My heartfelt namaskars to Chief Executive Officer, National Campaign Secretary for Forestation Fund Management and Planning Authority, Sri Anand Mohanji. My heartfelt namaskars to Inspector General of Forest, National Forestation and Eco Development Board, Ms. Rovi Kulai. My heartfelt namaskars to Additional PCC, Conservative Forest and Rural Officer, Sri Shanpriya Bandeji. My heartfelt namaskars to Special Secretary Sri Saranana Garu. Heartfelt namaskars to Postmaster General Visakhapatnam Sri V.S. Jaishankar Garu. And along with all the senior officers of the Government of India, senior officers from the Forest and non-environment departments of the states, eminent subject experts and distinguished representatives of coastal communities, from the state of Andhra Pradesh, we extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed guests. Today, I'm also not just as a Ministry of Forest Minister, that is a Deputy Chief Minister. Apart from that, I'm a conservation at heart. I really, sometimes the kind of damage what happens to Mother Earth, I really feel like doing my bit contribution somehow, nature and me, to serve Mother Nature by being in politics and also especially being Ministry of Forest and Environment. I really take it as a great blessing to serve Mother Earth. And especially the kind of initiatives we have taken, I'd like to share with you. Before that, I'd like to say all the distinguished delegates from the Government of India and state governments and senior officers and experts and representatives of coastal communities, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to Andhra Pradesh for this national workshop on MISTI, a mangrove initiative for shoreline habitats and tangible incomes. I sincerely thank the Government of India for choosing our state to host this important national event. At the outset, I would like to acknowledge the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Nature-based solutions have become central to India's development journey. MISTI is a true reflection of that vision. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Shri Bhupender Yadav ji, Honorable Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, for his constant support to coastal states. Our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, has entrusted me with a challenging and yet inspiring responsibility, as I have earlier said, to increase, me being a conservation at heart, so to increase Andhra Pradesh's green cover from 29% to 50%, which is a big challenge, but we are surely we're gonna fulfill it. It's an ambitious goal, but with the guidance of Chief Minister and Honorable Chief Minister and the strong support from the Government of India, I'm fully confident that we'll achieve it. In this context, Andhra Pradesh has conceptualized a bold initiative, the Great Green Wall of Andhra Pradesh. Let me be very clear, the Great Green Wall is not a routine plantation program. It is a large-scale green defense system designed to protect our coast, our people, and our future. Through this initiative, we aim to create continuous shelter belts using mangroves and shelter belt plantations, protect coastal villages, agriculture, ports, fisheries, and vital infrastructure, restore degraded coastal areas using science-based and nature-positive approaches. Under this approach, mangroves act as the first and strongest line of defense, as we had seen in the documentary. And shelter belt plantations from the second and third prospective layers. And human settlements and livelihoods are safeguarded with a very resilient and ecological shield. In this way, MISTI and Great Green Wall perfectly complement each other. Mangroves are a strategic natural infrastructure. They play a critical role in climate adaptation, cyclone protection, and carbon sequestration. This is a very essential element which we have to protect our coastline to lessen the damage. So our state has a very long, vulnerable coastline, frequently affected by cyclones and storm surges. At the same time, we are blessed with rich mangrove ecosystems along the Godavari, Krishna, and Pennar deltas. Over the years, we have gained valuable experience in mangrove regeneration. I truly appreciate Shantipriya Pandeyji, the great efforts put by her. I truly appreciate what she has done to mangrove regeneration and our entire forest department, higher officials, species, and everyone. They have done a commendable job. And but also a lot of community-based conservation methods and integrating fisherfolk livelihoods with ecosystem protection and all been a part of this. In 2025 alone, Andhra Pradesh has taken up to 700 hectares of new mangrove plantations, reaffirming our commitment to MISTI and coastal resilience. At the heart of all our efforts lies a simple principle: conservation will succeed only when people benefit. So when we are focusing on skill development linked to mangrove restoration, livelihood opportunities through nurseries, fisheries enhancement, and ecotourism, and incentives for production, monitoring, and long-term stewardship. A good example is our ecotourism initiative at Hamsala Devi, the Krishna Sagar Sangam. I post this workshop. I wish we could ask our PCC of Gaur also to request them to take to Hamsala Devi and make sure they understand what we had done to the kind of achievement what you have done. Let them experience it. I request you all, please let them be our guests, and whatever is needed from my side, it will be done. Please promise you that. So here you can witness local communities are active partners, earning a sustainable livelihoods while protecting precious natural and cultural heritage. Workshops like this are extremely valuable for sharing best practices. I strongly believe in learning from other states. For example, when Andhra Pradesh faced serious human-animal conflict, I personally approached government of Karnataka. It would be like every forest is confined to that particular state, especially on the state of Andhra Pradesh. Previously, everyone is confined only to their states, but they never looked out for the help from other states, which I personally, being a conservationist at heart, so I went and extended for the animal-human conflict, and really thank Karnataka government. They generously thank them for generously sparing 4 trained Kumki elephants. Helped to train our staff and enabled us to establish an elephant camp in Chittoor district. This has significantly reduced human-animal conflict. We also adopted practices such as IT-based forest governance models, welfare funds for field staff and emergencies. Inspired by these, Andhra Pradesh has contributed, previously what Kantilal Nandiji said, 5 crores to the welfare fund for forest department officials. And I felt it is my responsibility to stand by them from any kind of political pressures, any kind of, sometimes they face certain dire consequences. We from the government, government of AP, we assured them any kind of issues they face, I think we're going to stand by them, we will empower them, we will stand by them, we will become a backbone. We will make sure that they won't get disrupted while they're performing their duties. So increased ex gratia, that's an amazing concept in AP is the immediate quick response. If some death happens between animal and human issues, the immediate ex gratia for human death is around 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, which will be immediately be released. And building on a commitment to protecting human lives and livelihoods while ensuring humane wildlife conservation. The state has launched the concept called Hanuman Foundation, Hanuman Foundation. Hanuman stands for Healing and Nurturing Units for Monitoring, Aid and Nursing of Wildlife. It provides a unified framework to manage human-animal conflict, prioritizing human safety and farm livelihoods, supported by trained rapid response teams for swift emergency response. And technology-enabled systems enable early warnings and transparent compensation, while the foundation focuses on prevention through hotspot mapping and habitat management, strengthening community participation and interdepartmental coordination for sustainable outcomes. Beyond conflict mitigation, our approach also focuses on strengthening ecosystems and restoring natural balance. Accordingly, we have completely banned exotic, we have banned exotic plantic species and are encouraging only indigenous species. Our nurseries are expanding from say from 10 to 20 species to over close to 100 species. Our research centers have already developed 400 indigenous agencies, species, and we are now replicating this model across all districts. We are promoting nurseries in tribal areas and enabling tribal communities to collect forest seeds and raise seedlings. I firmly believe that biodiversity is the strongest response to climate change. I request all participating states to share your experiences so that we can learn from each other and move forward together. Before concluding the speech, I would like to say, for me, the great damage what is being done to Mother Earth, and recently, just I think the day before, me and all the concerned Kantilal Nandiji and PCC of the rest of the forest officials, we came together And the goal given by Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is that to increase 50% green cover. It is the issue about the forest department which I had noticed, which I would like to share with you, is about protecting the forest is the only duty. It is not about forestation or social forestry. So out of that meeting we had, we have concluded we're going to include rest of the departments. Let it be revenue, let it be Jal Shakti, including Panchayat Raj, including Education Department, and all the concerned principal secretaries. We are having regular meetings. Very soon we're going to come out with quite an inspirational plan which will, which is going to be Andhra Pradesh is going to be a role model in creating very biodiversity, natural shield across the state, and also especially coastline, and also 50% green cover. We want to achieve it with the help of communities, with the help of officials, and we have a very big idea, and we're going to, Brian, very committed. We are extremely committed. As Anand Mohanji said, state should take more responsibility. State leadership should take more responsibility. I have taken it to my heart. And I promise him, and also promise all the participants here, Andhra Pradesh is going to really excel, and it's going to be a role model. My commitment is Andhra Pradesh is going to be a role model. That's my commitment. Before we have around 3.5 years, and me being a conservationist, this is what a big part I could do for our Mother Earth. So it is not about one man could do. It's all about collectively what we could do. We could do together. And that's what we are aiming ahead, and we'll come out with a proper plan. And one more time, I would like to share all our experiences with you. And in conclusion, let me say this clearly. MISTI is not just a scheme. It is an investment in India's, Bharat's coastal future. The Great Green Wall of Andhra Pradesh reflects our commitment to turn this vision into action, protecting lives, livelihoods, and landscapes. Andhra Pradesh assures its full cooperation to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, the Government of India and all partner states in making MISTI a national success with a global recognition. I commit to that. I would like to end with a simple message. Protecting mangroves today means safeguarding lives and livelihoods for generations to come. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable message and sharing your insights on MISTI. Now, I request Principal Secretary, Government, Environment, Forest, Science and Technology Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Kantilal IAS, to greet today's Chief Guest, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Konditala Pawan Kalyan Garu, with a shawl and a token of remembrance. And also Chalapati Rao Garu is presenting a memento to today's Chief Guest, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Konditala Pawan Kalyan Garu. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I request everyone to kindly be I request everyone to kindly be seated. So I request everyone to kindly be seated in your respective positions. Shanti Priya Pandey ma'am is felicitating Ms. V.L. Roy Kodaya of his IG Forest NAEB, MOEFCC, New Delhi. I request everyone to kindly settle back in your positions. Within a couple of minutes, we will end this workshop for today. I request. I request Shanti Priya Pandey ma'am to kindly facilitate the CEO National Campa MOEFCC New Delhi, Sri Anand Mohan IFS. I request Sri Anand Mohan IFS to kindly receive an honor on behalf of the government of Andhra Pradesh. Sri Chalapati Rao Garu is requested to please come on to the dais. Sri P.V. Chalapati Rao IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Head of the Forest Board, State of Andhra Pradesh is well stating the CEO National Campa MOEFCC New Delhi, Sri Anand Mohan IFS sir. Now I request Sri Nishit Saxena sir to please come on to the dais and receive the honor. And I request Sri P. Mallikarjuna Rao, our advisor to government, to kindly receive the honor. Now I invite Sri Prashant Rajagopal Garu, DIG, to please come on to the dais. DIG Sri Prashant Rajagopal Garu is requested to please come on to the dais and receive the honor. Right, we have come to the end of today's session. I request Sri B.N. Murthy IFS, Chief Conservator of Forests, Rajahmundry, to please come forward and give the token of gratitude.
Namaskar. Good evening, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, esteemed subject experts, eminent resource persons, officers, delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin with a quote on mangroves. Mangroves are not merely forests, they are living coastal green growth infrastructure. Misty presents India with a historic opportunity to transform vulnerable shorelines into resilient, productive, and community-bound ecosystems, which deliver climate security, livelihoods, and ecological integrity. It's indeed my honor and a privilege to propose vote of thanks on this occasion of National Misty Workshop on behalf of AP Forest Department and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. At the outset, we extend our deep sense of gratitude to Honorable Chief Guest, an hardcore conservationist and an ambassador to forest, wildlife and environment conservation for his gracious presence and an inspiring and insightful address which has greatly enriched this workshop and reinforced the critical importance of mangrove conservation for coastal resilience, biodiversity protection and climate change mitigation. We are extremely grateful to the guest of honor, Sri Anand Mohan, CEO, Central Campa, for his continuous support and guidance in successfully organizing Misty Workshop. The inputs provided will serve as a valuable reference for strengthening mangrove conservation initiative in alignment with the national priorities for climate change mitigation. disaster risk reduction and biodiversity conservation. We express our deep gratitude to Shri Kantilal Dande, Principal Secretary, Environment, Forest, Science and Technology Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh, whose inspiring presence and enlightening address has provided valuable guidance and direction for strengthening the mangrove conservation, coastal ecosystem management and climate resilience initiatives. We express our profound gratitude to Shri P.V. Chalpati Rao, Principal Chief Executive of Forest and Head of Forest Force, Andhra Pradesh, for delivering a comprehensive and forward-looking address on the conservation of mangrove system during the morning session. We also extend sincere thanks to guest of honor Shri P. Mallikarjun Rao, advisor to government on forest development activities and a former Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Head of Forest Force for gracing this occasion. We extend sincere gratitude to Shri Jaishankar, an officer of Indian Postal Service and a Postmaster General of Andhra Pradesh, for helping us bring out an excellent postal cover on the occasion of National Workshop on Misty. We also extend sincere gratitude to Dr. Shanti Priya Pandey, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Wildlife and HRD, who has played a vital role in guiding and providing a critical inputs continuously to the team for organizing the workshop. We extend sincere gratitude to Shri Rahul Pandey, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Campa and Campa Nodal Officer of the State and Nodal Officer for FCA, who is instrumental in bringing the Misty workshop to the state of Andhra Pradesh and continuously guiding for organizing this workshop. We extend sincere thanks to Dr. Kankara, a Director of National Center for Coastal Research, for sharing a great insights on coastal stabilization. We place on record a deep gratitude to Dr. Purvaja Ramchandran from National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management for delivering an inspiring and noteworthy information on sustainable coastal management. We also thank Dr. Subramaniam from MSSRF, MS Somanatha Research Foundation, for his valuable inputs during the process of organizing the workshop and sharing technical inputs. I must thank him because he has been continuously working with us for the last 1.5 months. A big round of applause to Dr. Ram Subramaniam. He has really greatly helped us in bringing out a beautiful coffee table book, which is a very comprehensive for the entire state of Andhra Pradesh, and also instrumental in bringing a documentary, a beautiful documentary of mangrove wetlands of Andhra Pradesh. I must also acknowledge a sincere thanks for the active participation and support of all the senior officers from Ministry of Environment and Forest Climate Change, Dr. Rui Madam, Shri Rajgopal, Saxena ji, everyone, but for their support, but for their initiative, this workshop would not have happened today. We extend a warm welcome and thanks to you all, sir. And also thank officers from all the state forest department who have graced this occasion, who have made a beautiful presentation on the success stories from all the states. We also extend deep sense of gratitude to all the distinguished speakers and resource persons from MS Somanatha Research Foundation, National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, National Center for Coastal Research, Eastern Ghats Wildlife Society, Tree Foundation, etc., for sharing their valuable knowledge, research findings, field experiences, and best practices related to mangrove ecosystem. Your contribution has really made this workshop highly informative, meaningful, and action-oriented. We also extend a sincere thanks to Felice Creations, who have done a wonderful job in bringing out this beautiful documentary, A Magical Mangroves of Andhra Pradesh. They have worked tirelessly for a month or so in compiling the information, in stitching the various literature, documentaries and all. We extend a heartfelt thanks to all the fellow members who are also present here. We sincerely appreciate the active participation of all delegates and participants whose constructive deliberation and valuable sessions will contribute meaningfully to policy formulation and field implementation. Our special thanks to all the organizing committee members, like officers from Forest Department, Research Institute. I don't have much time to name each one of you, because many of the officers have worked tirelessly throughout the last 1.5 months for the success of this workshop. A big thank you to all the organizing committee members, all the officers, all the research people and senior research fellows from all the research institutes, national institutes. Without you, it would not have happened today. We also acknowledge the support of the institutions, print and electronic media for covering the proceedings of workshop and played a vital role for organizing this a beautiful workshop. Before concluding, we acknowledge the support extended by all the stakeholders and convey with full conviction that the deliberation of this workshop will translate into concrete action for the protection, restoration, collective responsibility and commitment and sustainable management of mangrove ecosystem for present and future generations. Once again, we thank everyone for your gracious presence, cooperation and contributions. Thank you very much, Jai Hind.
So, good evening to you all. So, before it is concluded, I would like to thank Chief Conservator of Forest Rajamandri, B.N. Murthy. He has tirelessly worked for this workshop. His entire team, Divisional Forest Officer Srikakulam Venkatesh, Divisional Forest Officer Sulurpe, Divisional Forest Officer Machilipatnam, Divisional Forest Officer Parvatipuram. So, all those people who have worked tirelessly. Our range officers, Srinivas, headquarter range officer from Vijayawada division, all our frontline staff, without their support in forest department, nothing works. So again, I extend my heartful thanks to all the frontline staff and this thing and all the range officers. So once again, my heartful thanks to Mr. B.N. Murthy and his entire team to organize this program in such a wonderful manner. Thank you very much. Sir.
It happened so that we are also the co-host, and then we also thank Government of Andhra Pradesh that they took this task. It was a big task, and in fact, we enjoyed the full day. It was very informative. We think that this whole process will keep on moving much faster compared to what it was in the past. Moreover, I would request Dr. Santi ji and Mr. Rahul Pandey ji, just because we had planned like that, at the end we will be basically summarizing all the deliberations to the extent and coming out with a resolve from this workshop. Because this is one workshop which we have got the approval of the Honorable Minister, and it would be my duty rather to submit before him that what has been the complete finding out of this workshop. So I would request the government of AP, your forest department team, to basically summarize that and come out with a brief statement, at least for the next course of our years and future. We will be going in the direction. Thank you so much.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So, hereby we have come to the conclusion of this session on National Workshop on Mystery. Before we conclude today's proceedings, we shall now have a briefing on the field tour scheduled for tomorrow, that is 9th of January 2026. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., all the delegates are requested to proceed to the field visit to the Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary. The travel time from Vijayawada to the sanctuary is approximately 2.5 hours. The return journey from the sanctuary is planned to commence around 4 p.m. and we expect to reach Vijayawada by approximately 6:30 p.m. So I request everyone to have dinner by 8:30 p.m. today here itself, and by tomorrow morning 8 o'clock we will be starting to the Krishna Sanctuary. So thank you one and all. And I extend the special thanks to the management of Hotel Lemon Tree, who supported us wonderfully. Thank you so much. Signing off, Abhishek Vidala.